what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes that you're the key. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the key.
Hello and welcome to the stream, everyone. I am so glad to be here. I'm so glad to be able to hear the sound of my own voice. No, I know that sounds incredibly egocentric and everything, and maybe I am a little bit egocentric, but what I'm really saying is the fact that I'm coming through clear in both headphones. Like, right? I don't know where I picked up this habit, probably from singing, but I can only really confidently make any kind of content apparently with hearing the sound of my own voice and knowing that I sound okay, and I don't know, it's like a confidence boost. It's a Dumbo feather, but whatever, it works. I'm here, you're here, and we're ready to go. We're ready for a little no, not gonna rip off the Vanguard. The Vanguard very smartly titled this a roast of Vaush, the deep fried fat roast Vaush, and I mean that's literally true. That's literally what's happening here. It's Vaush on a spit being turned around and having carrot juice poured on him like some Bugs Bunny cartoon. That's what we've got. That's what we've got. Essentially a Bugs Bunny cartoon. Welcome to the chat, everybody. Welcome Chazardus, welcome BCat K, Lena, Buffy, Geek, Anti-Corporatist, Manup, and Looney Tunes 9000. Yes, I was actually just talking about a Looney Tune, a particularly Looney Tune named Bugs Bunny, who's also really good at basketball, right? Bugs Bunny can play basketball. I know about stuff. Well, we're ready to go into this stuff. This stuff with Vaush here. But before we do that stuff, oh my god, TikTok. Where did my TikTok? Oh, I'm not trying to promote my TikTok or anything. It's not like you can find it at nocommentchick CC on TikTok. I don't know anything about that chat. No, yeah, that's right. I never promote my TikTok, but what I will promote is my tweet, because it needs it right now. It's a Sunday afternoon for most people, maybe Sunday evening. And we need to get the word out. We need to blast off. We need the juice, and only you can provide the juice through juicing up my tweet with your with your own with your likes and your retweets, of course. But yeah, this is gonna be okay. So I don't know. I didn't want to do this. Can I be honest? Like this thing right here. I was like, I didn't come on today, and then I started watching it, and I realized there is something that I have to say. I don't want to just like watch like mindless entertainment, least of all Vaush, right? When we talk about Vaush, it's because of a problem that either Vaush is or represents, right? He like serves as a symbol for, yeah, no, this is more the same. I mean, this is Vaush's like ride in with Biden policy being called out by the likes of Paulsego. I think it's mostly Paulsego, at least from what I've listened to so far. It's Paulsego that really goes after him. Obviously, you know, the rest of the crew are on board with what Paul's saying, but yeah, he gets called out, he gets roasted, and I don't completely agree with it either side here, but I feel like Vaush's view of electoral politics is every bit as naive as he accuses others of being. And I think that'll become apparent through watching this. What else do we have today? Moms for Liberty. Did you see this? So, I mean, this is a fascist organization. This is an organization on the watch list of the, I think the SPLC. You know, these are, you know, moral panicking moms, usually going after librarians, going after libraries, going after books in the libraries, saying that this book in a high school is gonna cause my kindergartner to become gay because of this book that somebody found in one high school someplace, right? That's their game. But you know, whenever they show up for protests, they've got friends, right? They got friends in low places. They got friends wearing black and yellow Fred Perry shirts and what do you call those things? Khakis. Yeah, it's the khaki squad. You got the Proud Boys out there with Moms for Liberty, and you know, there's mutual respect. There's overlap. These groups are, they don't go together like oil and water. They go together like oil and vinegar. And they make a really disgusting salad that you don't want to eat. And I don't want to eat either. And we don't have to eat that salad, okay? Because the Moms for Liberty have finally come forward. They've said, no more Proud Boys. We don't like the Proud Boys anymore. After so long, after so long of, you know, just like overlap in these groups, right? They were like, hey, you know, just so you know, the brown shirts over there, we are not with them. We are not about what they are about. We don't want to have anything to do with that shit. And it turns out that some of the Moms for Liberty didn't get the memo. Because they're like, what's wrong with the like, these are our friends. I'm gonna bake them a casserole. What are you talking about? I'm making a jello for the Proud Boys, you know? Like they're coming over to my neighborhood block party. Like, these are, you can't separate them out. They're already a salad dressing. They're already the oil and vinegar. And so, wait, no, that's not even right. Because if you shake up oil, you have to shake it up again, right? It needs an emulsifier. Let's just say that this salad dressing has got an emulsification agent and it's already emulsified. And once it's emulsified, how are you going to unemulsify it, right? There's not really, is there such a thing, unemulsifier? You run an emulsification blender backwards? I don't know. You'd have to come up with some kind of trick. And I don't know what that trick is, right? But one person who does know a trick or two on the ukulele is none other than Colleen Ballinger, and she is back. That's right, Colleen Ballinger has returned after 4 months. 4 months ago today. I don't know if it was 4 months ago today, but somewhere thereabouts, right? Colleen thought it would be a good idea to share her epic song, The Toxic Gossip Train, with the world, and the world was very receptive, right? The gossip train traveled several times over the Earth's surface. It was a pretty, yeah, people were getting on that toxic gossip train, but not in the way that Colleen Ballinger wanted. But just like, you know, essentially, Colleen Ballinger is, I guess, in some ways, what would you call it? It's like an object lesson. Or a cautionary tale, if you will, about what happens when you react, you know, to criticism on the internet, right? She got so much more attention for herself, and so much more time in the spotlight for people to look into things. And at first, you know, it was like, well, that's kind of bad. That's not great. That's pretty bad. That sounds bad, right? But then like more and more stuff kept on coming out, and it's all because that toxic gossip train was like overclocked, right? But she's like let all of that die down somewhat. I don't think anybody really talks about the toxic gossip train. I still have the ukulele, don't I? Somewhere around here. Somewhere around here, I've got a ukulele. I gotta find my ukulele, chat. That's not ukulele. That's Honey Poo. No. It's President Sunday. No, not President Sunday. What do we got here? No, I don't want to put a baboon head on my head like I'm Pierce Morgan, chat. That's no fair. That's no fair. That's no fair. You can't make me be the baboon head. There I am, okay. Wait, what's that? I don't even see that. Where is our... Chungus. Chud Chungus. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot myself. Look, I would be remiss if I did not, wish a very happy day, okay, to our very special boy, Chud Logic, okay? It was 4 years ago today that Chud Logic emerged from some toxic sewer, lifted over the manhole, and came out and decided to be a Twitch streamer, right? 4 years ago today. I don't know if that's exact. I think that's correct, though. I think I saw a stream celebrating his 4th anniversary. I'm still here. You haven't canceled me yet. Chungus Logic. Sorry we haven't canceled you yet. We'll work on it, Chud. We'll work on it. But yeah, it's funny because it goes back to, I think he was covering, one of his first breakout videos is actually about some guy named Doomcock. I haven't looked into Doomcock. Should we look into Doomcock? I'm a little late on the Doomcock train, right? Aren't I? I don't know if that's a little late for the Doomcock, isn't it? Would you say that it's a little late for the Doomcock? Probably a little bit late, right? But this was what he discovered, some, you know, conservative guy that dressed up in a costume and was like, I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name of like the channel was like something justice. They like literally did videos like as a Power Ranger of conservative badassery, and it's pretty cringy and it's pretty funny and it's very much Chud Logic and it's very much in the spirit of who Chud Logic was starting out as a creator. How far he has come, right, to fulfilling the prophecy that name actually was. We all assumed that Chud Logic was a joke, like you're talking about the logic of chuds and we're all leftists here, right, Chud? And not for long, right? It didn't take much. Look, I talk about how Twitch politics kind of twists people's arms, kind of puts the pressure on people, intimidates people, and what you end up is with an environment that is just kind of shifted to the right. Like everything's there, but you talk to like a liberal there and you get the feeling that you're talking to like an IDW member. You talk to a moderate conservative and you get the feeling that you're talking to a Groyper, because you probably are, because like, yeah, everything's shifted and you just can't find a leftist because they have absolutely run them all out, right? These people hate leftism. And like, so, you know, some people got pressured. People got pulled along by like who their friends were. I know streamers like that. That were just like, basically, you know, they had a certain set of beliefs and they had friends and their friends were like, yeah, that's kind of cringe. That's like a little leftism. Left, really? Is that what we're doing? You know, you're so mad at capitalism. And they're, you know, just kind of like, okay, yeah, I guess that is pretty cringe, right? But Chud, you didn't take much twisting. At least I don't know that there was any twisting. I mean, there's stories about Chud, you know, being, you know, coerced and, you know, intimidated by his own editor. I don't know if any of that stuff is true. I don't know if, you know, there's people have definitely said stuff about Chud Logic that's not true. I'm not making any claims, legal or otherwise, all right? That's what I'm saying. But yeah, it's been 4 years of that guy, and he really did, like, wait, no comment chick. Wait, Who's got the more ironic name? Right? People always say mine is ironic because no comment chick, and I talk a lot, maybe even too much. You know, people would even say, maybe rightly so, that I like over responded to the whole, you know, Dylan Burns controversy. Okay, that's a possibility. I don't know, that might be right. But yeah, but the no comment, you know, I don't know which one, because Chuds actually went from being ironic to being like, no, I actually am a Chud and it's fucking based and I'm gonna Giga Chad the Chad. We're gonna Giga Chad the Chud chat. He's Giga Chatting the Chud. He's Giga Chud. That's what we got, okay? We start off with a jokey, ironic trade unionist, right? And we ended up with a fucking anti-SJW shitlord. That's a throwback, huh? Yeah, I'm sure he's been called that before, though. So yeah, I'm talking a lot about somebody that doesn't even matter. This isn't even on my agenda. We're not gonna watch Chud Logic. We're gonna, oh yeah, let's watch this four-year anniversary special. Won't that be fun? No, he's about as fun as watching paint dry, right? I hardly ever cover this guy, but I gotta give it to him. You are still here, Chud Logic. In spite of all that everybody said about you, both true and untrue, and some of which was you know, stretched in a way that actually facilitated you getting away with the bullshit you did pull, because people had to push it one step further. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the California DNC. I didn't know there was a California DNC until yesterday, but I guess it makes sense. It's something with the state party. Anyway, it got occupied. It got protested. The mass of people showed up there to call for a ceasefire, to talk to the politicians that had cut, you know, to speak en masse to the politician that showed up for this stuff and asked for a ceasefire. And it's pretty amazing, unprecedented. I don't know what you want to say about it, but that happened as well. And we're gonna be going into all these things and more. Oh my God, chat, a woman can never talk too much. Yeah, I feel that way as well. Moni. Giga Chard. Oh wait, Chard is kind of good. Look, here's my problem with Chard, okay? You ever get this? You make some chard and you're like, this is really good. Why am I not eating chard all the time? And so you start to like work it into your, like, you know, diet more and more. And at some point you're eating it and you're like, I feel like there's sand in my mouth, and there's not sand in your mouth. What there is oxalates in your mouth. All right, does anybody know what, like, I think you have to have eaten a certain amount of chard, because like if I eat chard every once in a while, it's fine. It is fine. But if I overdo the chard, like, I get sick of it. It's like, oh my God, I'm trying to think of like the background music. Oh my God, I do too. I hope we have the permission to use the background music, because it kind of slid right over. No, we do. This is from a video game. This is video game music. This is from Valhalla, right? It's a game where you get to be a cyber bartender, and you get to talk to all your different regulars that come in and they want a drink, and they want a certain kind of drink, right? And you got to make them that drink, and then they'll spill the beans, spill the tea, and they'll tell you all about the latest Colleen Ballinger scandal. That has, you know, what else did she do? What else did Miranda Sings do, right? We gotta know. And you'll find that out from your patrons at Valhalla. And also, it's one game that, okay, I gotta admit, I kind of like this game because you're playing somebody who's got, you know, a really shitty job in a really shitty capitalist hellscape, but somehow your boss is like your friend. Like, the person you work for is actually really cool. And that's so unrealistic. I have never had that experience where I was like, oh yeah, my boss is like legitimately a cool person. If you've had that experience, consider yourself lucky, because I've never, you know, there's like a power differential, and it makes it hard to even possibly be friends. And, you know, then the person's gonna be like nice enough where you'd want to be their friend. And I don't know. I've never heard of that kind of situation. but I guess it exists. And what else exists is the fact the top of the hour. No, we're not even at the top of the hour yet, chat. I can't even. What does exist is the top of the hour ad break. What does exist is this freaking thing. Where did I leave it? Where did I put it? There it is. There he is. There's our other. There's our other dude. Who maybe should have fallen victim to a scandal of his own. Much like Chud Logic. Anyway, let's get. What am I doing? We still have that music on. Yes. I really like this song, by the way. This is Adriana Figueroa and Garode. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. They are, I think, from Brazil. But yeah, they do the music. They do the music for Valhalla, which, yeah, definitely a good game to play. I should play more video games, chat. What do you think about that, right? I was looking and I think I got like, I mean, like my kind of games that I generally play are like RPGs, which I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but there's like a new Persona 5 spinoff that I think I've got access to on Game Pass. Tactica. I don't know. I was looking at it today. I was considering it, chat. I'm considering some video games, but for right now, we got to see what's going on with Vaush and the deep fat fried comedy podcast featuring TJ Kirk, the Amazing Atheist, Paulsego, Epic Beard, and Scotty. Wouldn't you hate to be Scotty? Like if you're anybody in that group, doesn't it feel like, you know, because like, right, not only are the other two better known, but it's like they got like nom de guerres, and you're just like, hey, it's Scotty. I'm Scotty. Hi. I'm here for the podcast. And they're like, oh yeah, that's right, Scotty. Okay, come sit down. Why does everybody else have an SM57 and I'm using a what is this? Is this like an SM58 over here? You've got the shitty mic, is what I'm saying, Chad. I'm saying it way too specifically to be meaningful, but let's get going. It's found at places where stratification isn't too destructive yet. Leafy greens, yes. More games. Okay. I mean, yeah, you know, Twitch is for games. 80% of the content that gets made on Twitch is games.
Right, I was a tax-paying
only
9-to-5 worker during both of those presidencies, so let's be real about this shit.
Wait a minute. I think I said this yesterday, but for anybody who didn't hear this type of debate, it does seem to be gamified debate, right? Because if you look at like why does Vaush exist? Vaush exists because of Destiny. What does Destiny do? He debates people. What did he do before he debated people? He plays games, and he sometimes still does. He's a, you know, games streamer that got bored with games and decided to play another kind of game where you debate people, but he's taking that gamer logic into it. And the fact that this stuff has gotten such an audience around it, has attracted so much attention, it is considered political content, I would say is, you know, a contributing factor to a sort of digital epistemological crisis that we have in terms of understanding how we know stuff. Because the idea of this kind of gamified debate seems to be that you find truth by pitting ideas against each other. The battlefield of ideas, right? And whoever's right is gonna win the debate. And people will stop debating with the wrong viewpoint because it's too embarrassing. You know, you're gonna get beat by anyone and everyone if you come in here with that nonsense, that stuff that's been proven wrong on the battlefield of ideas. then you are just going to be a laughing stock and you're not really a player, right? You're like playing with a fighting game character that is just not going to win. I don't know if there's any examples of that. I don't know enough about fighting games, but I can imagine one character that is just like the hardest to play. I mean, that's you know, that's what's supposed to happen to the Nazis. That's what's supposed to happen to the fascists, to the homophobes, to the misogynists, right? You know, if you believe in this theory of knowledge, like that should have already happened, and it hasn't. Because guess what? You could easily win a debate without being right. That's not proof of anything. That's a ridiculous thing to think. This is entertainment. This is a sport. This is not just entertainment or a sport. This is sports entertainment. Dylan Burns was right about one thing, and it's that this kind of content is basically pro wrestling. And so as much as you can tell like whose style is the deadliest in between two wrestlers by the outcome of the wrestling match, you know, that's as logical as thinking that you can tell what idea has the most truth to it by the outcome of a debate, or the zeitgeist around that, the perception of who won or lost. It's ridiculous.
You're literally doing the bit too right now. You're like, well, I wore my blue jeans to work.
Well,
you don't know
I've
shit, dude.
Maybe I'll remember how it went. Yeah, I know that triggers you young
think
people.
Is wise cynicism. Like, you think you're like, what, Rick Sanchez? You just don't know shit. You do not know. This is why you keep running back to the same, well, Biden's bad. I know. Great. Tune into my streams. Find out more reasons he's bad. You think you're brave or evocative for pointing out that things have gotten bad, that the
you need to write a book
worse?
like
Everyone knows this.
How Biden is the worst thing to ever exist, and why you should still vote for him. That would be
99% Hitler, buddy. Look,
yeah, I know.
It's fundamentally disqualifying in a conversation about politics for you to pretend that there's an equivocacy between previous and current Republican attitudes towards the dissolution of democracy. This would be like you saying, well, they're both equally bad on climate change when one of them doesn't believe in it, except you did do this, of course. I'm making fun of you. One of them doesn't believe in it, and the other person is just not good enough on it. There's no point in making comparisons. You clearly have a very strong emotional attachment to being a disillusioned, doomer, like cynic for whom nothing will ever be good enough. And that's fine, but don't pretend it's politics.
As I am.
So we're kind of coming into this a little bit in the middle. This is apparently where it gets heated. It's mainly a discussion about voting for Biden, right? Which, if you know Vaush, that's one of his things, riding with Biden. And, you know, like, I mean, he, I guess, is somewhat open to criticism of Biden, but when you're gonna criticize Biden, you gotta mind the timing, all right? The riding with Biden timing means that when there is an election on the horizon, an election with Biden where you might be deciding if you're riding, then you gotta play it right and, you know, support the guy. Even if you don't support the guy, even if you hate what he's doing, even if he's enabling, let's say, some genociding, right? Because in this case he is. In this case he is. Now, I mean, I feel like it's a more nuanced issue than anybody gives it credit for, you know, because what we're talking about is, you know, on one hand, strategic voting, but I think there's a little bit more than that going on. I think that, you know, as much as Vaush criticizes the people that you know, will cool on Biden, you know, during times like this, and you know, either start talking about third-party candidates or just, you know, be kind of pissed off and like, you know, I'm just not voting for that guy again. I feel like the trick of this whole thing with Vaush, though, is that he's every bit as naive as he thinks the people that are not like 100% in the Corvette with Biden licking the ice cream cone have, right? Because that kind of unconditional support is how a voting bloc gets taken for granted. And there's a long time between right now and the election. And if Biden wants to not have people deciding to stay home and not go riding on election day, it is more up to him and his policy. In other words, like, Vaush wants Biden to get elected. That much is clear. Vaush doesn't want Trump to get elected. I understand that. I don't want Trump elected either. Okay. But he thinks that the way to get there is to silence all dissent up until the point that the election happens. And I don't know, there's like a 2-week window you can criticize the guy. I don't know how it works, because I never feel a lot of, these are the people that say we're going to get the guy elected and then we're going to push him. We're going to push him to the left. We're going to make him listen. We're going to make him, we're going to punish him after the election for fucking us over, right? And it never really works out that way, does it? It never really works out. I mean, if you let somebody take you for granted, they will. And, this goes for any voting bloc. And also something that he doesn't seem to be aware of, or at least he's not accounting for in his take, is that he's not in control of the actions of the voting blocs of the American left, right? He is not making that decision for people. We do not make that decision as a group. We make that decision independently. And some people, given a bad enough Democratic president, are going to say, I do not want to go to the polls for this guy. And there's nothing that Vaush or I or you can do about it, right? So what you going to do in that situation? You want to help Biden. How about you do it by providing a little bit of feedback, a little bit of uncertainty on his part as to whether he can take you for granted or not, as to whether he can win. If you really want to help Biden, the best thing that's going to help Biden is that motherfucker changing policy. So in a way, Vaush is standing in opposition to his own stated goals. And that's what's so weird about that, is he's sitting here calling people babies, man babies, for not hewing to that perspective. And it's kind of like, I don't know, Vaush, there's definitely a man baby here, but maybe it's not maybe that man baby cry is coming from inside the house. Do you ever think about that, Vaush? Do you ever think about that? So anyway, let's get unstunlocked and try to finish this thing.
So you shall be.
Do I have the bars? Oh my god! Like me and Vivek Ramaswamy should tour, right?
My friend,
I'll be whipping around to like fake calm after freaking out when I called you a kid. Isn't going to make people forget about the earlier part.
I can't hear what you're saying when you're talking over each other. I can't hear what they're talking over each other. They're doing that thing. They're having a pissing contest. There was so much good content before. Natalie, can you provide? I'm trying not to. Okay. Don't stick on that too long. That joke will get old very fast if I overuse it. But right. Do you think you could provide some timestamps? You could pull the transcript of this. Like he says, okay, that's a good idea. I never think of that, but it's smart. Probably that's why I never think of that, because it's smart. And I am Irene. Okay. Give me the transcript. Thank you. Okay. Let's see if we can read this off. Oh my god, where does it start? Okay, as I am now. Oh wait. As I am now, so you were. Shall be. So all right, sorry. As I am, so shall be my friend. I'll F after freaking out when I called. Oh no, there's words are gonna get jumbled up, aren't they? Because it doesn't provide you like with a this person's talking now, this person's talking now. It's a bunch of words. Okay, called you a kid isn't going to make people forget about the earlier part. I know that relegating lived experience to some dude with no teeth sitting on the porch going back in my day. Oh my god, I don't know. I think it's mixed up together. Either that or they're really, really racist. Which is It's entirely possible too. Vaush is here, right? There's like, you know, when Vaush is here, racism is never far behind. So let's go.
I know that relegating lived experience to some dude with no teeth sitting on his porch going, back in my day, the blacks weren't so uppity or whatever is the easy way to do this. And I also understand that it's the easy way to do this to just go like, oh, you're fucking retarded, bro. Like I could do that too, Vaush. I could sit here and call you a yeah, you did. You said I was stupid and simplistic and didn't learn.
It's funny. He's censoring his R slurs, but he's still saying them.
Yeah, I didn't say the word retarded.
By the way,
wait. Did you miss one?
Civility politics.
My decades of political advocacy. I didn't learn anything. I got no idea how nothing works. You just think because you lived through a bunch of shit, you got a fuzzy memory about Obama.
Out of curiosity, do you genuinely think that being like, I don't know, what, 45, 40, whatever, means that you have like some hidden insight into politics that isn't possessed by people who are merely 30? Like, is that like the bar you fall into where you're legitimately doing the like, well, no matter how wrong I am, at least I have slightly worse knees? Like, what are you getting at?
I'm making the position that people, when you live through something, you might have something to speak to that a person that didn't live through something wouldn't. And I think you'd agree with me on pretty much any other subject, except like if I was a Hiroshima survivor, you wouldn't be here going like, oh, you think you know more about getting a nuke dropped on you just because you had a nuke dropped on you? You know what I mean?
Do you think
you disagree? I don't think you would disagree.
Natalie, I gotta go. Natalie, do you have any timestamps for me? Because I feel like I gotta go back here. This man is clearly cooking. This man is cooking, and like, I don't know, when you got Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen, you kind of want to see like his whole process. You kind of want to see what's going on with that. What is going on with this man's cuisine? What is going on with this man's beard? What is going on with construction in my building? Does anybody hear that? Vaush doesn't think experience means a dang thing. He is an expert on all. True. Yeah, I think Natalie's right. Natalie's usually right, but especially here, I feel like Natalie was right. Yeah, we should probably go back a little bit. Like, okay, like let's like watch the spicy part, and then we'll see how. Is that okay? I looked it up. He called him much shit besides what? He calls him like a lot of shit. How far should I go back? How much of this do y'all want me to watch? I'm usually like, I'm trying to be good here, right? Because, you know, I know I'm going to stun lock. I know I'm going to like take like 2 or 3 times as long to cover a piece of content as actual content is, but I do want to at least give the devil his due, as it were. I would say the first good timestamp is 35. Okay, we can do that. We can do a little 35 here. 3500.
Wide. This is like a very complicated time to be involved in politics. We can't do this like, well, I want things to be better, so like, you know, whatever, they're going to win anyway. The Democrats are weak, so the Republicans are going to win anyway. Like, we have to be very thoughtful and considerate
in politics.
I'm sorry?
Name for me a simple time in American politics.
Do you want like small me and big Vaush, or do you want big me
politics
compared to what we're dealing
Vaush
with right now, where there's like massive breaking news almost every other day with stuff like felony charges against the former president, or like an ongoing genocide, or like the fentanyl crisis? There are so many things now that are more escalated than they were
that
before.
Does seem actually pretty standard issue. I mean, other
compared to like the Clinton presidency or even the Bush presidency, things are
nobody needs Jenny Matrix, not even Jenny Matrix,
moving so quickly these days. We're at a breaking point. We're at the cusp of a decision that this country is going to have to make about whether or not we accept imperfect democracy or fascism. And at the moment, right now, as a consequence of
okay, I can see why you started us here, Natalie. This is making sense.
Failures within the GOP, people are trending towards us. They're doing worse with every successive election. We can't give up now. Maybe if we draw things out a little further, maybe the Dems stay.
Is it just me, or like, because like I feel like I've done this before. I feel like I like, you sometimes euphemistically refer to like United States policy as like we did this, we did that, right? But when you're saying like we, and the we is like me and the other Biden supporters, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Again, I'm not against strategic voting. I'm not against like trying to, sandbag Trump out of ever getting elected again. But the identification with the Democratic Party, I find problematic. And you could say that that's just me virtue signaling, but I'd rather do that than vice signal, I guess. Funny thing, he brings up Clinton and Bush, two famous boring presidencies with no wars whatsoever.
Annoying, but maybe the Republicans realize.
Oh yeah, which Bush did he mean?
They can no longer win elections if they continue to go down this crazy MAGA fascist road, and they have to dial things back.
This is Obama thought. The fever will break. My dude just said the fever will break. Look, that is literally something that Barack Obama said probably in 2010, 2012 at the latest. This is what Obama said more than 10 years ago. The Republicans are impossible for me to work with right now. However, if I take the high road and they take the low road, eventually they will see my good faith and the fever will break. We will eliminate down all the conspiracy theorists, all the people that think I was born in Kenya, all the fucking weirdos that they'll go away. And they didn't. They expanded. We got Pizzagate. We got all the weird Hillary Clinton theories. We got all kinds of shit. Right now I feel like I wouldn't have to scroll very long to find a post of a right winger showing video of a fascist group showing up somewhere and saying feds. These are feds. You see the feds? You see the feds? No, those are your dudes. Those are your dudes. They're racist like you, and they're fucking mask off, sometimes mask on, right? But mask on in order to be mask off. Those are your dudes. Those are your people. Those are not feds, as you say. Those are not Antifa. Those are chuds. Those are fellow chuds. Clinton was full of scandal every day. Does he not remember Lewinsky and lying to the grand jury? It was the birth of the 24-hour news cycle. How did that fever break in the 30 Years' War? A
bit, and maybe the threat level gets toned down, the heat gets turned.
Oh my god, but you know what does not get toned down unless you tone it down yourself or somebody tones it down for you? I'm talking about the top of the hour ad break, and now is an appropriate time to bring that up because that sucker's 4 minutes away by my count. I don't know. Twitch doesn't show me anything, but that's my best guess, is that in 4 minutes, you will experience 3 minutes of ads pumped directly into your eyeballs at rapid speed. The only way to get out of that is to get a sub. So you can do this with an Amazon Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you basically have a free sub on Twitch to give to the streamer of your choice. If that streamer is me, then you will no longer see those ad breaks. You will see you'll get a break from the ads, is what I'm trying to say. And you will no longer see those ads. And you will also get a bunch of emotes and a bunch of other cool stuff as well. And, my undying appreciation, because I know you only have one of those to give. You can also get out of the ad break for $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, I believe it is, by buying yourself a sub. Or if you're very lucky, and somebody's feeling very generous, you might possibly get a gift sub. Again, that's going to be more likely to happen if you're active in chat.
Down, and we have the room to breathe again, to make demands and concessions without the fear that our democracy could literally be broken in half with one wrong election result.
One wrong election result. Look, I mean, I don't like the thinking pattern he's gotten into. I don't like it. And I don't like where he's taking this, right? In terms of, your criticism of Biden is unwelcome. I understand the concern of another Trump presidency. I understood the concern of a first Trump presidency. I think that presidency harmed, everyone living here in ways that we're not even completely aware of yet, right? It was a horrible presidency, and even with as bad as Hillary, that would have been that would have been better. But the way that you're thinking is like an object that cannot exercise like its own volition. You're literally riding with Biden. It's Biden riding or dying, and that's not a suey pack that I want to sign on to.
I mean, wouldn't that rely on the Republican Party fundamentally becoming a different party than it is now?
It has in the past 20 years. It went from neocon to fascist. If it can go from neocon to fascist, I think we can break them back into being neocons. At the best.
Break them.
Maybe we can make better Republicans.
It's happened throughout.
You're gonna break them into being God damn. Like there's like not even any foresight. Like, look, let me give you a clue, okay, Vaush? Shit doesn't move backwards. It moves forwards. There's this thing called the arrow of time, and it's called the arrow of time because the arrowhead is here and the feathers are over there. And you're never gonna go back towards the feather side, right? You're always gonna go towards the arrow side. And as much as things may be worse, like I said, I just admit it, things are way worse because of the Trump presidency. That's not hard for me to say at all. That doesn't mean that you can go back to brunch in 2015. And that is what you're sounding like right here.
It's happened several times.
We can
in US
expect
history.
more of the Democrats
Parties could
once
change
the Republican
completely.
Party is pushed back from.
Like, we need to go forward, and there could be a better future than there was a past, right? There is, what we need to see is not just going back to, oh yeah, now we got, a president like Obama. Now we got a president like Hillary Clinton, right? Now we got a president like that's not what we need. That's not gonna get us where we needed to go at all, right? We need a president who's willing to get in there, with some kind of radical action against climate change, for one. And I don't think that's going to come ultimately from a Democratic Party president, right? So what should be the goal for the future is a situation where the Republicans don't get broken, and because that's not going to happen. They're not going to all of a sudden be like, yo, I actually really hate Trump. You were right. Sorry, the libs were right. The libs were right. I'm sorry about that. God, what was I thinking? That's never going to happen. That's not realistic. That's not going to happen, right? But what can happen is, like, a lot of those people die off. They become a more marginal viewpoint, and the sort of demographics do their work, and the new electorate with more Gen Z and eventually Gen Alpha and less boomers, right? Frankly, then you're gonna see that voting population somewhat dry up, not totally, but if you have another faction that's willing to go in and challenge the Democratic Party, then you could have a situation where the discourse is between a pretty conservative party in the Dems and a more a further left party, in some other party, right? That's kind of what you should be shooting for, not going back to the good old days, because they actually weren't good. There were a lot of missed opportunities under Obama. There were a lot of bad policies that frankly enacted under Clinton. This is not like, and the fact that you have to look back to the past, it kind of shows me that you've got no plan. That's not realistic. Going back in time, there we go. There, I told you that ad break was coming, and there it is. I warned you. I feel like, wait, did we decide if I'm Cassandra or not? I don't remember if is she right about the thing?
Fascism to neocons again.
Deja vu.
I mean, it would be
Also, Princess Mononokel, thank you for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that.
a lot easier, I think, to do the whole I'm going to threaten to vote for a third party.
And, like always, we've got our goals. I've tried to make the goals as expansive as possible. I probably need to, like, balance them in some way. But, the idea is if we get the equivalent of 10 Twitch subs, either on Twitch, on YouTube, or on Super Chat, or even like, let's say a combination of the two, if I can justify that, I'll go a little bit longer than I plan to today. We'll cover a little bit more stuff and we'll have some more fun because I'm definitely in my zone today. So
because I still heard all these arguments when it was still just a
you want to give me time to cook, that's how you do it. You hit those goals.
party.
They're still true. You should still vote for the lesser evil, to be sure. I don't think that abstaining
there's
with
no
your vote.
time when we can actually hold the Democrats to a higher standard.
You can't is the thing. You have dreams of doing this, but you can't. Life is suffering. Mostly this. There has never been a point in human history where it hasn't been suffering.
And they call Paul the doomer Jesus.
I know.
No, that's
Totally
no.
defeatist.
You have to find joy in it. There will always be.
I'm dropping some Camus on you guys.
Be the terrible
joy in
choice
the
you
whip.
have to make. Yes, life is the
Yeah,
whip.
love
At
it.
no point in human history.
Well, I don't ever want to hear that
please,
I'm a doomer
for-
again.
no,
I don't ever want to hear.
this isn't being a doomer. This is being realistic. There has been no point in human history where
Said
people have
every
had
doomer
the
ever.
luxury of just choosing the political option that made them happy. For most of human history, like 95% of it, and for a majority of people alive today,
Wait.
they don't get a choice. And for
Yeah,
the
I
very
think-
small portion
Was that a bong cough?
of people historically that have gotten a choice,
Is that what we're doing here? Did these guys even take Vaush seriously? That's what I was wondering, because I felt like when I said Paulsego was cooking, like I also meant possibly with gas, possibly with some THC and some Seder from Sam Seder. Possibly Paulsego might have ordered some of that stuff. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, okay?
it's usually a choice between two
What is up
lesser
with that?
evils.
When
And by usual,
When did Sam Seder become like our plug? Like, can somebody answer that question for? I'm serious. When did Sam Seder become our plug? What a strange world we live in, right? We're buying CBD and THC from Sam Seder and not from Irene Geller. Seriously, THC CBD company, get at me. I'm sure some people, anybody in the audience wants some THC CBD? I don't know. I feel like I'm stealing Sam's jokes here. Yeah, Sam's our plug. That's right. That's where do you get it? You get it from Sam. Sam Seder. Well, you know that like in between the fun half and the regular half, like that little cartoon thing. That little cartoon thing that wait, is that like the only thing I can remember from that video? DJ Danarchy. See, I'm not just saying Sam's our plug for like no reason. Or just really? Really, like how hard is this to find? Somebody find this for me. Wait, is that one of my videos? No, that's me. That's me now. Okay. Anyway, it's telling me to get back to work. Get back to work, Irene. Get on task. If somebody can find that to me, I'll show it.
I mean always. We will
We want, yeah, you want the fungus among us. With the chungus. Wait, can we get the chungus back? Can we get the chungus? Thank you, chungus. It's your 4th year anniversary. Congratulations. You're still here. You're still here. The woke scolds didn't cancel you.
never have the luxury to not vote for the lesser evil, because electoralism is ultimately about that final say, that final choice.
How about a far lesser evil?
If you
Can we
sure,
vote for that?
then do the groundwork. The
Iron Orchid says, why don't you be weak like me and the Democrats and eat your scraps like a good leftist? Yeah, eat your scraps, dip it in the bowl. It's good stuff.
media work,
You won't taste the mold on the bread if you dip it in the rotten soup, okay?
the advocacy to
When are we going to
popularize
do
those
that
people.
and stop?
Well, it depends on your
sucking-
democratic system too, because
You're gonna drop it in Discord? Nice.
no one has the American
Sure,
system.
Bernie Sanders nearly won in the primaries in both 2016 and 2020 as a consequence of a lot of work for decades to legitimize progressive perspectives politically. Now,
And he lost
and-
as a
okay,
direct result of the.
What does he mean? What do you, I mean, like, look, God damn it. The only way I'm gonna find out is to ask him, right? There's literally no other way. Does anybody know what he means there? We worked for years and years to legitimize the progressive perspective. because that's not what I see as the Bernie Sanders phenomenon. I see this as a phenomenon arising both out of like Occupy and the realization that that backing a more progressive candidate in the Democratic primary and defeating the more conservative candidate, the more establishment candidate, the candidate who was inevitable, didn't actually get us that much. That's where Bernie Sanders comes from. It's not like Progressive Voice and Brianna Wu were going around being like, we're here from the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Progressives. Have you heard the good word of Vaush? Like, right, that's not how, like, what is he talking about? Does anybody know? Anybody got an idea? The gall of that man shaming his betters when they ask for better than him. What are these fools talking about? They're talking about Biden and should we be riding and why is Destiny hiding? The devil inside and other hits from NXS. I don't know, chat. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know. No, they're just this is the discourse of, you know, so what's going on right now is that Biden is doing harm to his political prospects by insisting on sticking on the anti-ceasefire, like, you know, blank check for Netanyahu policy, right? He is harming himself in that way, and through inactions, through you know, lacks of acting decisively and aggressively. Even if you get stuffed in court, at least letting the American people know that you are trying to get them something good. And way too often, you know, Biden is just playing it safe. And it's like, dude, you're not safe. Trump is winning in what, 5 out of 6 like the battleground states. You know, like this is not looking good in any way. And you know, this like latest thing with the lack of a ceasefire, it's not taking people and, you know, convincing them to vote for Trump, right? Hopefully not. God, hopefully nobody's that silly. I'm sure, like, knock on wood, God. But it is potentially, you know, it's giving you a situation where a large amount of people might stay home. So in effect, right, Vaush's defense of Biden is a defense against that which might actually help him do better in the election if he adopted some radical policy pivots like yesterday. You know, like, he needs to do that, or he needs to get the fuck out of there and let somebody else run instead. Although I honestly don't know who would run, right? Vaush thinks that he's helping Biden, but like, the conclusion I'm coming to is he's actually giving, like, you know, defending Biden. And I'm not trying to imbue him with like ultimate power, because ultimately it's not about him, but you know, the net effect of what you're doing by defending him is actually not helping him. It's making him more willing to, you know, just bet on the fact that in a year from now, everybody will be so scared of Trump that they'll forget all about everything else and they'll show up regardless. That's what Biden's counting on now, and I would not count on that. That's not a smart strategy. This is bound to happen. The Republicans have nothing to define themselves by. The Democrats only define themselves by not being Trump, not being the Republicans. Both parties have their mask off. They're naked and afraid. Oh my God, I love that show. I love that show. I wish I could, if I was going to do the React streamer thing where we watch like shows together, I don't know. I don't think that would be legal somehow. I think I'd get in trouble for it. I think only Hassan can get away with that stuff. And maybe like 2 years ago on Twitch only. But yeah, I would watch some Naked and Afraid with you, because like I really like that show. That's like my favorite show. Naked and Afraid. It's great. Another negative thing with Biden, that the next term will be the last. He doesn't really have anything to lose. Vaush gets so much more deranged with with his Biden writing, the Biden deriding. I'm sorry, I like robbed your chat of context there. It's wild. This is birthing person's bonus hold. What? Damn. Okay, just sorry, I got sucked down the bonus hole for a second. Apparently, Javier Milei, the evangelical reactionary libertarian candidate for Argentina, has won the runoff election. That's bad. Why would Biden care? Trump will be unlikely to be able to unlife him before natural. Wait, what? Or the Raptor Squad for short. Oh my God, the Raptor Squad. The Raptor Squad is here.
DNC being
Not everything
propped up and allowed to run roughshod over the will of the voters.
not everything
Hi, scientist.
happens perfectly and right when you want it. The difference between Bernie Sanders being a front-runner contender in the primaries.
Also, I really don't like TJ's like his like stand-in. Like what the fuck is this? Is worse than Sitch's background. I don't like it.
And what the Democratic Party was like just
Also, Jink is talking on Lilo and Sitch. Should we cover that? Do I need to cover that? Do you want me to cover Jink's conversation with I almost say Lilo and Sitch. I mean Adam and Sitch.
20 years before that is massive. The difference that like
Do we need another Sitch and bitch?
people are like, well, he didn't win. Okay, and we're not all rich. We don't have unicorns. You know, Bernie Sanders, it would have been nice if he had won, but the difference between the Clinton years in terms of what was acceptable,
It was an asset his editor made. It's called this. Oh, so like onion nuggets. Like onion nuggets. Then I'm trying to get the vibe right. So deep fried fat. We're talking about a podcast crew. We're talking about the deep fat boys here, and they are coming in to wreck Vaush in his own man cave, I guess. There's like all kinds of lore. Like obviously TJ is the amazing atheist. Paulsego, I know I've heard of from somewhere, but this is the podcast circuit. I mean, this is cool shit, you know. Like if you like those kind of comedy podcasts, this is what they do. And the onion, somehow like the onion and the fat, just like we've got like Void Coffee chat, just like we have, if I may, just like we have Void Coffee. Although that's not true Void Coffee. I mean, if you're really a true NCC fan, you're like, and then you know, like just like we got Weasel. Just like we got weasels, they got onion nuggets. Okay, they're deep frying onion nuggets in the DFF compound.
Progressive policies could be put forward, what you could say on TV. And
Ilmandra, do they have a compound? Are they like Chapo?
16 years later with Bernie Sanders, remarkable. But when you talk over that, when you say, well, he didn't win, you're stamping on that legacy.
How come only Tim Pool's got a compound?
Real progress takes work.
The lore is important in my opinion. It would not. This is what makes it cook. These are the spices to the recipe that makes it cook, right? Vaush probably takes DNC money. Oh my god. Did you just say? Boy, God, did I say that? What did I roll that back? Somebody roll that back. Make that clip. What did I say? Avoid coffee. Oh my god, I said void coffee. Thank goodness. Yeah. I was like, did I say that? Did those words come out of my mouth? Chat, I'll be completely honest with you. I say so much stuff on stream every day that there have been times when somebody has like quoted me and I'd be like, "Oh wow, who said that?" And it's like literally me from 2 days ago.
Thousands of people, broken bodies, blood, effort.
It sounds like wait. Void coffee. I mean, I thought it was pretty clear. I mean, like clearly, chat. Clearly, we're talking about void coffee. And if it sounds like anything else, and I gotta say,
this is going bad.
I'm stuck in some kind of
Dingus Gambit.
And furthermore,
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
That's right.
Sweat, tears, and a lot of suffering, but eventually, maybe you get it, and the victory is worth all.
Does void coffee mean something that you didn't know about? Did I say, like, did I imply? Does it sound like that's what I'm saying?
All the suffering before, all the work that it takes to end slavery or to
Why
legalize.
Are they saying Vor in chat? What? Wait, did I miss something? Are we talking about Vor all of a sudden? Is that just a random somebody shouting out Vor? I didn't know that we were doing I know, yeah, Hassan owes me a raid. That's right. That's right. That's right, Hassan. You owe me a raid now. No. Let's make a clip where I get angry. No.
A marriage, and it takes decades and a lot of people's misery. But when you get there, it's worth it. Union workers.
Oh yeah, the soundboard is good. Thank you for reminding me, Computer Bailey, right? So now this sounds like a pretty cool thing that I have, you know, that only I have. It's my soundboard. It's inaccessible to anyone else other than me. It's not like somebody else could, like, I don't know, like sign up for a Discord and be able to use the exact same sounds as I use on stream. It's not like there's a Discord link in chat right now that you could click and sign up for that, and then you yourself could be the one just spamming these sounds at anyone and anyone who will listen. Weasel!
I did everything right and they indicted
Dingus
me.
Gambit going bad.
Oh, so good. So good.
Died to give us the weekend. Maybe we
Yeah,
died to
and
give
we've-
2050 a better Democrat. But
and
we
we've kind of
have
silently-
to work.
It's gonna be interesting in Argentina for a while. Yeah, Keffels might have to cancel her ticket to go see Bad Empanada. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Let's talk about workers for a second, because we've silently, in repayment for the blood, sweat, and tears that workers shed on the line, we've kind of silently, fecklessly, with a just insurmountably.
Is this guy related to Vaush? Like, he's throwing out words that I don't know if he completely commands the. I'm not sure, chat. I'm not. Look, this is gonna sound like I'm saying something very mean and looking down at Paulsego's, you know, vocabulary, but I'm not. I'm just asking. Irene needs tattoos, full sleeves would look dope.
Cringy shrugged off the economic degradation that's happened in this country. All of their
What
hard
if I get a bunch of like communist tattoos, and then they can call me a tanky?
won gains in the labor space have been given back. The company town is back. The robber baron is back. The unaccountable giant faceless multinational is back, Vaush. We've given it all back in favor of this weak, limp-wristed, feckless.
Wait, what's another word? What's another word that would go really well here? Oh my god, effete. Yeah, throw in effete.
Defeatist.
Defeatist. Damn, I was so close. Chad. I thought I called it. I was like, he's gonna say. I was like trying to Joseph Joestar that shit. I wanted to. I wanted to be like,
Next you'll say, you bastard.
yeah.
Next you'll say, you bastard. How could you have possibly known where they were?
You bastard! How could you possibly have known where they were?
That's what I wanted to be like. But yeah, it didn't quite. I was so close. I said effete. He said defeatist. I was like, well, if you're gonna say, you know, all these like words implying a lack of masculinity, something that people always throw in here as effete, but no, we're talking about defeatist. I guess that works too.
Shit.
What are you referring to? Reagan?
What do you mean? What am I referring to? I'm
you say
referring
this
to Reagan
weak,
and every
feckless-
president after him.
Okay, so I agree that labor.
Oh my god, that's the Japanese version. God, no.
rights have gone down with time.
It is not time for watching anime.
Right now, they're seeing a resurgence in large part because we have a president who's not entirely hostile to workers' rights. Because we have an umbrella of safety, Biden's presidency, union organizers, the people who work at the NLRB, the Department of Labor, they've had the ability to go out there and make changes that have meaningfully improved the lives of millions of workers with the potential.
That's great, but what is it going to mean if Biden, like, screws himself out of re-election by triangulation? We've seen this before. This is a classic Clinton move. And I don't think Biden's above doing that.
To do even more down the line. But just as the victory of Biden has given us space for our worker victories, Trump's victory back in 2016 has given them space
Tommy Butterfly
for their defeats, because the Supreme Court has, in that same time period, using their power that they were given by Trump's
what am
president.
I missing? I'm more focused on soundboard clips than what? At this point, if you get a DNC tattoo, you'll be a tanky. Basically, yeah. Anarchist Grasshopper
Waged a war against workers, ruling time and time again against their rights.
That's a band I would go and see.
Their efforts, their advocacy. The difference is clear. In the systems where Democrats rule, we at least have space to speak. In the systems where Republicans rule, we don't even have that. The difference is meaningful. It doesn't mean we're ever going to stop fighting, but we can at least tilt the battlefield to our side.
Yeah, I think that we need more than a tilt.
Then, but you don't get you can't keep rejecting reality in favor of an imaginary, hypothetical, better alternative that doesn't exist.
Then why even be a socialist? Just be a Democrat.
Because socialists are the ones who make Democrats do the occasional good things.
But how do they make them do that? By saying, you can take my vote for granted. At the end of the day, I'm going to vote for you. I hate capitalists, and I regard you as a capitalist, and I don't like your policies, and I'm massively disappointed. I feel lied to. But regardless of all that shit, I'm gonna vote for you. And guess what else? I'm not gonna say a word about you, because I'm afraid if I say a word about you, that somebody out there is gonna hear it and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm not gonna go vote for Biden," and we'll have Trump. That's
that they do
by doing what? By putting forth wild ideas that are improbable at the
wild ideas, like watching anime while you're supposed to be streaming. Yeah,
time that slowly but surely become.
No, I was just trying to find that Joseph Joestar thing where he goes like, "Oh shit, holy shit," you know, that whole thing where he says like all the English curse words in Japanese.
Common wisdom.
And
right?
how do you get those ideas realized?
So all the Argentinians out there, hang in there. Unfortunately, I know well how you are all feeling. Yeah, no, that. So the runoff, does that wait, are we saying like placed first? What that's like that's like final, right? You're not saying like one got the most votes in an election, which there will now be a runoff for. You're saying like got the most votes in a runoff election.
You
fight
fight
for them.
Yeah, that's right, because the election, the first round already happened.
Right, yes, but you don't just turn your back on the entire political process. Bernie Sanders single-handedly kicked
hold on. Yeah, but
we got some good news.
I'm tired of you saying that is my position. I don't know who you're arguing against, but my position is not to say fuck it to the political process. My position is to say fuck it to the duopoly.
That's the political process.
Right. In your mind, that's all the politicking that can be done.
No, I'm arguing the opposite. You're the one who's saying this is the venue through which you have to make your change. I'm the one who's saying your vote every 4 years should be simple and thoughtless. The actual work is in the advocacy you do between those elections. That's where I think change happens. That's where it does happen. You're the one who's arguing that you have to make this big grandstanding ideological.
That's when it happens. Or that's when it doesn't happen. And when exactly is that, right? When exactly is that? Is that like what, for the first 2 years of a administration? Is that where the cutoff is? So you say nothing bad about them in the the third and fourth year of their administration because you don't want them to lose the next time. You don't say anything bad about them before the election. You don't. You give them the sense that your vote is in the bag for them at all times other than, but like, I don't even see where they don't care, right? You know, they're in the first and their second year, look, here's the deal. Okay. as far as the leverage that you have over a president, you have less of it once they're elected. You have a lot of it before they're elected. Yeah, that's the side of the equation that Vaush just does not seem to be looking at all, right? It's complicated though. There's Vaush, you do not do no advocacy outside the campaigning for it. Yeah, I mean, like, none that I've really seen. What has Vaush done since 2020 besides punch left? Yeah, I don't see any sort of like agitation for Biden to do more on student loans, for Biden to Biden basically just enacted just is like building the rest of Trump's wall for him. Like, what do you want me to say? Wait, what happened with Cardi B? I just see Vaush as a word vomit machine. I can usually, oh my god, Argonian Bum, thank you for re-upping your membership or for starting your membership. I'm not sure. Wait, will it tell me if I look at the thing? Mage observes. Thank you for becoming a member as well. Wait, something happened, right? Or is this just like a bunch of, I can't even tell. Oh wait, there, I see it. Wait, does it tell me? Does it tell me who is this doing this? I don't know if those are just like automatic renewals or like if there's somebody I should thank for gift memberships. Vaush is basically saying the only time the Democrats should make a move is once they have absolute control, which is what right-wingers do. He wants status quo to keep his grift going. Yeah, this is the weird thing that he doesn't seem to understand, right? There is, like, as far as, like, you know, who a president listens to, there are institutional voices, which, you know, after he's elected, after he's elected, are going to be in the transition team, and they're going to, you know, be in the, you know, the cabinet after that, right? And then, like, outside voices, and they're, you know, once the inside people are in, they don't really care, at least until there's another election, about, you know, any of the outside voices, any of the voices that are not institutional DNC voices will not be listened to after the president's elected. So his whole theory is just out the door.
Defiance of the two-party duopoly at the polls. And I don't think anything good comes from it. In fact, I think it makes work harder for the people who actually do that work for the past 4 years. Because you don't provide them that space, that umbrella. All the people doing that NLRB work, they couldn't do it if Trump had won in 2020. They're only able to do these positive things because they were given that space. So we build the umbrella, we build the shield, but the real work, the difficult work, it is a lot of suffering. A lot of people spend their entire lives doing local politics in like fringe Midwestern towns, and they die without seeing any positive change. But that's the nature of politics. That's just living, right? I mean, that's always how it has been. If anything, it's better now than it used to be, because it used to be that the people who dared to speak up against the current regime were just offhandedly killed. At least now people get to live through their ineffectiveness, and sometimes we actually do get positive outcomes. I think there's a lot.
Positive outcomes is not a good callback. Thank you so much for gifting to YouTube chat. Wait, I can't tell who did who gave the, it's not showing me who gave the gift subs, but thank you. Oh, maybe it's anonymous. Okay, so that's like an anonymous benefactor then. Chat, do you believe in anonymous benefactors? That's like some mythical shit right there. The problem I keep seeing is that these guys keep talking about trying to reject duopoly, but they're the ones with all the power. Just thumbing your nose at it is as effective as playing along. Vaush, are the positive outcomes in the room with us right now? Yo, I'm not going to show you that clip. But yeah, he said there could be positive outcomes at some point. to a relationship between an adult and a minor. And look, like, I'm not on the board of the, Colleen Vaush, Adobe, file format that's, got a P, a D, and an F in it, right? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, that is a bad take. That is a massively, like, bad take. That is a Milo Yiannopoulos level take. And like, that's what people don't notice about that whole thing. Like, people saw that clip, and they, some of them made like an assumption that Vaush is like endorsing that. He's not. But he is saying something really disagreeable, at least to me.
Of value to fight for here. I'm not doomer about it. I just think that in the specific venue of like the electoral system and the leader you choose at the end of the process, there's not that much wiggle room. In this case, there's none. Because
Irene's got the files. She's got the tapes.
Because of the whole
wait, what do I have tapes on? What do I have files on?
fascism bit.
Yeah.
On the Vaush. Yeah, unfortunately I do. I didn't actually want to pay attention to that stuff because I felt like it was just stuff that people that hated Vaush used to kind of, disqualify his opinion about anything. And I was like, I would rather argue with him about his opinions on stuff. But at some point I did have one mod that seemed very eager to get me to look at that, and I didn't make the same conclusion that she did and a lot of other people about as far as like Vaush's like personal IRL behavior. But yeah, I do think it's a disagreeable take, and the fact that he's gone to the mat to defend it, that's what's more disturbing than anything else.
I think that we need to immediately divest ourselves from the two-party system and immediately come up with a better way of doing things. A third party is only ineffectual because largely because the people whose votes would help it.
There's a little bit of capitalist realism in the way. Sorry, I'm using that term really loosely. Like, I'm not actually talking about capitalist realism. I'm talking about the concept, right? The concept that you can you have so much trouble seeing a world where we're not stuck in a two-party paradigm, because it's kind of like a leap of faith that a bunch of people would have to take together. Otherwise, yeah, you get, if you form a third party and it ends up, splitting the vote between your least hated parties, then and empowering your most hated party, that's not a good thing. But
Paulmander super chatted $9.99. Vaush loves to hold up those who were sacrificed to get here, but he himself never puts any skin in the game, ever.
True.
Everyone wants to take the hill, no one wants to be first out of the trench.
True. Oh, yeah, that's you're on it, Hilmandra. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Oh my god, and I sent you to the kitchen, and I don't even have a kitchen cam right now. Chat, I sent you to the kitchen. It's like I'm gonna make you all food or something. God. No, you can see that the webcam is not plugged in right now. It's not even, I don't even know if I could reach it. But you know what? Maybe I could. How long can USB cables go?
Believe that, there's no point in doing it, so whatever. And that kind of seems like what you're preaching
I'm
here.
small again.
You're the one making that argument for voting for Biden.
Let's not waste any of our time trying to create a new workers' party in this country, because it's just pointless anyway.
Or just trying to push the Democratic Party left from where it is.
That's
not even necessarily left, but just like, hey, these things you guys promise, why don't you actually try to do them?
That's happening.
And why don't you? I mean, very ineffectually, in my opinion.
Yeah, because you have to pay attention to the details. Recently, the White House has been flustering on its position with regards to Israel's support of the genocide going on in the Gaza Strip, because they've been
Reagan ended that shit with a phone call in his administration. Biden could do the same.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Prop up Israel. All Biden would have to do is be like, hey, knock that shit off, and they would stop.
I'm not arguing that Biden is doing great here. I'm saying that real work is being done at every level.
This is about the complexity issue, because I think you say I'm oversimplifying. I think you're overcomplicating. Because I think that, a tire iron can do the job sometimes.
No, nobody is tire ironing.
You can go to Joe Manchin and threaten his ass.
No, you can't do that.
Like, hey, you do like
what you're
the guy,
you're speaking out
Just a suggestion. Is this?
of frustration.
This is TJ talking. Yeah, be a little bit more specific there. Anyway, I'm sure you're fine. I'm sure you're fine. Bigger channels generally don't get that kind of scrutiny. Generally don't get in trouble for misstatements, which is what that sounds like. But it was pretty funny. Nonetheless,
how quickly Joe Manchin folded, dude. Look how quickly he folded. The minute a Republican challenger rose up, Joe Manchin's like, I'm not going to bother seeking re-election. And then we're told, like, oh, he was such a valuable Democrat.
Because no
Who
Democrat
else did get elected with a D next to their name there? It's like, well, it doesn't matter if he's got a D next to his name. If when he's needed the most, he just says, well, sayonara, motherfuckers, see ya.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Joe Manchin is a great ally, but what you're suggesting, I assume, is to literally, like, threaten him into being a better Democrat. It doesn't.
Can I give you two historical examples?
Just threaten him to vote.
Let me be good faith. Like, this is like TJ is obviously saying, wait, now this is weird though. This is weird, okay, right? Because like my assumption when you talk about like a senator and use that kind of terminology, you don't mean literally threaten them. You mean threaten their re-election, make it a little bit more likely for a primary challenger to give them trouble. It's like threaten to cut them off of committees, right? It's stuff like that. Use leverage. That's what TJ's saying.
Do not go back 100. If you genuinely believe that the solution to like a gridlock in the Senate would have been the actual literal threatening of someone there, you would create impeachment and presidential scandals that would blanket the remainder of the presidency and lock the ineffective.
I don't think if you went about it right. I don't think if you went about it right. Yeah,
pretty sure a lot of presidents have used their muscle in some interesting ways.
So what if he doesn't have any leverage?
Hold on. Let me give you two historical examples where this very tactic has been used and worked. Lincoln used it. He had a whole bunch of operatives who were paying off people left and right, threatening people with investigation, promising promotions within his administration, and he managed to get slavery abolished.
What do you think? Okay, well, there was a civil war there as well. What do you think he could have offered Manchin?
A mansion. Offer him give him Hassan's mansion. That's what he wants. He wants to live in LA. He wants to be cool. He wants to have his own stream set up. Just get Hassan to give Joe Manchin the mansion, and then we'll be Gucci after that.
Okay, so let me give you the second example because that's kind of the answer. LBJ. Now, I don't want anybody saying that I'm making excuses for the Johnson administration. He was a piece of shit. He's got the blood of...
You could find any administration, though, and they're a piece of shit.
Southeast Asia up to his elbows.
Like, people always talk about Roosevelt as like the, closer to being a leftist candidate than any other, or leftist president than any other. But like, I mean, this is the guy that built internment camps.
His hands, you can't rehabilitate his image. But one thing you can say about LBJ,
the great FDR,
was he knew how to strong arm a motherfucker.
The great LBJ.
He got on the phone with the FBI and said, "Hey, I want you to look into, and I want you to just imagine a world where Joe Biden did this. Hey, I want you to look into Joe Manchin's business practices. I want you to take a nice hard look at what he's done. I want you to find some tax evasion. I want you to find some unfair hiring practices. I want you to find some illegal offshoring. I want you to find the dirt on Manchin."
Okay,
and then hold on. Imagine that it's not a weak, feckless dementia patient sitting in the chair, but a actual politician. And he looks Joe Manchin in the eye and he says, "Hey, motherfucker, I'm about to bring you up on 5 federal tax charges. Guess what?
So we need like a J. Edgar Hoover?
Guess how you're going to vote. What is Joe Manchin going to do? Is he going to run to the the media?
I mean, I do believe in leverage, and I think that the comedy, the precedent of the way that they're supposed to act in the Senate, that the Republicans totally do not abide with, right? I feel like there could be more pressure. That's I don't know if you're gonna fucking like threaten somebody with the FBI. That's maybe not the best idea, but
say like, "Oh, I've been dodging taxes for 20 years and Biden threatened me."
There's so many things wrong with what you're suggesting here that I don't even want to go into all of them. I'm
Okay,
not
give it to
arguing
me.
against the strong arming of people when necessary, but first of all, what you're describing, if found out, and it would be found out because it's pretty difficult to keep secrets these days, would be one of the largest presidential scandals in history. It would also give the Republicans legitimate ammunition to attack Biden, not only on impeachment grounds, but also on the idea that he doesn't actually believe in the diversity of thought within his own party because he's willing to go after people who are supposedly moderate like Joe Manchin. This would potentially...
Cormander, super chatted $9.99. My org did this, by the way, and it works. We had a council member using homeless pops to benefit real estate. We threatened to leak photos and recordings we got from dancers and took 2 weeks.
Okay, I'm not... Wait, did I... Okay, I mean, like that is I mean, you don't need to divulge anything that you're trying to keep secret here, but that could also be just a cool story.
Didn't Trump's administration kind of demonstrate that you can get away with a lot if you're just brazen and ballsy about it?
Yes, but the difference is the kinds of people who vote for Trump are Trump voters, and the kinds of people who vote for Biden...
I mean, but I get your point, right? That politics is a contact sport, and has all, especially when it's effective, is a contact sport, and the Republicans are not playing patty cakes, so
aren't Trump voters.
The Democrats, for that matter, are not playing patty cakes, right? If you try to unseat somebody that's got a lot of institutional support, you're gonna come up against the fire. They're gonna put the hot pokers to you.
Yeah, well, I bet you a lot of those
get away with
non-voters
fascist
show up
shit
to
when
vote
you're
for
a fascist
president that does stuff like that.
No, you can get away with doing fascist shit when you're a fascist with voters who will vote for you for being a fascist. When you're a milquetoast liberal moderate like Joe Biden, your room
that's
of
what
permissible...
I'm saying I don't want that.
and that's tough. So fight for 50 more years, and maybe we die having seen something better. History. It would also give the Republicans legitimate ammunition to attack Biden, not only on impeachment grounds, but also on the idea that he doesn't actually believe in the diversity of thought within his own party because he's willing to go after people who are supposedly moderate like Joe Manchin. This would potentially...
The thing is, he already does, and the Democratic Party already does go after people that are too progressive. People that make them look bad. In fact, this has a lot to do with Vaush's practice, right? The same way that he seeks to cancel, frankly, and marginalize any voices to the left of him because they make him look bad. That's how the Democratic Party institution looks at voices to the left of them. That being said, I really don't. If you're waiting for Joe Biden to, or any Democratic Party insider to, put the screws to Joe Manchin, not literally, but what's the other word? Figuratively. Yes, figuratively. Then you're going to be waiting. You're going to be holding your breath a long time. You're going to be holding your breath a very, very long time.
Didn't Trump's administration kind of demonstrate that you can get away with a lot if you're just brazen and ballsy about it?
Yes.
I'm surprised that Vaush didn't accuse TJ of wanting fascism. Just wait.
But the difference is...
I think we might get that.
Kinds of people who vote for Trump are Trump voters, and the kinds of people who vote for Biden aren't Trump voters. You can get away with fascist shit when you're a
president that does stuff like that.
No. You can get away with doing fascist shit when you're a fascist with voters who will vote for you for being a fascist. When you're a milquetoast liberal moderate like Joe Biden, your room of permissible...
I'm saying I don't want that.
and that's tough. So fight for 50 more years, and maybe we die having seen something better.
No, thanks. I'd rather have it sooner than 50.
Right. That's because you're impetuous, like a child. You don't understand.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, milk and toast are good. Has anybody ever actually had like toast dipped in milk? I know it doesn't sound very good, but just like imagine this, okay? you are like like I just remember after I got surgery that like I couldn't eat a lot of things, and like I was like I think I was nauseous for some reason, and that like I did have like bread and almond milk, and I kept on just like dipping the bread into the almond milk because that was really good.
How
Yes.
listen,
all
everything
true.
good, the air you breathe
True.
and the water you drink, everything, the regulations that allow us to drink clean water, unleaded gasoline, none of this happens as quickly as anyone wants it to. People have died seeing their dreams gone unachieved, and then had other people of the next generation take up the cause and also fail, and then continue from that point. The very first abolitionists were in the 1600s. There were
Milk and cereal.
people who
Yeah.
died in the Revolutionary War on the assumption the slaves would be freed after the British were
Yeah, and I'm
kicked
sure
out.
here's the thing. I'm sure a lot of those abolitionists were impetuous assholes that wanted slavery done now.
You're arguing
So
that
maybe it
your
takes
your
that kind of
argument would be
motherfucker-
for them to
Maybe you
give
gotta
up.
shoot for the f***ing moon to even just like get a
What the fuck is going on?
get a f***ing, like, you know, a 10-pointer, you know?
Your argument is
Or
that they
2-point,
should have
3-pointer.
divested
Shouldn't use
themselves from the
basketball
political
terms. I don't know fucking
process.
sports.
Like, they fought legislatively for the abolition of slavery for decades and decades without success. Through your argument, it would be like, oh, I've been at this for, I don't know, 10 years and it hasn't worked out. I should just give up. But it was only because of
I'm not saying give up at all. I'm saying
Yeah,
push as
I'm
hard
not-
as you
I keep-
fucking
I keep-
possibly can.
I keep-
It's the
I
exact
keep-
opposite of give up. I think your position is more akin to give up.
you are
and just
literally
accept things
letting
the way they are.
the fascist win, even though his victory will make it more difficult for the actual advocates to do what they need to do to make the world a better place.
How am I letting the fascist win?
If you don't vote for Biden, that's one less
I
vote
live
for
in
Biden.
California. I could vote for Mickey Mouse. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I live in a
Unless-
deep red
unless you're
state where
in-
my vote also really
Unless
doesn't
you're
matter.
in
in the
about
grand
unless
scheme
you're
of
in
things.
about 8 states, and certain districts within those states are quote unquote fragile, flawed democracy, your vote doesn't count
Florida
anyway.
used to be a swing state, and if people giving up because they're already majority in the state is how you lose solid blue states. And we'll never get how can you complain about the Democrats being bad in Louisiana when you're saying, oh, it doesn't matter if I vote for Dems here, I'm in a far red state. That's what they think. They think, oh, I'll give up on it because they're far right. You're saying,
Well,
oh, who
I'm
cares
not in
because it's far
Louisiana
right.
anymore.
Well, yeah, that's
Oh,
not
well,
him.
okay.
And
I'm still in a red state.
I did vote, by the way.
Okay.
So just so you know.
So yeah, so the logic is the same. This isn't about like we're talking about one day of work, not even work. Every 4 years, you show up. It doesn't matter whether or not you think it does anything. It's a very simple civic process.
Let me just.
He's like arguing about just like literally like as if their problem is like, yo, you know, voting is a pain in the ass, and I might have to wait in a line, and that's just like I don't think this is like a, you know, like a kid playing sick and not going to high school, like, right? This is what
I want to just clarify this really quick. I have every intention to vote in the election. I just don't know if I'm going to vote for Biden.
Who would you vote for if not Biden?
I don't know. I'm undecided.
Well, it's either Trump or throwing the vote away. So I guess between those two
I guess
options,
I might choose to quote unquote throw my vote away then.
which is like not voting as far as I'm concerned. Third party votes are not voting as far as I'm
wait, so no, he's saying he lives in a red state but not Louisiana, and that he's talking about voting for a third party.
Your voting isn't voting, TJ. No true
Cool.
voting. Yeah, f that, dude.
I mean, it's a two-party system. I didn't make it that way. It is that way. We have to
You
acknowledge
kind
that.
of are
way because of the
perpetuating that though.
Yeah, it's that way because of the complicity of people like you.
No, it
And
is that way
for-
because
for
mathematically,
generations, yeah.
the system we have.
It's that way because literally everybody makes the same calculation that Vaush does, that it can't change. And I'm not saying that it will change, okay? But I mean, if you want it to stay the same, like, you know, this is how you get that. Like this sort of virtue signaling and pretending that eventually you will get around to pushing Biden to the left, right? And when do you want to start doing that? Right when you have the least leverage over him. And anybody that gets out of the line, this is the problem with the Vaush standpoint, this fucking vote shaming. I don't think it helps, right? Anybody who is so, you know, despondent that they are like, I cannot vote for this guy, they're not gonna change their mind because they get browbeaten by Vaushites. right? If anything, that's going to make them more likely to double down on that. You know, the best thing that could happen is that the polls don't look good for Biden. Biden panics and he changes his policies. The only time you're really going to get any kind of, you know, concentrated pressure on a candidate is when that candidate needs your vote.
Incentivizes that.
There's
outcome.
actually other countries that don't use first past the post that still have robust third and fourth parties.
And fifth and sixth.
You mean they do use first past the post?
Coalition. You're talking about coalition.
Yeah, there are different rules for voting.
He's got a sody pop, chat. He's got a sody pop and I don't. I'm jealous.
In different countries that procure different
coffee,
outcomes
though.
when it comes to what you actually have to deal with. Mind you, the absence of a two-party...
Super chatted $9.99. Politics is gambling, Vaush. Just cause you get 2 empties in revolver roulette, doesn't mean you get the third. Roll the dice, play your hand, stack the deck, tilt the table, take the money and run.
I mean, that's... yeah, and bluff when you need to. Right? That, you know, if that's your take, right? If you're, you know, if you're the proverbial person who's living in a swing state and you know, you're not happy with what's going on with Biden's policy, right? Then yeah, you might want to bluff, right? That is an option. And unlike with gambling, there's very little chance of them calling your bluff. Right, there's no way statistically to look at voters who are disaffected and you know, for a candidate to say, oh, you know, they're bluffing, they will be coming back to me by the time of this next election. I mean, that's and sometimes the ability to bluff is all you have.
System has not made things any less in England. Like,
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's like, so there the problems that we're facing here, like,
I mean, they are
the two-party duopoly.
in England, right? They've got a national health.
No, they're pretty
plan.
fucked right now.
They're pretty screwed up.
I mean, not if
they're
get
trying
cancer.
to cut. They're trying to privatize healthcare.
If I get a cancer diagnosis, I'd rather be over there than over here.
Sure. That's in the process of being rolled back.
In the process, but isn't let's not lie about our level
like
here.
a holdover from a bygone era. Like, the current political climate of the UK is horrible.
Incidentally, the reason the NHS is getting privatized is because people let the Tories win too many times. So as a consequence, even though
they've won a lot of elections,
People let the Tories. Is that what he's gonna do? Is he literally gonna Hillary Clinton this shit? And say that it was your fault for not Pokemon going to the polls to vote for Hillary. If you weren't excited for me, it was your, you don't blame the Labor Party. Don't blame the party that shit-canned Corbyn, right? Don't blame the party that won't even stand by trans people half the time. No, blame the voters. That's great. Shame those voters. You got to ride those voters. That's what he's not just riding with Biden. He's riding the voters. The voters are pulling the Corvette, because the Corvette, the engine dropped out of it a few miles back, and it really did. I'm not even kidding you, right? This whole Biden like ship is like not, you know, they've burned through a lot of the wood to make the engine go on Biden's Steamboat Willie. I don't know what to tell you.
Even though the Labor Party is not the glorious social...
Labor also wants to privatize NHS. Didn't know that, but that's...
vanguard party that might have once been 120 years ago. There's still a meaningful difference between allowing
Vaush doesn't like Corbyn.
Conservatives to tear apart your systems and allowing liberals to preside over them competently.
See, I mean, but the problem is that
I love it when liberals preside over me competently. God.
That if conservatives are running better campaigns and getting more people to vote for them.
Also, Hulmandra, thank you for the super chat. I almost forgot it because the sassy British woman read out your super chat for me, so I don't have to do that part. But thank you for these super chats as always. Meow.
And that's how it is. Like, why is it?
Also, I like. Do you like how the sassy British woman pronounces your name?
Why is the onus always on like the non-voter or the third party voter to fix the problems for the Democratic? Like, bail us out again. It's like, do something for me then. Do anything for me and I will. If Joe Biden did one thing that I actually was impressed by.
NLRB rulings, was that
I'd
not
vote for him.
the NLRB rulings? Was that not the Inflation Reduction
I got him a
Act?
little bit of the way there.
The Inflation Reduction
We
Act?
gave him props. We were on our show.
Also, I gotta comment on the fact that TJ is rocking. Oh my god! I just realized what TJ's beard reminded me of. Anybody want to guess in chat?
And yeah, good job.
I am going to
this
the
is like-
UAW.
That's why my
I haven't seen this guy for a while.
chances of voting for Biden currently sit at 2%
Okay.
because of that.
So if he, so
It
the
looks like an Amish beard.
reason they need money is because you need, so either they take
I mean,
money
yeah, I guess you're right. I wasn't
from
thinking
citizens
that,
or they take money from corporate donors.
ZZ Top, also true. Also true. ZZ Top's beards do look kind of like that, right? What is the deal? Can somebody explain ZZ Top? Pubes. Okay, I mean that's we got various states of manscaping going on in this picture. That's true. TJ looks like Tizzy Ent. Oh my god, yes. That is also true. That is not what I was thinking, but that is also true. Vaush caping for the Dems so hard. That is true as well. I love ZZ Top. Well, you should explain to. I'm not questioning it, right? I just don't know what the lore is behind ZZ Top. They're two guys with beards, and they play like it's like a certain type of like music, right? Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. They play a certain type of music, and they have guitars. Good job, Irene. Good job. That's right. They play a certain kind of music. It's like Grateful Dead-esque. Is that what it sounds like? It's like Tenacious D. That would be cool. Yeah. Is it like, it's not metal, right? It's like they're the guys that. Oh my god, I'm trying to think. They got. She's got legs. She knows how to use them. Those guys.
I mean, you can decide which one you think is less concerning with regards to where the money's coming from to the Dems. Upholding or withholding civilian donations and having them rely more on corporate donations will not make the Dems more amicable to proletarian interests, for one. But for two, like, the only thing they need to do to be a better candidate for voting than the Republicans is to be better than the Republicans. You don't have to donate. I don't think I've ever donated to the Dems broadly. I've donated to a few candidates specifically.
I've donated to Bernie Sanders, and I know a lot of his coffers were emptied out into the DNC.
What does it matter if you've donated or not? Like, we know what your game is. Like, in terms of your political advocacy, it is canvassing. Like, donating not your time, but the time of people in your community. Like, how is that substantially different? Like, what's he even trying to claim by being like, I never gave the Democratic Party no money? Autumn Leafs with the £2 super chat. The Seder Army goes R R R R O O O O R R R R Y E. Wait, am I missing a meme? Oh yeah, Seder. Wait, there was something I was supposed to do. Thank you for reminding me, by the way. Like, I seriously would not, if not for that super chat, I would have forgotten that somebody sent me something that is kind of cool. It's kind of cool, and you might remember it. All right, this is like a callback from a day gone by. This is what I'm talking about, chat. Sam Seder's our plug now.
Jamie and I may have a disagreement.
Yeah, you can't just say whatever you want about people just because you're rich.
I have an absolute right to mock them on YouTube.
He's up there buggy whipping like he's the boss.
I am not your employer.
You know, I'm tired of the negativity.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. You're nervous? You're a little bit upset? You're riled up?
Yeah, maybe you should rethink your defense of that, you fucking idiots.
We're just going to get rid of you.
All right.
But dude, you want to smoke this joint?
Yes.
See what I'm saying?
Do you feel like you are a dinosaur?
good shit.
Exactly. I'm happy now.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win-win.
Chad, I'm so embarrassed. The people, I didn't mention the ad break. It came up. It took people away, and they're literally not seeing this part. They're literally gonna miss this part. They're gonna miss when Sam Seder becomes your plug, right? It's like, I don't know, like, you know, he's probably got a better rates for the Sebe Day and the THC than, you know, your local dispenser Ray per se, right? Do you think so? Yeah, Sam, Jamie. I mean, this is the opposite of a Nightmare Blunt rotation.
Oh, hell yeah.
Now listen to me.
This is teamwork makes the dream work.
2, 3, 4, 5 times.
I'm gonna go get
847 906 501 457 2 38 56 27 1/2 5 eighths 3.9 billion.
He's not a rapper.
Wow.
He's the ultimate math nerd.
Don't you see?
Why don't you get a real job instead of spewing vitriol and hatred, you left-wing Limbaugh?
Everybody's taking their dumb juice today.
Come on, Sammy!
Dance, dance, dance.
Rand Paul.
I had my first post-coital scene with
Anyway, you get the idea, right? That's why Sam's our plug these days, right? You don't need any other plug besides Sam. Oh wait, did I already have this like open? I feel like I already had this. Oh no, I was just searching for it in the, okay, now I got it. Now I got it. But I can't find. Is it here? It's here.
Yeah.
Look, we needed a little break. Whoever sent me that, thank you so much. Okay, I needed that break, and I'm sure some of you mods in chat who've been doing a lot of good work. Yeah, and I appreciate you very much. And I appreciate how difficult your job can be at certain times. I see you there, and yeah, thank you. Everybody give the mods a hand. Mods are gods. Mods are awesome. Mods are the teamwork that really does make the dream work.
Even I gave money to Bernie.
Yeah.
So my money that I gave to Bernie, I think some of it did end up going to the Democratic
No,
Party.
money in politics. Citizens United was a disastrous decision.
Oh, a good chunk of what people like us donated to Bernie ended up in Joe Biden's pocket and Hillary Clinton's pocket, respectively.
Of course,
so,
yeah, it did.
Gotta love that DNC.
We can't withhold because things aren't as nice as we want them to be. Bernie winning still would have been a significant.
Isn't that the whole point, though? Like,
I mean, here's the thing. You think I'm not fundamental? I don't know about Paul's position on this. I don't want to be conflated every time.
Yeah, watch yourself.
And I'm sure he doesn't want to either.
I mean, I sometimes, chat, do you like getting conflated? Sometimes I need to conflate. Sometimes I need to get conflated. You know, like it's just like
our positions are unique from each other's. But
as far as a hoe, conflated as a hoe. Fulcrum, come in. No, God. Hey, do you know what happened with Fulcrum? Does anybody know about this? Fulcrum turned out to be like a weird right winger. Did you know this? The guy that gets faded as a hoe. He goes to like Walmart, or he goes to like Lowe's Hardware, or he goes to some store and he's like, "We're getting faded in a Walmart." Faded as that guy turned out to be a right winger. That guy turned out to be some kind of weird right winger. Anyway.
I'm concerned, like I don't think vote lesser of two evils is fundamentally faulty, but I just want there to be a little bit, like, I guess for me it's a matter of degrees. Like if it's Hitler and 99% Hitler, I honestly don't give a fuck. If it's Hitler and 60% Hitler, okay, maybe we're getting somewhere.
Do you really not think that compared to Donald Trump, Joe Biden is at least 60% Hitler or less?
What would a Palestinian say?
You know, I'd have to go I'd have to really sit down and put it.
Poor Walmart workers. I hate to, and yeah, influencers trap and exploit people at work. That is true. That is a good point, Iron Orchid.
Down issue.
I'm so, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he was banned. The Yodi gang. That's right. That's the one thing I forgot. I had Fulcrum come in, but I didn't have Yodi. It's the Yodi gang. Yeah, I don't know. The Yodi gang kind of turned out bad. I do not see his videos anymore, so maybe he got banned.
Issue.
What is the Hitler equation, right?
Look at the
Hitler comparison is really fucked.
Cultural impact both ways. Look at the long, like the far-reaching effects of both outcomes. because I mean,
look at the 3 minutes of ads that you have to watch if you're not a member of this channel, and realize that you can become a member of this channel using a Twitch Amazon Prime, using $5 of your own money on desktop or $6 on mobile, or if you're lucky enough, by receiving the grace as if from heaven of a gift or community sub, which do happen occasionally and are more likely to happen to you when you're active in chat.
I mean, here's the thing, and I've always said this, and I've said this.
Chat. Oh no, chat. That's a meme.
For every president.
One in chat if you remember that meme. Does anybody remember the chat meme?
Throughout my lifetime. And I know that to a degree it's ignorant and sort of like self-absorbed and stuff like that. So, you know, I'll head that criticism off of the past. I realize it, and I'm not putting 100% stock in this. But like, if you somehow were to cast an enchantment on me where I was incapable of knowing who the president was, and I could only judge it based on like what's going on in the rest of the country, I don't think I'd ever have realized we were under new management. Like on just a personal level.
I genuinely
maybe that's
think
like white privilege or some shit, but
maybe. I think a lot of that is also because you engage with things, as a lot of people do, I think much to their detriment,
from
a very high level.
Killmondra, can you help me with this? Is that actually a cup of sody pop, or is that a spit cup? Because it almost sounded for a minute like that. I'm not judging, okay? I mean, I'm, you know, Vape Nation over here, but like, right, like
level day-to-day news on a federal level, like perspective, and a lot of the stuff that you concern yourself with is also like inseparable from broader economic trends that would have happened under any president. So as a product of that, like the very real, like if you want to know about the differences, don't listen to the news. The news will always sound the way that it does right now, no matter whether or not something good or bad is happening. Listen to somebody on the local level. Listen to somebody who works with administration, somebody who works with local schools, somebody who does legal work, somebody who's like engages directly with like the activists, NLRB, unions, anything. To them, the differences are massive. Right now, the culture of hope for unions in America, for like what's happened with SAG-AFTRA and the UAW, massive surge of hope. What's been happening with Starbucks, like the in terms of like worker advocacy, this is the best that we've been at.
Wait, what did Vaush do?
This is the best we've been doing in over a half century. Like, for you say you can't tell the difference. You talk to people whose job it is to pay attention to the differences, and it's clear as day. Now, to people like, say, the Palestinians, yeah, no, I wouldn't go and ask them to vote for Biden right now. Not just because
he's going to get really grim and say, luckily, they don't have the right to vote anywhere. He's going to, no.
You know, they're getting bombed on American law.
No,
but also because I acknowledge that there are going to be kind of common trends of suffering under Biden.
There's like a certain attitude that's like developing in him that I just find really odious. And like, Vaush, if you ever want to know where your hate following comes from, I would look to that, right? I would look to that. Like, now he doesn't get called out for it here, but just wait, because when we started watching this, we were like further into the debate, and we were right around the time where he really gets roasted for just kind of acting like a prick. Like you know what I'm talking about? When the privileged prick in him comes out, which for some of you might say that's all the time, right? But when it really, really comes out, when it emerges like like some sort of a bump on his head caused by a Vespa woman slinging a bass that then a piece of mechanical technology emerges from his head. You know, when that kind of privileged prick sticks out of his head, that's when I really see, and I'm almost surprised that his hate following isn't bigger, right? I mean, a lot of people have hate followings. I have a hate following, believe it or not, right? But you know, they get to like a certain size for a reason. With like Ethan Klein, it's because he literally used to be an anti-SJW shitlord, and then he massively, you know, wheeled it to the left, and those people don't like him anymore, right? So it's literally fallen fans with Ethan. But with Vaush, yeah, there's probably some people that used to be fans of his, but there's some people that just like really never knew about Vaush until he was thrusted, you know, like a prick onto their timeline, and they said, I do not like what I am seeing. I do not like this. Sam I am.
Or Trump or whatever else. I do think Trump would have made it worse, but still, very bad as it is now. But we can't toss that out. I mean, what we have got, what we have done is still worth fighting for and preserving.
I applauded Biden's NLRB ruling, but let's not overvoice the positivity here. There's still a gigantic gaping loophole.
Autumn Leaf says, I don't have time to follow the people I hate. Yeah, me neither. But I usually hear about them from the people I do follow.
That hasn't been addressed by the NLRB. I haven't heard much talk about.
And for the record, I don't hate Vaush. I don't hate anyone. I have no enemies. I have no natural predator either, right? As Chud Logic himself said, were there to be some kind of a cataclysmic, disaster, I would be the cockroach that survives and lives to tell the tale of Chungus Logic.
About it being addressed by the NLRB, I'm certain Biden has been mum on it, which is the fact that companies can still indefinitely refuse to agree to a contract. There's no...
Chat, should we put a happy birthday Chud video out? Should we do that?
There's no weight over their head to agree to a reasonable contract. There's no litigation process that a union
probably not
can engage in order to do that. And so there's still a giant loophole for corporations to be able to just dig their heels in, which they will use. And it hasn't been addressed by Biden.
Oh, I see. You filter. Damal says, I'm glad I only know of people I dislike from the people I do like. So it's like you filter them through, I'm like the filter. I'm cleaning your water. I'm giving you fresh water, fresh air, fresh whatever, nuclear cockroach chick. Exactly. That's the real NCRC.
And it probably won't be addressed by Biden. So,
I mean, they can strike.
Who is DFF? This is DFF right here. They're known as Deep Fried Fat. They're a comedy comedy podcast comprised of former member of the Drunken Peasants, Amazing Atheist, Paulsego, and Scotty. And who is Scotty? Scotty don't know.
Yeah, well, they can strike, but we've seen that Biden is willing to step in and
it can still be NCC
into those strikes too, right?
He ended one strike because it was right before the midterms, and then he quietly went behind the scenes and tried to get those workers he ended the strike for.
So he f***ed them and then gave them a reach around. Sweet.
Essentially,
at least they got a nut, you know. I mean,
yes. Well, yeah, considering the fact that no other president, to my knowledge, has ever done that, at least not.
This is what I'm telling you, chat. This guy's cooking. This guy's cooking with I don't know, with some high fructose corn syrup.
Since I don't know,
why is he defending strike breaking? Good question.
Roosevelt days, I guess.
By the way, the contract that Biden forced on them was pretty paltry in comparison to what they were asking during the strike, by the way.
I mean, this is just some old school shit though, right? This is old school YouTube, the way that the boys talk, right? This is the way that the boys talk. This is the way that the men talk, right? They're gonna, put everything in the terms of a prison assault. I don't know, Chad. It's not for me, but Biden isn't just fine. He's actually the most progressive president ever. He's just like Professor Pangloss told me, he's the best of all presidents, right? He's the best possible president. Reddit says that Vaush used to be a huge AA fan, and then he was an old influence of Vaush back in the day when he was young. Imagine embarrassing yourself that bad. Hey, I mean, I had an argument with Matt Bender once, so and look, I feel like he won that debate because I wasn't ready to debate my freaking hero. I didn't know he was gonna take it. You know how Matt is, right? It's just not a big thing. I just I was in fangirl mode, and it's hard to go from fangirl mode into ruthless beach mode. Ruthless beach when your beach is ruthless. What's up, Canadian Brunch? Good to see you.
Yes, because it was not. Yes, I agree. It was not everything that they.
He is slapping Vaush around. There's a lot of that in this. Yeah.
But in terms of if we're taking a look at overall good or bad for unions, he has been better for unions than any president in our lifetime by far. The rail strike.
That is such, like, for most of us, I mean, unless you're, you know, unless you're much older, that is such a low bar.
Thing is unfortunate. I'm not defending it, though I do think that he's done more to amend for that than any other president would in his stead. And all the NLRB decisions, the general...
We've had more progressive than Biden in our lifetime?
Advocacy for striking, the fact that the NLRB is...
I mean, at this point, you got to say, like, there was a time when you could kind of say that, maybe, right? That, you know, in some of Biden's policies were policies that I don't think would have been enacted by Hillary or by Obama. But at the same time, that you can find some policies on... In fact, right now, one of Biden's critics is Barack Obama.
Like, more actively involving itself in defending the rights of striking workers. These things are huge. But again, like, I feel like right now I'm arguing about, like, the particular arrangement of confectionaries on a cake when my opponent has served me a slice of shit. Like, Donald Trump wouldn't do, you know, some of this stuff a little better and some of it a little worse. He would do none of it, and the stuff he would do would be anti-worker.
Aren't you kind of arguing that you would rather eat a turd that has a dollop of Cool Whip and some little icing rosettes on it than a raw turd? I mean,
yeah, I don't want to eat I don't really want to eat either. That's okay. I get the point taken. Point taken. Point taken. Autumn Leaves. I still don't like. What am I missing? The Seder Army. Is this just like a meme that I'm not privy to? I thought I was pretty up on the Sam Seder stuff. R Y E. Why is that not clicking in my brain? Matt Christman ripping on Vaush never gets old. I mean, that's... Yo, wait, I was going to say that. Actually. Oh, no, you're talking about the clip. You're talking... Yeah, there actually is. So Sisyphean Task is actually talking about a clip that exists. You know, Chapo Trap House. I won't say alum because they're still going. The Chapo boys are still in Brooklyn doing their thing. And Matt Crispin. Yeah, like somebody brought up Vaush to Matt Christman, and he was more than dismissive to Vaush. Maybe even a little bit of ableist, right? It was rough. It was really rough. There's no hidden code. I just want to hear the AI voice. Oh my god, I should set the AI voice to say like things for like less money. I think right now it does it for $5 USD and up, but the whole thing is I just don't want I don't want somebody to use that in bad faith, so I try to keep it, you know, out of reach of that's a weird calculation, right? Because chat, I know there's some trolls that have spent money to harass me before. That is not entirely impossible, and I shouldn't assume that it's not going to happen again. Matt Crispin, what do you want me to do? Dangle keys in front of his face. That's what he said. He said, like, you're talking about one of the least intelligent people on the internet. What do you want me to do? Dangle keys in front of his face? And it just, you know, wait, should I just like find that? I should find that.
Is that kind of like the essence of your position here?
I mean, I'm getting forced to eat one of them is the thing. There can only be one of those. Like I don't have the choice to not do that. And I guess I would.
I mean, you do have the choice to not do it. You've just chosen not to do it.
No. Look, if we put chocolate sauce on it, it won't be that bad. A little caramel, some nuts. I swear to God, it's just like a...
No, I don't. There will be one president. One.
Right, but you don't have to actively...
Actually, that's not for sure.
Grab one of the turds and eat it.
No.
That's if you think about that phrase, that is not for sure this time.
No, I don't grab the president. The president's voted in by the country. There will be a turd in my mouth.
No.
Also, I think.
What are you, Ren and Stimpy? What the hell?
It's definitely going to be a turd in your mouth.
You got a lawn cigar, Vaush?
I think the difference between the two turds is a lot more significant than what you painted out to be. We're talking about the most pro-union president of our lifetime versus Donald
chocolate
Trump.
Dipped.
It's a pretty good turd.
No,
it's a pretty damn good turd.
I know. I
I
entertain these analogies because I'm not exactly like really that much of a Biden fan, but in reality, if you can't see the significant difference between the two, it's because you're ignorant politically. There is a degree of, oh well, aren't they all bourgeois parties anyway, that comes across as woke, when in reality what you're doing is just waving your hands at 1,000 complexities that people whose job it is to pay attention to this would be able to immediately identify and care about. We're talking life or death differences. This whole shit versus shit with some frosting, reserve that for like...
Okay. Wait, what just happened? Iron Child, thank you for the gift sub to Wonderboy or Wonderboy. However you prefer that to be pronounced. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you. And thank you for getting us started on our sub goal. Remember, chat, if we hit one of the sub goals, or even if I can like sort of justify, if I can like bring 2 sub goals together, you know, that we can you know what I mean, if we half hit 2 sub goals, you know what I mean, if we get there to the equivalent of 1 sub goal, I'm going to extend the stream. We're going to watch something actually good, not Vaush, right? Not Vaush. What are we trying to watch right now, though? Oh, yeah, the jangling of the keys.
No, sorry, Matt, Chrisman, and Trayon talk shit about you. No, I didn't. What, on Twitter? Or over their podcast or something like that?
Yeah, no, that Vaush
Why is there music?
guy, people want me to debate him, and I've looked at stuff. Hey! What would you want me to jangle keys in front of his face?
You want me to jangle keys in front of his face? Okay, well, that was a little more copyrighted music than I wanted to hear it with, but that's what got said.
The party era back during which Dems and Republicans were basically indistinguishable.
I mean,
Wait, Vaush paid for anti-Nina signs?
Invoked the shit with the frosting analogy. That wasn't mine.
You were the first one. No, I said a cake with confectionaries.
And you're served a piece of
shit. We need a replay.
I said cake with confectionaries.
Rearranging the confectionaries on a piece of shit.
No. The confectionaries were on a cake versus...
Vaush, if you were around during the Civil War, you would join the confectioneracy. Am I the... Okay, no.
The shit. I think that Biden, when it comes to union rights, I think he's the cake.
I mean, I don't know if I'd go there. If the NLRB secures the right for
I mean, you're talking about a country that has been served for shit with shit as cake for as long as we've existed. So
litigation process for unions to force these companies to come to the table and actually gives teeth to the union movement again.
10 out of 10 for that joke. Okay, Chad's being generous. Chad's being generous today. I don't know.
It's better than anything that we've seen before in our life.
I don't know, chat. Like half of me thought that was like some kind of a or something. But if you feel like it was a, then I'm completely satisfied with that. Look, chat. If it like a duck and it like a duck, then it exactly. You get me, right? You get me.
When a company can just cross its arms in front of its chest and go nuh-uh, labor unions cannot flourish in this country.
Well, that's when the strike happens. But again, this is still better than anything we've seen before.
That's not true.
Look, for the first time in our life, we are being served a chocolate cake that is only 60% turd. And you can't look a gift turd in the mouth. You can't look a gift horse in the... You can't... You gotta appreciate that there's 40% non-poop in this cake. And it's delicious. Have a bite. Have a bite.
Lifetime.
Everybody have a bite. We're serving shit cake today. That's all we've ever served here in America land. Shit cake.
We've seen better.
Which president in your lifetime has been better on unions?
In my lifetime, Jimmy Carter.
I strong disagree.
We got it.
That's going back a ways, but I don't know if that's right. If you're talking about specifically unions, I think Vaush is, like, not wrong here.
dissent.
Horse is mentioned. Yeah, I feel like they get mentioned a few times here. Irene poop puns are solid. Oh my god, yeah.
Here, a fact checker. For $5, Parker says, fact check, Biden ended the railroad strike after the 2022 midterms, not before.
Okay.
Meow.
Uh-oh.
When did he end the strike?
I don't know if that's
I'm
I don't know if that's true.
Google
Not,
this
that's
shit.
Not that that was a
chatter
particularly that was a particularly strong excuse to ask an entire rail union, but you know.
Jimmy Carter destroyed the trucking union.
Sisyphean Task says Vaush is like a modern-day Orwell, scorned by the left. He turns to caping for empire and calls everyone else a tanky. Yeah, and narcs us all out too, right? Yeah, snitches us out. Except Vaush didn't even write any mediocre books.
Wait, why can I not find this? Oh, late November. It looks like. Yeah, okay, that would have been after the midterms. My apologies.
I don't really think in my lifetime matters much. When I was a kid, both of my parents were blue collar union laborers, and we lived like rich people.
If only they had the privilege of being pro union today, they could see a lot of hope.
They were vote blue no matter who, Democrat unionists their whole lives. Voted the party line, campaigned, walked the line with other unions.
Based.
And you know what it got them? My parents were lucky to retire. They were lucky to retire.
So
when
you
they
understand how you're like making spurious correlations, right? Whether like because them voting for Democrats did not make the economy worse. Like,
Yes,
do you think they? No. Okay, wait. I'm sorry. So which Republicans could they have voted for that would have made the economy better by their retirement date?
Which president destroyed Glass-Steagall again?
No, I'm asking which Republicans should have won. I
Clinton.
Specifically want to know if you think that they had a worse economic outlook. Because you are saying that their bad economic outcomes were a product of them voting Democrat, and I want to know. Okay, so I want to know which Republicans winning would have made the economy better.
I didn't say that. You're trying to force me into a conclusion I didn't make. I didn't say the Republicans would have made the economy better. I said the act of...
The thing that's disingenuous about this is blaming voters for the complacency and cowardice of the Democratic Party. If you're not aware, the Democratic Party has been scared of its own shadow since Reagan. And by its own shadow, I just mean the, not even... democratic socialist policies of somebody like an FDR, right? And this is why nothing that the Democrats will ever give the American public is going to move us in the right direction. It's going to get us that forward progress. What that forward progress really looks like is that, after an administration, after a policy, the capital class is left with less leverage and the working class has more leverage. That hasn't happened in a long time.
Voting cyclically for nothing but Democrats.
Cards counting sounds like fun. Or I don't know if you don't like, you don't have to admit to anything that's, a crime. And I don't want you to admit to any crimes in chat, right? But like that actually looks like fun. Like that seems like that would be fun. Can I say something, chat? Okay, now this is Twitch, and obviously I would never endorse cheating. You shouldn't cheat, especially not at video games, and I would never cheat at a video game, especially not Among Us, right? That would be silly to cheat at. Why would anyone want to cheat at Among Us? That's a ridiculous, idea, right? But I will say that like cheating at cards is really, really fun. I've never done it for money, and I wouldn't do it for money, and I'm not saying that I've done it for any other reason either, because like who would do that? But finding out systems of being able to get around the rules, like I don't know, chat, like it's like that scene from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3, Stardust Crusaders, when the Joe Bros encounter one gambler named Darby, who challenges them to a series of gambling games, and finds various ways to cheat, and it's literally a competition between Jotaro and Darby of who can cheat the most effectively. And I appreciate something like that. So if anybody really knows how to count cards, Like, I mean, just, you know, don't get in trouble, right? You know, to protect yourself at all times. I was stuck in a van with a Vaush for 2 hours and it was hell. He insisted on talking about his golf trip. No, I can't imagine. Damn, that's rough. That is actually rough. He kept running red lights. That's scary. So it's wow, annoying and scary at the same time. Sponsored by Raytheon. Raytheon, where our motto is, why don't we just unalive everyone? The problem is the GOP are still going to get in, so the cycle keeps going on. Yeah. And also, you appreciate the knowledge of JoJo. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I can compare it to. Like, that's the only time that I've seen, like, my appreciation for the avoidance of the correct rules in a game of gambling has really been corroborated by another. So
because they're the ones that show up to a labor rally now and again.
What about cheating at golf? That's probably, oh no, Trump cheats at golf. Do you know about this, chat? Trump cheats at golf. Like, he's like the worse than the stories of Kim Jong-un, right? Trump cheats at golf, and like, he's playing with people who can't complain. They can't say you cheated, right? They need him in their life. They benefit from their relationship with him. So they're always like, that was an amazing hole-in-one on a par 4, sir. Excellent shot. Excellent shot. And like, I don't know how, I'm trying to remember like exactly how it is. It might be that somebody like throws, like he hits the ball, somebody goes and grabs it and throws, and then somebody throws another ball like in the hole or like on the green or like towards the hole. So
saw the same jobs that my mom.
He drives his carts on the green. Yeah, he would, wouldn't he? Doesn't he fuck up the greens too? Like, he's so bad. Like, when he comes to a town, what he does is he gets the town to front the cost for whatever event he's gonna do, and then he stiffs them. He does not pay. He makes the towns pay for his event.
Same job that my mom worked and retired on, and bought houses on. The people that work that same job at that same factory in my hometown can barely afford the rent on a 2-bedroom apartment.
This is happening everywhere right now.
Yes.
Yes. How is this the Democrats?
Because the Democrats have done nothing to shore it up.
Okay, so what would Republicans have done better?
I'm not saying they would have done it better. I'm saying that the people that are supposedly the best choice for me,
they are the best choice,
presided during
Biden cheats at golf 60% less. True.
Their time that they had, which was substantial.
Yeah, it's not supposedly, they are. If a bad thing would have happened in both cases,
I truly despise golf. From the fact that we have to act like it's a sport to how much land it takes to build a course. That is true.
Can't blame the better option for
also the fact that I am not good at it.
Bad thing that happened, if it would have happened anyway. I mean, at that point, you might as well be blaming them for.
I'm like famously bad at like miniature golf.
Well,
I mean, it just
the wind.
doesn't. It just like
Wait, what happened to the like button? Oh, the like button is like, where's my hug at? Yeah, really. The like button is Drake. I see. It is.
There's a lot of issues where there's not really much of a
the like button is an emotional Drake
choice. Like,
there isn't a choice.
On Israel, where's our choice?
You don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's so many issues where there is no choice whatsoever, and we're just supposed to accept that.
Well,
election cycle after election cycle, and if we try to change it,
I know. I'm not saying don't accept it.
The moment we try to change it, it's like, no. You gotta just go along with it.
I'm not saying don't
fucking possibly do.
I'm not saying you have to accept it. There are plenty of things you can do with regards to advocacy and political pressure. I'm saying no. Again, no. Please, again. This is political engagement. Okay, there are plenty of things that you can do to change the duopoly and change what is politically acceptable.
Lay it out for me. Lay out the change. How I
change
the duopoly.
Everything.
It's called you join in with a transmed weirdo in her political action committee. One that's trying to straddle your community and destinies. And whose biggest claim to fame is how much she seems to hate trans people, right? That's the way to affect change. That's who you want to be working with. Yes.
Other than who you vote for on election day.
What is it?
Advocacy, pushing funding, arguing with media organizations.
We got to get some golf with your friends going.
No, hold on. Go to local town hall meetings. Write letters to your local Congress people. Write letters to local people, like mayors, town commissioners, even like local city planning boards. That can do a surprising amount of good. Hey, in the past decade or so, we've seen a recent rise in legitimately progressive politicians. Right now, yes, our government may be broadly pro-Israeli, but America is more pro-Palestine than ever before. And why? Did that just happen out of nowhere? Did that just happen
Wait, why did that happen, Vaush? Why do you think that
of the ether? No, it's because people worked and
people joined Progressive Voice. Oh wait, that you definitely don't want to say that, right? Isn't she kind of on the opposite side of that issue? Like she's one of the what did he say, 67%? She's like one of the 33% that says no ceasefire.
They've been working for longer than any of us have been alive. There have been Palestinian
super Scotch
advocates who for decades have had their cries for justice met with deaf ears. For decades, and only now will people listen. And just yesterday, John Oliver, a generally presentable media...
We got John Oliver!
Personality presented a fully pro-Palestinian take to an audience of millions of people.
And it's all thanks to moderates like me.
You can do stuff. And you know what?
Let's do some stuff, Vaush. Let's do it.
Consequence of you doing good stuff is that people vote smarter in future primaries and you get better presidential candidates to pick from.
Wait, am I wrong about that? I like at least at one point she was posted Like, I mean, a lot of people have changed their mind, and if she's changed her mind about the ceasefire, then good for her. But
changing the first past the post system or the way we currently do things on a structural level, it's still always going to be a lesser of two evils deal.
Don't you
but
think?
It doesn't mean you.
Chat, what would it be like to hang out with these boys and get sushi? Do you think I should go have sushi with the boys?
Don't do anything.
We could save those Palestinians a lot faster if all of those people who say, "Hey, I want a choice on Israel." We're like, I don't know if I'm voting for a Democrat this year. Earn my vote.
Again, stop with the fairy time bullshit. If all of these people somehow...
He's got a beard, Vaush. Of course he's going to give you fairy time bullshit.
Magically...
Deep fried... Yeah, I bet they would have vegan sushi, right? I would think. Like, there'd be like some... Maybe not. Maybe they'd be like, what? That's an oxymoron. What are you talking about, vegan sushi? I'm talking about an umabashi roll. I'm talking about an avocado roll, okay? I'm talking about a garden roll. I'm talking about a natto roll, if you will, right? Did anybody else here like a good natto roll? Am I like the only one here? Can we get some love for natto rolls? Anybody had a good natto roll lately? Avocado rolls are really good. Yeah. I really like the ones where they got they work lettuce into there and like a little bit of cucumber. And wait, what else is in there? But yeah, natto, it's like a fermented bean. It's a fermented soybean that you can roll into your sushi, and it's good. Natto is made of the devil. Listen, if you speak like somebody who's actually made natto in your house before. It definitely smells like the devil. You're British, so you can't relate. It's not a very British food. Yeah, this is not how the way that the Brits eat their beans, right, on toast. Which also sounds kind of good. I'm just hungry. You've not had, nobody else has had that. You have had one, but you're not a fan. It's an acquired taste, can I say? It's a bit of an acquired taste. It's not something that's really taken hold in the US. I feel like people like umeboshi rolls, and they're okay with those, but they don't like natto rolls. You've never had it?
Coordinated. Listen.
You know what the cool thing about it though is, Iron? Is that when you bite into that natto roll and you pull it away from your mouth, there's like a strand of like fermented natto juice. Like, right? It's like a cheese pizza, you know, you bite into it and you take it away and there's like a strand between your mouth and the roll. That's how you know you've got good natto. You're natty. If that natty counts, I think.
Over here in reality, if some of these people all magically
is that too much? Is that too much? Is that too much information? Yeah, it's like, yeah, you do basically
coordinated. If some of these people all magically, if some of these people all magically coordinated and they all decided on a single wedge issue,
a magic wand over
if
this
they
shit?
No, you evoked magical Trevor because that's how old school you are, Amazing Atheist.
all decided on a single wedge issue to shift their vote on one wedge issue to another candidate who would have to be developed and organized and funded and promoted entirely on this wedge issue, they would then have to have more people voting for them than the entire unified Republican Party. Ergo, what you're talking about has never happened.
Wait, the quartering pooped in half of Walmart? Only half?
Cannot happen. You are talking about fantasy.
It takes like a year to make natto? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. What was it? Oh. It takes a year to make miso. That part's true. It takes a year to make miso. That is true, right? Natto, I think it makes a little bit quicker, but like I'm trying to remember how it works because I'm lucky enough, like if you can keep it warm, if you can keep it slightly warm, it makes itself faster. I think it's like a week maybe.
Bullshit. You're not happy with how tedious reality is. You are not.
You're just waiting for the accusations of being pro-Trump to get slung around. Yeah, that's gonna happen. I'm pretty sure.
Brave.
Why do you think?
Yeah. Miso's like a whole ass project too. Like when people make miso, they like bring their friends over to their house to help them. Like I think you gotta pound it. Don't you have to pound miso? You just like fucking pound that shit to get it to turn into miso, and then you wrap it up in a plastic bag and you store it away for like months. I don't know. Is it a year? Maybe it is a year. The only way to change the crap Vaush is advocating for is to do the opposite of what he says.
Throwing up your arms in the air. You are.
I want soup.
Not brave for throwing your arms up in the air, ignoring reality, and only saying you'll lift a finger
like a thick soup
off, or lift your ass off the seat.
Like a coconut milk soup.
Some implausibly, impractical, historically like unprecedented shit happens that no political analyst would ever say would happen. But you're like, only for this will I, politics king, get out of.
That's awesome, Soul Life. Pound me like miso.
Of my seat and do shit. You're not special. And no, you are. You're special in a class sense. You're
gonna make lasagna soup? That sounds really good.
More privileged than the people liable to suffer. If this country goes under, I can leave. I'm rich. But there are millions of people in this country.
Millions of people
who not only don't have that privilege, but they work tirelessly to put the effort
to put the peaches in a can
in where you think there's no point. Your day for work is not at the election booth. Your day for work is 4 years before.
What is up with this Vaush like working class virtue signal thing that's going on, right? Does he not know how cringe it is for him to pull this shit? Does he not know how this comes off? This is what I'm saying. That giant prick is starting to come through his forehead even harder, right? It's going to be just some kind of alien technology that we don't even know about, right?
Earn the vote of a voter. That's not unprecedented. That's literally politics
whining
101.
that you're not being catered to. You have it better than 90% of the people on this planet.
We're not talking about me personally being catered to. We're talking about the huge block of people who oppose the genocide going on in the Gaza Strip and to be heard.
And they're doing, and they're doing work. And they're
so yeah, TJ's privileged for wanting a president to use their leverage on Israel to call for a ceasefire. That's TJ being privileged. Wow. Thinking that Vaush is getting paid by the CIA. I don't know if we can verify that. I don't know if we have all those super chats are funding his lifestyle.
live.
Well, I mean, he's able to get catering or at least get, you know, Uber Eats.
Genocide.
Their lives will not get any easier if they just don't participate.
If those politicians have to spin on that issue to change on that issue in order to secure those votes.
You're just speaking for them. You're privileged. You're
privileged
and arrogant, and you're angry, and you're using them as a shield. You're using.
I mean, everybody here is like kind of privileged, you know, except for me. But like, I mean, no, anyway. Sorry, like this is like, this is not a discussion of privilege, is what I'm trying to say. Not that I don't experience privilege. That would be silly for me to say. He uses DoorDash for every meal. Damn.
Them as a shield.
So of course these people would have a huger incentive than ever to
You're
want to
hiding
win.
behind them. The math doesn't change. The math doesn't change
Math
for you
doesn't change.
or
That's
for
right.
me.
Democrats
for nobody.
Can't win
if
unless
you
people who are.
I want like crunchy like potato crisps or chips or like fries. Yeah, like I want like fries with some kind of gravy. You know what I'm saying, chat? I'm just like
against the genocide, still vote for them.
Gravy fries.
Want the world to get better.
Hassan cooks all his meals.
You do the work between the election.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's on his macros. He's really serious about his macros.
And during the election, you make the best choice, and then you get your ass back to work. You, like me, spend a lot of our time watching
fried breadfruit and sausage gravy with hash. That sounds really. I've never had breadfruit before, Iron Orchid. I truly can't believe that I live in a world where Amazing Atheist is the less unbearable person in an argument with a leftist, nonetheless, right? With a leftist.
Online, that's our jobs. But the difference
Hassan eats an entire bird every day
between you and me is that I don't think I'm special for my
It's like a tree potato. I would try that.
abstemiousness from the process that other people have lived and died and bled for. Trying
on Sam Seder, yeah, our plug, Sam Seder, he grows everything from scratch, including his CBD and his THC. His CBD and his THC, all grown from scratch. He streams all day. Can he make a damn meal? He streams for like what is it like? Actually, you know, here's the thing with Vaush, right? And let me give you a little backroom chatter. Okay, apparently there were a lot of his community members who were upset at how few days a week he was streaming recently. Right now, I think he streamed yesterday and he streamed today, so maybe he's just taking a little break. But yeah, he streams this is like a 3-hour video. How much is this? I think he only streams for like 4 hours, right? Am I right about that? He streams for, I think he might stream less hours a week than me.
To build a world comfortable enough that we could be dipshits in a computer.
It's actually Paulsego who is the most bearable in this debate.
Chair.
Yeah.
You can do the work. You have to do the work. You do not have a right to complain and pretend that you are smarter for keeping your...
You are not smarter than Vaush. You are not smarter than Destiny. You are not smarter than Infrared. You are not smarter than Sock Done Left. You are not smarter than Merrick. But if you listen, you might learn.
Hands off the work.
Well, where are you?
Did he used to stream for like 8 hours?
People who are bleeding and dying right now, and we want to vote for the party that's allowing
the
it to happen.
people who are bleeding and dying right now, the most likely people.
It's a cringe meme, Kit Marlowe. In fact, I think I don't know who all has posted this, but it was like I don't know, actually. No, yeah, it's cringe. I assume when I see that posted that people are kidding about it, but I gotta admit I can't confirm that. I can't confirm, but what I can confirm for you right now is that we've got another ad break coming up in about 9 minutes. In about 9 minutes, you're going to get hit with ads if you don't have a little Persona 2 avatar right by your face, right? So there are several ways that you can take care of that and get yourself out of the ad break, save your eyeballs from the misery of having 3 minutes of ads pumped into them every 1 hour, right? You can do that with a Twitch Prime sub that costs you nothing. and puts money in my pocket, takes it away from Bezos, and gives you emotes in addition to not having to watch those ad breaks. You can do that for $5 a month or for $6 a month on mobile by buying your own, or if you're lucky enough, you might have it done for you by somebody very kind and gracious looking to give gift subs. Again, though, getting a gift sub, your best bet is to be active in chat so people can see that you're missing one and that you're subject to that ad break. So 10 out of 10, I'm doing okay.
The bleed
learning from Merrick. I'm so kidding, chat. I'm so you know that I'm not serious when I say, what is Merrick's deal? Good question. I've always wondered that. I've actually I've talked to Merrick before. Like, I've talked to most of these people at one time or another when I was a lot a lot more forgiving as far as bad takes.
The poorest people in this country, those people vote Democrat. The poorer you are in this country, the more likely you are to vote Democrat, because in spite of the fact that your average American poor or rich is a hard, the significant proportion of people understand if you
wait, top chat turned on your browser, it turned back on to top chat. Yeah, top chat's annoying because sometimes you don't see people.
You're poor in this country, there is a difference between living under a Democrat and living under a Republican, and you are trampling over that and the work that other people have made, the sacrifices. Do you think
the brave soldiers like Brianna Wu have made for us? Brianna Wu gamergated herself so that we might find a progressive vision, a progressive voice, if you will.
Do you think that winning is the hard part of politics? Losing is. Losing is the name of the game. It always has been for every group all the time ever. Most of life is learning to deal with compromise.
Let me
Thanks a lot, Dad. This was a great conversation. Thanks a lot. This is great. This is great. 1/3 of chat or 90. Wait, what is like 1/3 of chat? Top chat. Oh yeah, it only gives you 1/3 of chat.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Because I think that this is pertinent. You seem very agitated at the idea that publicly,
God, I need a big gulp of water too.
vociferously withholding your vote from
He's swishing it, chat. He's swishing. It's like he's teasing me. He's like, I'm more hydrated than you.
a politician can have a profound effect on their policy.
That's true.
And he's probably got cheesy fries too.
You're not special.
Like you
know the crunchy cheesy fry things? Why? God damn. It's like anytime I'm in a caloric deficit, I automatically fantasize about the most calorically dense food I can think of.
You do understand that Biden is less likely to move if Democratic voters act like you than if he acts like
Thank you. I am so glad to not be the only one saying this.
us, and then if Democratic voters act like us.
Your own goals, Vaush, you are unwittingly opposing while calling people on the other side of the issue naive. Vaush, who is naive here? Who is naive?
Us, right?
Well, I advocate for the ruthless harassment of Democratic politicians to get them to demand a ceasefire. And
you announced your intent to vote for Joe Biden before the election was even.
Wait, raw onions? I think these guys like onion nuggets, right? They like deep fried fat onion nuggets, in fact. Norman posted a reference to a book that is a bioessentializes women's natural. What? Oh no, that's so cursed. Are you talking about our friend Norman Finkelstein? Kit Marlowe? Are we talking about Finkelstein again? Yo, chat, I gotta tell you, I got so much pushback on yesterday's stream from Finkelstans. And what the thank you for the follow, by the way, on Twitch, Autumn Leaves. I got so much freaking hate. Like, right, and if you watch that thing, I feel like I might have messed up on that. But I don't think I messed up on it by overemphasizing what's wrong with Finkelstein's views. I feel like, if anything, it was the opposite. If you look at the time that I was showing, Norman Finkelstein in a good light versus the time that I was showing Norman Finkelstein in a negative light, right? Most of that stream was positive, and yeah, he is Yesterday's stream was great. Yeah, Finkelstein stands even, not even just fans, like people that are like ride or die for Norman. And look, I mean, I get that he's one of the only voices out there, you know, especially that has such a deep understanding of the issue that's being spoken about, but I feel like we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And the only reason that I went over that stuff, the only reason that I went over his takes on trans issues was because I didn't want to make somebody, you know, I think there was at least one person who felt like I was glorifying him without giving that context of like, you know, yeah, good on this issue, not so great on these issues. And like you know, that's my responsibility to my community. I'm sorry, you're not going to get me off of that. You're not going to get me to reify, you know, like an academic, you know, if there's, you know, multiple sides to them. Oh my god, just like there's multiple sides to the top of the hour ad break. No, just wait, we're 3 minutes away from that thing. We're 3 minutes away, so we are coming down to crunch time. If you want to get out of that, you've got wait, what do they say? Make your time, like your base belongs to all of your base belongs to us. Something, make your time. It's like one of those make your time things. Yeah, make your time. You got 3 minutes before all your base.
Over the last time.
They don't, yeah, and I will continue to. They don't care.
So these weren't stands on Twitch. These were stands on YouTube.
Threaten to withhold your vote. If voter retention, or sorry, if voter abstemiousness.
And here's the fucked up thing, okay? At the end of the day, I like Norman Finkelstein, despite the fact that he obviously doesn't like me. I find him to be a compelling figure in his fights against Alan Dershowitz. I find, you know, there's a lot in his story that is very, you know, compelling, that is very likable. And we still have to remind ourselves that, you know, that no one's perfect, least of all him. How I sleep knowing I support Sam Seder, who has 0 problematic tapes. True.
Something that motivated them to change their behavior. The fact that this country has like,
do I always get 2 out of 10s?
60% participatory in our federal elections would have been enough to make a difference at this point. That what matters to them is which political bloc is.
I think it was a pretty good recovery from accidentally hitting the kitchen scene button.
Most likely to respond to positive messaging when it comes.
I should just get a picture of myself, like cutting up vegetables or something like that, and put it right here, so that whenever I accidentally hit this thing, we can take this off. By the way, like this is a old, yeah, that sponsorship is no longer valid. But yeah, I feel like there needs to be a picture of Irene cooking in here. Wait, can we make that happen? We find a picture of me cooking? Is that like a possibility even? There we go. There we go. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. Okay, we're back. We're back.
To voting to us. So when leftists continuously signal that we are the pickiest motherfuckers in the world and we will act against our own interests to throw our hands up to not vote, they're going to shift more with the moderates. The reason why the Democratic platform shifted to the left after Bernie Sanders normalized that shift left was because...
Oh my God, Kip Marlowe says they wrote their comments, the Finkelstans, they mean, they wrote those comments using electric typewriters. That's right. That's right. Advanced electric typewriters.
Bernie Sanders proved that there was an active, mobilized, young, left-leaning contingent of voters in this country. He proved the
oh my God, we got Snugs in chat.
Existence of a voting bloc that the senile in Washington didn't know about.
I love to see Snugs in chat.
Before they didn't care about them. We need to prove that bloc still exists. We can be rowdy. We can argue. We can threaten.
The whole Finkelstein thread is about how men like Shapiro and Peterson make bat crazy statements, and that women like Michaela Peterson and Candace Owens make respectful, logical, accurate statements. Yeah. So that if you don't get that reference, Finkelstein's debate with Destiny, he had 3 people in mind: Brianna Joy Gray, right? Michaela Peterson and Candace Owens. So I mean, I don't know.
A wide variety of things, but my job isn't to posture, and I'm not good at theater, so the math stays the same with me. Now, I don't have an issue with people who want to reserve the vote right now. What I have an issue with is the idea that abstemiousness from this process.
Look at the old pictures of Vaush versus now. His eyebrows are totally different. He he has, definitely changed his look.
A lack of participation or willful, like, disregarding of reality with regards to who we're going to get at the end of election day. These things bother
There's the ad break.
me because there is hope. I'm not pitching hopelessness. I hope constantly for the work of the people who do stuff in between the elections. I just don't like the idea that
Oh, for real? I didn't know about that, Autumn Leaves.
the day to take a stand from work to complacency, whether you're doing something
You did mean acute.
or not, is at that voting booth, because I don't think that. I think that it's a marginal part of political activism.
Ostentatious is a word, and obstinate is a word. Did he say ostentatious? Did he do that? That's a classic Vauchism. Look, I don't like to laugh at people, try to put on airs as like some kind of intellectual. I know all the big words, right? But I do notice that certain interlocutors like Vaush or President Sunday, they like to fill up their vocabulary with words, especially in Vaush's case, more so with Vaush than with our friend President.
This is going bad.
Sunday, right? That sometimes he stretches his word power a little too far. Let's just say. And you do have those malapropisms, and I enjoy those, but just understand that I'm not enjoying them from like an elitist sort of way that you have to pronounce every word correctly or else you suck. That's not what I'm saying. Why is Vaush wearing a Trader Joe's bag for a shirt? I think I have that bag.
So you don't think so you think that Democrats don't care about losing, but
it's kind of an ugly shirt. Yeah.
You also think,
am I wrong, Chad? Is that an okay shirt?
That fascism is
I wouldn't know how to dress a man if I had one.
Inevitable if Trump wins. So how does that track? How does it track that Democrats wouldn't care about losing when our democracy hangs in the balance?
I think that
isn't this the best time possible to extract concessions from the Democratic Party?
Well,
when they're so under threat.
Because the incentives and motivations the Dems face are a lot more
wrong color and wrong size. Is it too loose or too tight?
More complicated than we give them credit for. One of the reasons why they're so
like it legit looks like something my dad would wear. Oh my god, I shouldn't say that, but it's true.
Tepid
Seems like that's going around, the complications.
One of the reasons they're so tepid on the Israel thing, one of the reasons why their messaging has been inconsistent and shifting is because, for example, Israel has a heavy degree of corporate and political coordination, both with local police departments.
That shirt is a movie theater floor in the 90s print. Yeah, it's like a dead mall. What is up with his dead mall shirt? It's like a mall that would not be, if that floor is on a theater, then it is in a dead mall. Because otherwise they would have changed it, right? If it was a mall that was still running, or if it was a theater that's not in a mall, or still operating, that place is closed down. That place has got, people are coming in there to strip out the copper from the wiring. You know what I'm saying? Like that, it's got broken glass and graffiti. That's the kind of mall I'm talking about. It's got snakes and like little like water leaks on the floor. That's the dead mall. What is that dead mall called in Dallas? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It was in a Kane Pixels video recently.
And with our military defense contractors, meaning that no matter how powerful the Dems are, it actually is pretty politically risky as a president to call for a ceasefire. Still think he should, mind you, but they're not being abstinent on this issue because they're like, willfully negligent or evil. Now, there are people who are drinking the Kool-Aid pretty hard, Fetterman being a good example of them, and there were the Democrats who voted to censure Rashida Tlaib. So, like, I'm not arguing that they're all, like,
22 Dems.
unwillful participants with their hands bound. What I'm saying is we have to acknowledge that there's more at stake here than just whether or not, like, the voters, or sorry, the Dems hate their voters, you know? We
Even the majority of Republicans support a ceasefire as of the last polling I saw.
Yeah, no, it's a huge wedge, and we can be really good about this wedge too. We can be really, really effective in trying to drive the Dems left. And at the moment, we're winning. We are more pro-Palestinian than we ever have been in all of human history. Well, I say human history. It's only 100 years since the conflict began. American voters have never been this pro-Palestinian. The fact that half of Republican voters are going for that, insane.
Do you think that a vote for Joe Biden is a pro-Palestinian vote?
Oh no, Chad! I just looked at the mall. It's the Valley View Mall in Dallas. Right? This is a famous dead mall. The problem is that there's actually like racist graffiti. I'm looking at it right now. I can't show you this. I can't show this to you, unfortunately. Yeah, there's some pretty bad hate symbols in the graffiti. Oh well.
Compared to Donald Trump, I think it's a less anti-Palestinian
You think so?
vote. Yeah, Trump has said stuff that leads me to believe he would be much more hawkish.
I mean, isn't the action?
Yeah, I don't think Trump's gonna have any good policies on that.
I don't think he is either. But I don't see how you could possibly call a vote for Joe Biden.
I don't think there is. I don't think there's a pro-Palestinian vote here.
There isn't, and that's part of the problem.
There are two anti-Palestinian candidates, though I do think one of them is meaningfully worse than the other. I just think it's the Palestinian thing. Like I said, this is a tough time.
I don't know how meaningful it is, but I'll agree there is maybe some difference.
I agree that it's not super meaningful. Like, this is an issue where there seems to be a pretty strong bipartisan consensus to be like ghoulish on this specific matter. I just I think
against the will of the American people, by the way.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's, I think that's largely a corporate thing. I think that's because for decades politicians have weaponized disingenuous accusations of anti-Semitism as a way of shutting up political opponents, not because they care about Jews, but rather because
oh my God,
in the legacy
there
of
I
the
did
Holocaust,
it again.
people still understand fundamentally that anti-Semitism is a big no-no in a way that we haven't really done with other kinds of racial or ethnic bigotry, because we tend to codify those, and anti-Semitism gets called out for what it is, or sometimes what it isn't. So
remember when Vaush wore a white tuxedo to debate Tim Pool, and he had a selfie with Charlie Kirk? I remember. Drunk should be called drank, and tradwife should be called chadwife.
Pressure. We know that staffers have admitted to it anonymously when talking to the news. Like, there are
Doesn't
people
that support our position of withholding your boisterous immediate support for candidates and extracting concessions by being loud and unapologetic about your opposition to their genocide?
I'm totally okay with you guys, with everyone.
Why don't you? Then why don't you do it? Because you have been openly,
that was
just
the thumbnail.
Not only saying that you plan to vote for Biden no matter what, but encouraging your fans.
That was the thumbnail from when me, Sophie from Mars, and Vaush got together to do a cooking stream.
Thumbs down the leverage, don't you think?
I think that the opposite doesn't give any leverage either, because as I said before, that would just incentivize Democrats to go after a moderate voting base.
Wait, this is a SMT mall?
Power, where you were just at the White House, weren't you?
I advocate for harsh criticism and pushback, but at the end of the day, I think the best way to advocate for that, in my particular position, is to refer to the voting interests of others as a general bloc.
I just don't see what the incentive to give a shit about the harsh. I mean, like,
what just happened? Why is it?
If we just,
oh my God, what?
And his molasses-like lack of mobility on this issue. That he looks at popular creators like yourself that are basically saying what TJ just said.
I mean, let's be honest, Biden's not watching Vaush. So.
But I'm saying
sure he is. I've seen a picture of it.
The people that handle Biden, the advisors and the speechwriters and the policy wonks, they are watching Vaush.
Look,
they're not only watching Vaush, they're watching Hassan, they're watching Destiny, they're watching social media trends where this type of shit is rampant. Biden 2024, baby, before the presidency is 2 days old. That doesn't really engender you a whole lot of leverage when times like this pop up.
The impression that I've gotten from the data that I've looked at and the tendencies in the halls of power seem to be that threatening to withhold votes does basically nothing. It does not encourage the Dems to go further left.
You just said
so it just helps them write us off.
Look, there's
however, there are good reasons to pressure them, and there are things that they can be in.
There's no way to formally threaten to withhold our votes. All right, there's 80,000 voters who voted for Biden last time, and they're not going to all like write him a letter and be like, yo, Mr. Biden, you need to change your stance on Palestine right now or else I'm not voting for you again. That's not how it works, right? But he does need to get nervous. He does need to feel insecure about his voters, right? Hillary Clinton needed to feel insecure about her voters enough to actually show up in Wisconsin instead of just assume that she's going to win that state, that she's got a firewall and that nothing can go wrong on election day, right? 100% of my blame goes on the candidate and about 0% of it goes on the voters. We need to get our own electric typewriters. I mean, it sounds kind of cool. How do we pressure them, Vaush? And if we not with our votes? Yeah, that's the only leverage that you have over them. And you only really have it, prior to an election. After an election, they could care less. Why do you think Obama brought in like Rahm Emanuel first thing, right? Do you think that's because he cared about, what voters were thinking?
Incentivized with that aren't us directly threatening.
What are you pressuring them with?
You don't think
pressuring them
Democrats
with?
are threatened by like people withholding votes from them? Like that doesn't make sense. Politicians
hold on. I want you to explain.
Almost more than anything else is people to vote for them.
Vaush, please explain to me how you're pressuring them.
Specifically, people on the left withholding votes. The
Well,
Democrats.
I'm not talking about just the left. I'm talking about a broader movement of America.
I know, but I am on the left. And
Sure.
the tendency to reject the bipartisan framework can be justified differently depending on where you are in the political spectrum. If there are moderates who are withholding from the electoral process because they feel like there's no real difference no matter who wins, that's a different issue than this specific dynamic, this engagement. I think ultimately there are two main things to threaten with, okay? One is, as a progressive issue becomes more popular, the more legitimate the threat becomes that Democrats being bad in it will lose moderate voters. This has been how we've won most of the positive shifts in the Dems over the past few decades. Not by arguing people on the left want it. Who cares what the left wants? A bunch of college students, degenerates, and sodomites? No. What they care about is, does the median voter care? And the median voter, by default, this person doesn't exist, but we can extrapolate. If that person doesn't care at all, whatever. But if they can be made to care, like, for example, with gay or trans rights being made a majority issue rather than a marginal issue, then suddenly it becomes politically popular. Notice how Hillary Clinton went from thinking marriage is between a man and a woman to thinking that gay marriage is acceptable, and Obama as well. Like that marker, that was the 50% marker. As soon as the median voter cares, that's what the Dems care about. That's what I threaten with. Your position on this,
well, by that standard, they should have already flipped on Israel.
It's only been a month. I genuinely think something's going to happen soon.
What has happened
It's only
in
been
that
a month of the most brutal bombing campaign
Yes, I don't even have to say it.
in modern history.
Keep in mind, we're talking about a paradigm.
More bombs dropped in the first day of this war than we dropped in the first year.
This is bad. Like, I heard a lot of Vaush, stands being like W Vaush on this one. I don't see it. This looks bad.
On Afghanistan.
I know that.
We're talking about like a 10-mile wide strip of land. The devastation is utterly unreal. It's only been a month.
I know that, yes.
It's not even something
we're
that you can say, dude.
About an unprecedented paradigm shift on one of the most untouchable geopolitical issues in the past half century of American politics. For in the space of a single month, to go from that being like an untouched issue to there being mass protests and popularity for Democrats plummeting even with moderates, that can take some time. I could be wrong. It's possible they don't respond well to this pressure, and that also wouldn't surprise me because, again, there's a lot of corpo shit involved here. But I do think there's still a possibility that there is a move here. And also, the other big thing we threaten them with is the popularity of the issues they push for. I do agree that, on average, politicians want to get voted in. That's kind of their thing. even if they don't necessarily seek the far left as a stable voting base. And as a consequence,
probably not a great one to go for.
Yeah, they're looking to edge in things that are popular. The more popular certain things are, the more comfortable they'll be supporting them, even if there's opposition. A good example of this would be climate change issues. Climate change has been a known issue for well over half a century, but only in the past few decades has the popular understanding of climate change gotten to a point where Democrats, who have always, not always, but for a while now, known about the issue and kind of, teeter-tattered at the edge of it, but not really committed to it. Now, Joe Biden, he's not perfect at it, but the shift in rhetoric from now to even like early Obama or hell, late Clinton, massive. And a lot of that is just because they know it's popular enough that they can get away with it in spite of the potential corporate harm. So that's...
Let's cancel the big pipeline and then make a bunch of little pipelines, Jack.
That
isn't the win that you're selling here to me.
Can you engage with what I've said and not with...
I'm engaging with what
potential
you said.
Counterexample.
I don't care what the rhetoric from Biden is. The rhetoric in the lead up to this, when he was trying to convince people to vote for his old decrepit warmongering racist ass, was, I'm going to get you $15 minimum wage. I'm going to get you a $15 minimum wage.
Your indignant betrayal at him not fulfilling every campaign promise like every other politician ever means nothing to me. His rhetoric and his policies have been better on climate than were in the past.
I don't know what's worse, my indignant betrayal or your placid acceptance.
So no, listen. This is you. This is the child tossing their dinner off the table.
Yeah,
I am
you
not
love calling people children.
I am not
You've done that one
accepting.
already.
No, I am not accepting
I'm
anything.
not a fucking child.
When
kid.
Yeah, I love that. Vaush is trying to sell a dead mall. Essentially, essentially.
The fact
Beverly Hills
that
fucking
Biden's
piece of shit
rhetoric
dude,
and
policies.
policies.
Bitch.
Wait, be less emotional, okay?
I've done more stand-up labor than your lily white Beverly Hills ass has ever done.
Right,
don't call me a child on my show.
Okay, then, like
Go
an
fuck
adult,
yourself.
listen to what I have to say.
I will.
This segment is called Vaush is Hopeful. This segment is called Vaush is Hopeful. Like he's kind of sucking the hope out of everybody else, though.
All right.
As soon as you agree to stop being a shit.
We're starting to cook here. We're
You
starting to
show
cook.
me then. Listen, okay? I like a child myself. I lack object permanence, so I need to witness you not act like one for 5 seconds while I talk. All right? You can say it's acceptance. It's reality. The rhetoric and the policy have gotten better, and it's a product of public acceptance. You providing examples of Biden doing bad things or saying that rhetoric itself isn't enough, these are not meaningful counterarguments. Okay? Things have gotten better. I'm arguing for hope. I'm arguing for a process that makes things
You got a weird
happen.
way of arguing for hope. Life
Hope in a hopeless mall.
is suffering, and you just got to accept it and suck it up because that's just the way it is, Jack. Man,
And now we have
that's some real thin gruel hope you've got there that you're selling.
And now we have weekends. Now we get to enjoy.
For how? No, do we really though?
Yes.
See, you haven't held a 9 to 5 before. I don't know what a weekend was. Saturday was just a day of the week to me when I worked my jobs.
Yeah, and that's
So why
rough.
don't you, like,
it's a shame
you
you've
just
turned
assume
your
everybody's
back
got
on the
weekends.
proletarian interest now. We have
Turn
weekends.
my back on it because I started my own business. Go fuck yourself,
Okay.
bitch.
Do you believe that there is value
I mean,
in
that's not-
pushing and suffering for a good political outcome, even if it takes a lot of...
He's not saying that. He's saying that Vaush is saying that he turned his back on the working class because he doesn't have an such unshakable support for Biden that he will say nothing but good things about him for the entirety of the 2 years preceding an election. So essentially, one half of the time, the half of the time where you might have some kind of a, not you, but like that voters, would have like conceivable leverage over a candidate, over a incumbent, right? Those are the times that you're specifically not allowed to agitate that the president change anything.
time, as every bit of progress we've ever enjoyed has happened before.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Okay, so all I'm saying is most of the good things that we enjoy today were not born of some big, decisive, sweeping rejection of the status quo. they were usually, but this is like revolutionary fantasizing. It's something that a lot of people fall into when they feel doomer. What actually tends to happen is that a bunch of cynical people drop out, get injured, become alcoholics, and die at home, whereas the people delusional enough to cling on to hope in spite of all contrary evidence actually make the change. People who go in every day, no matter how bad it seems, and work and work and work, and they fight, and the cops show up and they bust their union, and they shoot their union lead, but they keep coming back for more. And then eventually, one day, there's enough public pressure that something happens. But that
You're like
process
Mother
is
Teresa,
suffering.
you know that? You essentialize suffering. Oh my God. It's the people that grind their lives away while the boot is on their neck constantly with little to no relief ever that are the, you know, lionize that a little more without ever having experienced it.
We all suffer. Some of us suffer for a reason.
Okay.
Okay, what's going on with Vaush? Like, did he just like take a what do you call those, like, great courses or something like that? Is that what I'm thinking of? Great courses, or is it great, like, speeches? I can't remember, but he feels like he got some Sartre and maybe a little bit of Camus jammed into him. And it's like the first time he's encountered this stuff, right? He did his sociology degree. Somehow it just didn't come up. And then at some point he was like, ooh, existentialism. Ooh, let me take a look at the, right? I don't know. It's kind of out of place, right? This is, I feel like that if the Dems cared about climate change, they wouldn't have put in cinema a new senator on the committee. It's by design. Kissinger isn't what he once was either. He got taken for a ride by the Theranos chick. Yes, the Theranos chick. Look, that's the one thing. Like, obviously she's a piece of shit, but I do appreciate some of the people that she took for a ride. Yeah, Kissinger and Clinton, and there's a bunch of you know, people that invested in Theranos that you gotta say, like, it couldn't have happened to nicer people. Starting a business with employees is a betrayal of working class interests. Yeah, I mean, that you're generally, you know, doing a capitalism there, right? There's not much. Most things we enjoy today were fought for with riots, not votes. Keffels is mad at you, Gopnik, and who? JT from Second Thought. Vaush would wreck you. He was a graduated yellow belt in the 4th grade. He does some kind of kickboxing, doesn't he? I feel like I remember some. Am I wrong, chat? It's not jujitsu, right? I think it's Muay Thai or kickboxing.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Jesus.
I think we all
is
suffer
that
for a
is that
reason.
too messianic? The idea that we have to work for good political outcomes, is that too, like, optimistic and hopeful?
When have we advocated for not working for political outcomes? We're just we're talking about tactics here, bro. All right, you seem like really invested in this idea that me and TJ are advocating for, like, oh, let's just sit around on our asses.
Bush doesn't seem to recognize in any way that, you know, electoral politics, right? Which, again, is not all of politics. And if it is all of your politics, you're kind of in trouble, right? If that's the limits to, you know, where you can enact change from, then you're already kind of in trouble. But just from an electoral politics standpoint, right, there, you're talking about, what do you want? You want policy. You don't want to have, you're not just seeking to, like, look in a history book and see D, 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 R, D, 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 D. Look, cool, we got mostly Democrats elected. Awesome, right? That doesn't do anything by itself. There's two parts to the policy process. Yeah, sure, one is elections, but the other is getting the candidate to actually enact the policy that you need. And that is always done with pressure. That is always done with leverage. Because there is definitely leverage on the other side. So if you're going to get anything done, it's not going to be that you were lucky enough to elect a good man, a good woman, a good person, right? You're not you're going to need some pressure. You're gonna need some outside pressure.
Nothing matters anyway. I know that's the easier thing to argue against, but the fact that you've spent such a profound amount of this appearance on our show tonight misrepresenting our position and tilting against windmills, I don't know how to tell it. Let me put it explicitly for you. I am not advocating for people to do nothing political. I am not advocating for people to sit around on their hands and do nothing. I'm not even advocating for people not to vote. I know, it must be shocking, right? What I'm advocating for is for people like you and I and everybody else to stop focusing so much on re-electing Democrats and to maybe think about the tactics and the power, the little bit of power that we do have within that system. Maybe start using that in a smart way and maybe start building something else. Now, if that's childlike, my apologies. If that's fantasy-like, my apologies. If that's too hopeful, my apologies. That's who I am. That's what I hope for. That's what I advocate for. So have I cleared up your confusion on my position?
Look, in 1920, Lenin wrote a letter addressing and regarding British workers and their relationship to the British Labour Party. He thought the Labour Party was a bourgeois institution full of social democratic cowards that weren't capable of getting the work needed done. But he advocated that people vote for them and engage in their political processes nonetheless. He did this because despite being as much of a hardline revolutionary as anyone could reasonably be called, given the fact that he led one, he believed that there was value in sheltering under legitimate political organizations that were meaningfully better than the alternatives and doing good work within them. I disagree with Lenin on basically everything he's ever said or done, with the exception perhaps of this. This is how work is done.
Oh my God!
Lenin,
wait, we're resurrecting the Lenin / Marx would vote for Biden take, aren't we? Is that what we're doing here? Is that what we're doing?
knew to work with liberals in Russia when fighting against the Tsar.
Look, when Lenin talks about hiding inside, parties, like he's talking about like a alien spawn. You're hiding inside until you burst out of the chest, okay? And Vaush is talking about hiding inside like a small fish in a larger fish's belly, saying, "I'm going to change things from the inside." Yeah, well, you're getting digested. That's great. I love that for you. I love that for you, right? You're thinking that you are reenacting the Vor episode from Dragon Ball Z where Vegeta and Goku get eaten by Majin Buu, but that's not really how this works, is it?
Mao knew to work with the
government. Does he have an alien cat? Wait, are you talking about oh my God, what is it, Pigeon?
Government when fighting against Japanese colonizers when they invaded. In all points.
What about Marx?
Marx said that communism could be achieved in America
alien cat, Pigeon?
Non-violently through voting. I'm not joking.
He's talking about entryism. Yeah, I get it. I just don't think he knows what that word means.
Yeah, Marx also said that you were only to work with the corporatist parties when the outcome for workers was assured, and you could use them basically as puppets.
Yes, and as we've seen time and time again,
that's not what you're advocating for. You're advocating for voting for our oppressors.
The difference between Republicans and Democrats with regards to workers' rights is assured. I'm not arguing for complicity or for acceptance. I'm arguing for the strategic use of the platform and the power available to us to get stuff done. Every bit of good change that we have ever seen in this country has been a product of this strategy. I'm not arguing for complacency. I'm arguing for its opposite. I'm arguing for intelligent engagement with and deconstruction of these systems.
Yeah, good point, Molten Panda. Marx was writing in a vastly different time that you couldn't possibly, foresee the conditions, material or otherwise, for America in 2023. That's
one of these requires that fascists not win. That
left is best
is a prerequisite. Under fascism, we will be killed. Not we in the broad general sense. I mean me and you. We will not live through that. assuming that we don't just flee, which I would because I have the money to. There are lots of people watching this who would be killed and couldn't flee. I think that maintaining...
For the record, I'm not one of those people. I wish I was rich. I can't. I'm stuck here. I'm stuck here. So
then we have to not shit where we eat. Then it is very important.
God, I would have thought the podcast money was better than that.
At the very least, to maintain the base.
I thought at least podcasters were making some money, right? If not live streamers, certainly podcasters. I guess not everybody can be Cumtown. Man knows nothing about Democratic Party policies in the 1920s.
Platform upon which good advocacy can be built. If nothing else, liberal democracy. Liberal democracy, this is the battlefield socialists most flourish in. This is where we make our difference. If we are trying to fight within a fascist system, the secret police come for us. If we're trying to fight within a monarchy, the secret police come for us. It is only under a liberal democracy that we are given the space necessary.
Vaush, I gotta say, I didn't want to do this reaction going into this, right? Like, I was really thinking that this was going to be frustrating and boring, but honestly, you're giving us a lot to work with, so thank you. Thank you, Vaush. At last, a contribution. He's like a unconscious comrade here somehow.
Necessary to even argue our position.
Vaush is about to say the New Deal was an electoral victory. Liberal democracy is the most susceptible system. Yo, that is such. Is he really about to say that? Because I got some thoughts on that. Podcasters were making money from that scam ad company, and you gotta do like mybookie.com or something, right? You gotta sell like vape juice or some unsavory product like that.
These positions take time.
I wouldn't sell you vape juice, Chad. Vape Nation, though.
I'm not asking you guys be happy with the Dems, and I can't force you to vote for anyone. I'm only saying that there is value and meaningful difference in a presidency under Biden versus under Trump, and that's the main thing I want to stress. Not who you vote for, but when you compare, oh, he's a shit versus he's a shit with like frosted cupcakes or whatever.
If this were an election that was just like, hey, I'm just looking at this in isolation, I'm looking only at this one election, then I would have to agree with you. I'd have to. I think it's completely rational when there are two candidates and one is a little bit better than the other to vote for the one that's a little bit better. If that's all you're looking at in isolation. But my problem is down the line. My problem is every election that follows. Because I'm just scared that, like, right now, we're not willing to hold the Democrats to any standard. I'm not just talking about the left here. I'm talking about Democratic voters across the board. Anybody who's ever voted for a Democrat. And I voted for Joe Biden in 2020.
Oh, sorry. I thought you could do. No, I understand. I just don't think if it means threatening that the Republicans win, then it's a non-starter. What we're essentially doing is we're arguing
But my problem is this. I'm sorry. I was just hearing some audio piping in from somewhere. I wasn't sure where it's coming from.
Okay.
The thing is this. I mean, I'm just kind of scared that somewhere down the line, the Republican Party is going to win. It's going to be, I mean, look how divided the country is now in terms of this vote. So I'm just scared that if it's not this election cycle, it's the next election cycle or the one after that, and they're going to be just as far right as they are right now because no one's ever showed that they need to be anything other than that. And if we can all agree, I think that the Republican Party has moved right. You agree it was a neocon party, an election cycle or two ago.
Yes.
So what my big fear is just like, we've seen that the Republican Party is moving right. And, the criteria being put forth is that we're just going to vote for Democrats as long as they're to the left of Republicans. So let's say this trend continues. Republican Party moves further and further right. The Democrat Party is free to move further and further right itself because as the baseline moves right, so can they. They're free.
They will unless you give them a reason that they cannot. Okay, that is literally how it works. That is literally how it works with the Democratic Party. right? They have taken, like I said, they got scared of their shadow back in the 80s. They unexpectedly lost an election to a meme candidate, which Reagan was. Reagan was not taken seriously. Reagan was every bit the meme. Reagan was an actor, right? So, you know, this is every bit the meme candidate that Donald Trump was. Reagan was, right? And they got spooked. They lost to him. You know, they had an incumbent lose to him. Then he got another term despite his Iran-Contra scandal. And then his vice president got elected. And they were spooked. And they said, look, there is nothing else for us to do as far as a party that's going to pull the country to the left, even in a Rooseveltian sense, right? They're not trying to do that anymore. What we're going to do is we're going to find out what the Republican Party stands for, what their platform is, what they're doing, and we're just going to be like millimeter to the left of that, so that if ever the corporate donors decide that they don't like something about the Republican Party's agenda, something's like gone too far for them, right? Then here's the Democrats Party saying, hey, you can do pretty much the same thing, just a little bit to the left, and we're here for your donations, right? That's what's been going on, and that party's not going to change. It changed because of pressure. The DLC, the Democratic Leadership Council, the third way, took over the Democratic Party because of that pressure. And now the only thing that's going to countervail that pressure is pressure from their voters. That's literally what we're at, where we're at. You're acting like Paulsego and company are bringing you like doomerism and a lack of hope, but I don't see any hope in your strategy. That is literally what we have been, that's literally what voters on the left have been doing for the past, since the freaking 1980s. Minnesota is the only state that went for Mondale. Oh my God, yeah, 49. You're talking about the 1984 election there, right? 49 states going for Ronald Reagan, and they got spooked. And there was a reason that happened. That was because of the change in the law, Supreme Court rulings that impacted the way that money can be used in politics, and essentially, Reagan's rise to power shows you how overpowered that new system really was.
It's like the ratchet effect. They're free to move in one direction, and there's no pressure to pull them in the other direction. So,
but that's not happening.
The correct response to something like that is to talk about that issue, and the Democratic Party never even thought about doing that. They completely went along. With the new game. The game changed, and they changed along with it. And so, yeah, that's not a party worthy, worth voting for. I mean, it's not to say that you can't vote against like a worst candidate if it comes down to it, but it's definitely not inspiring. Soul Life is a fan of Walter Mondale.
Moving left, considerably.
I guess you could maybe argue on a few fronts.
I mean,
this is an issue where I will invoke complicatedness and say whether.
Oh, sorry, the fairness doctrine. That's important. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I kind of think of the fairness doctrine. You're right. That got overturned under Reagan. I think of the effect of it really coming to a head when you get into the 90s, and you've got the rise of Rush Limbaugh. There's a character named G. Gordon Liddy, a retread of one of the Watergate burglars, right? One of the plumbers from Watergate ends up getting himself a talk show, kind of doing the same thing. And there was just like a million little clones of Rush Limbaugh everywhere.
The Democrat Party has moved left or right is kind of a complicated issue.
Vaush does not recognize how right how rightward the Dems have moved. Yeah,
because I think they've moved left on
depends
some
on the
things,
issue.
They've moved right on others.
Mayor Mondale
depends on the issue, like gay marriage. I mean, overall, America's
and then it depends on where you're starting from. Because if you're starting from Clinton, you could say, well, maybe they've moved left considerably on a few things. If you're starting from pre-Clinton Democrats, you'd have to say they've moved right on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they're a frame of reference.
I mean, lest we forget that Jimmy Carter wasn't that great. Jimmy Carter, also a neoliberal. You could even trace it back to a little further. You could trace it back to the election in 1968, where they became afraid of nominating a left candidate, which kind of happened because of the because of the Vietnam War becoming so unpopular and LBJ dropping out of the race. But
economically, of course, like Roosevelt is to their left. I'm not denying that, but the current shift is towards the left. I don't think that there's like a broad, like people are more polarized now than they have been before.
Wait, Mondale's the name of Tom's dog. Succession. Wait, that's the thing where, isn't that the thing with like Adam Friedland's weird girlfriend is, or wait, are they even still dating? Are they? Are Adam Free? Did I get this right? That Adam was dating Dasha from Red Scare at some point?
For me, it's like it's like you're on a very
or am I completely mixed up? But yeah, Dasha's on that show.
Narrow cliff edge. You're like shimmying along with your back to the wall, and you're trying not to fall in front of you. And falling forward is the Republicans, and continuing to shimmy is the Dems. And you would do anything to get out of that situation, but the only thing that works right now is continuing to shimmy. Maybe down the line, the cliff.
I mean, I like to shimmy.
Abruptly slopes out, and there's not a big drop. Maybe if you go far enough, the ledge that you're shimmying on it widens, and you can walk normally. Maybe things can happen in the future. Maybe circumstances change, like you see like a rock embedding that you can climb onto, and you can like escape the situation altogether. Right now, there's only the ledge.
Has dude been rock climbing? Has he been doing? Is he in a gym that does like MMA, that has like MMA classes and rock climbing?
And a very long drop. I don't think that nothing can be done while operating within this duopoly. I think that even if we just accept the idea that Democrats have to win because Republicans' victory is unthinkable, you can still get a lot of good work done. And I think that we should all be wary that in the future there might be like a wedge that can be used. There might be a point. But right now, like, every trend is pointing towards the strength of the duopoly. We can rage against that all we want. We can say, oh, if only people would do this, but they're not. Like we operate in like, if only every.
Yeah, Amy the OG is pointing out that Roosevelt didn't just do the New Deal. He was pushed to do the New Deal. He was pushed to, his first vice president was probably the closest high official to, closest we had to having a leftist in a high position in the executive branch ever, and all that stuff was because literally socialism nipping at the heels of the Democratic Party.
Everyone would just be communist. Like we operate in probabilistic trends. We have to understand what people are likely to do.
Oh, did he say weary instead of wary?
And operate within that, because if we do the opposite, we're throwing ourselves off the ledge prematurely.
I don't know if they dated. I thought it was maybe it was just a meme. Maybe it was it could have been a meme. I know that he's been on Red Scare, but
if we're consigned to a duopoly, then
why are we talking about Red Scare?
We advocate for the strongest the Democratic Party that's the most in line with our values as possible. And embracing some really
there's lots of
ideas that most Americans agree with. Now, obviously, there are some ideas on the left that most Americans don't agree with, but there's plenty that they do. So why not try to get the Democratic Party to embrace those ideas specifically? And why not try to do that by saying, hey, if you want my vote, you have to earn it because that's the thing you want the most from me.
Well, for sure, you got a primary.
You got to be like, do you like this? Do you want this? Do you want
the time to do that is just in the primaries, and then when the general election comes along, no threat there. I'm just
literally, yes, that's.
There he is. No, yeah, there he is. They're essentially a moratorium of any kind of outside pressure on the president when elections are in play. And realistically, the way that the news cycle works, that's 2 years before the election. That's when people start to talk about that. That's when people start to declare, right? So you fully half of the time that a president's in office, if they are better than their potential opponent from the other side, you gotta say nothing bad about that person.
The point of the primaries, yeah, that's the time.
Okay,
but there will be no primaries this year. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think that the presidential vote. The presidential vote is very uncomplicated and very important. It's like choosing to keep the lights flipped on, basically. You can do all the electrical work in your garage that you want. You can build whatever you want. You have all the time in the world. But every 4 years, you have to keep the light switch on. And right now, like the darkness, if we ever allow it to overtake us, might not be fixable. I mean, given enough time, anything is fixable. The Third Reich only lasted, 15 years? But I really, really don't think that would be...
What is he, Bob the Builder here?
Like... an effective vehicle for positive change.
Okay, no. Vaush does not want Trump to win. Vaush is arguing, essentially against any sort of criticism of Biden, given the fact that we do have an election coming up in a year and that Trump winning that election would be disastrous, right? His opinion seems to be that, like, at this point, we're riding with Biden. If the Democratic establishment allows a credible candidate to run in a primary against their incumbent, which that's just not going to happen, right? Like, okay, so let's go over primaries, all right, with the Democrats. The last competitive primary against a sitting president, against an incumbent, we're talking about the Kennedy primary against Carter, and some people did blame Kennedy for running against Carter, but Carter was the beginning of the neoliberal arc of the Democratic Party. There was every reason to run against Carter, and you could even say that somebody that could lose to a freaking weirdo like Ronald Reagan maybe should not have been the standard bearer. Now, look, you can play this is the 1980 election we're talking about, Carter versus Reagan, right? There's a lot of things that came into play, right? Iran, which was a situation that the Reagan administration literally manipulated. So you could even make an argument that, Carter could have won if either if the media had been quicker on the uptake to Iran-Contra, or, if that had not been allowed to happen in the first place, if somebody had blown the whistle. But yeah, some people, some of the this was the start of that tradition. They blamed Ted Kennedy for the loss of the election, when it's there's so many other things that you could look at, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit more alarmist, but I feel like the woods are burning and we need to immediately intercede in every way that we possibly.
Thank you for the follow, Versatile Layer Books, and Autumn Leaves as well. Thanks for joining us on Twitch.
We can. And that doesn't preclude not voting for Democrats. That doesn't preclude.
There's a lot of I'm just saying, there's a lot of beard grooming in this video. Maybe it's just a nervous habit. I shouldn't criticize. I play with my hair, right? I play with my hair a lot. I got no room to
preclude not trying third-party options. I think everything's on the table, because I think that now more
independent that ran against Reagan and Jimmy, John Anderson. Yeah, wait, is it independent? I don't actually. I that name sounds familiar. I'm sure I've seen it in history books or whatever, but I don't really remember what John Anderson was. Was it a true independent bid, or was it some third party with a name? Just like how people give Reagan props along with Carter, the boomers give them props. These MFs never paid attention. Every time my boss tells me politics, I'm like, what the fuck? No, this is the real facts. They're clueless. Only thing wrong with Hassan and Lil Willie? Wait, who the fuck is Lil Willie? Debate. Oh, the Willie Mac. Yeah. Willie No Show. Or Willie No Scope if you're a Destiny fan, I guess.
Than ever.
Which I would assume we don't have many in this chat, so.
The substantive, the most substantive.
Oh my God. Versatile Layer Books. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. You should get, there you go. There's the stream alert. Thank you so much. I appreciate Primes almost more than any other kind of sub, because I know that you only have one to give. So when you park it here, it really means something. Where are we at? Oh yeah, we're 10 minutes out. We're 10 minutes out from that top of the hour ad break. I'll
issues in my mind that we face.
I'll try to find a better pivot, to be able to.
Are not being addressed. Climate.
Remind you of the ways you can get out of that. The beard grooming Voots trying to chill.
Change is, you kind of tried to back pat Biden on that, but I don't think he's been great on the environment, despite what overtures he might have made.
Only said he's been better.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think better.
Wait, did I say something other than Elizabeth Holmes? Did I call her Elizabeth something else? You got your emotes too. You got all the emotes. So many emotes, especially, and look, some of those emotes like go with a sound, like, right? The obvious one that comes to mind is like void coffee, right? But you know, also like the Alf is associated with for some reason. I'm pretty sure that's a sound from the 80s sitcom Alf. Right? Didn't Alf used to say that? I'm pretty sure that's right. And then the thing where I'm all like, that one is associated with that. Yeah. And then of course, as always, the weasel. We got the weasel. We got weasels all over the place. I don't know if we got any of the other ones up, but yeah, you can play along at home. That's right. You can play along at home. Anyway.
Matters right now.
It
I
does,
think we need a paradigm shift.
It's tool
no,
time?
it doesn't.
Every climate activist in the world would disagree.
Wait, wasn't Alf on Tool Time? Wasn't that his show? I clearly remember Alf in a flannel shirt, like helping out Tim Allen on projects, on work projects.
With you, like you can check.
Is that
those
right?
out.
Every biologist and geologist and climatologist in the world would disagree with you.
No, they wouldn't.
Band-aids aren't.
Wait, no, they wouldn't. Wait, why
helping.
would you say that? They would absolutely advocate Trump over. Or
Somebody in chat is calling. Somebody's calling weasel on me there. I don't know. Am I being a weasel? Am I?
Biden over Trump, like 100%, like with almost no exceptions.
They might advocate for.
I thought Alf was the helpful hardware man. Is that not?
Biden over Trump with no exceptions. I'm saying they wouldn't agree on like little bit better being
You can't tell if I'm trolling. That's why it's so good.
meaningful at this point.
First of all, I didn't say that. Second of all, it's not a little bit better. Trump flat out denies the existence of climate change. And third of all, I think they would argue that even if things don't go perfectly, it's better for things to be a bit better than it is for them to be not better at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see it from that perspective.
Then don't invoke theirs, because they do care.
Maybe my understanding of the seriousness of climate change is incorrect.
It is serious, which is why we shouldn't accept worse people being the president on it.
The main thing I've heard with them is advocating for change now. That's the main thing I've heard when I've read articles and they've interviewed people who are really into this issue of climate change. That's
they
mainly what I
advocate
hear.
for dramatic change now.
Yes,
like
and limiting emissions and trying to stop it from raising 2 degrees Celsius or the catastrophic consequences.
Just vote, sweaty.
The planet's going to bear, or I guess humanity. I mean, the planet itself will probably be.
Well, I agree, and they also want Biden to win. Many climate advocates and organizations advocates and organizations are like almost militantly pro-Democrat, because the difference between
that wouldn't surprise me.
And no, like really, you can look between it, like the Republicans don't even believe in science. Like the official perspective from Republicans isn't just that climate change isn't real. They just flat out do not believe in any federal engagement with science.
I've talked to plenty of them. I know they say climate change is like so-called climate change, and you're like, it's not so-called.
They call it the climate hoax. Let's be real. That's what they say.
Far from it.
Yeah, I mean, Democrats are still a pro-corporate party, but it's
voting harder to solve climate change. Look, here's the deal, okay? Here's the deal. You got to raise your hands in the air to give Joe Biden your energy. No criticism, no outside pressure. Just raise your hands in the air, and Joe Biden is gonna Genki Dama Donald Trump's ass like into the core of the earth. Just right. It's gonna be an epic spirit bomb from Super Saiyan Biden.
The very least a conversation can be had with them. Like there are interviews that have been done with like climate scientists or like EPA administrative experts who are basically like, yeah, the Dems don't do enough. But when I worked under the Trump White House, like if you went to talk to them, they would just flat out like not listen. Like you would talk to them and they go
awful.
Like, yeah, they go like, and then you just get turned away. And your job was just to sit there collecting a paycheck and desperately trying to keep data as the world ends. Biden's a huge step up from that. I know the bar is low, but again, like that's why we can't hit that low bar. Like
I don't
the
think
bar
we
is
can
low.
afford,
Let's not hit it.
I don't think we can afford how low the bar has dropped. We're in the midst of a.
We need James Cameron.
Yeah, good point, Adam. It's hard to complain about only having two parties when you and your voting behavior and your willingness to turn yourself into like an object of the Democratic Party are what create that environment where, you know, it, just like capitalist realism, you know, means that it's impossible for a lot of people to conceive of life outside of capitalism. Like this is a kind of, I don't know, this is a kind of, you know, two-party, there's like, it's like a, what do you call it? Like a consensus reality that's really not benefiting us much.
And yeah, it needs to, like, there needs to be catastrophic, cataclysmic change, and it needs to happen like 20 years ago.
Well, we can't.
We're fucked.
We can't time travel, and there's only going to be 2 presidential candidates in 2024.
We can't time travel? That's funny considering what you're about to say. So, chat, if you don't remember, if you got here late, we are approaching the part that I started on. I started on the "It's Getting Heated," which sounds like a Cuphead reference. Isn't that a Cuphead reference? Anyway, I never played Cuphead. I suck at video games, but that's why I do just chatting, chat. So it's getting heated, right? You know, Vaush ends up saying something that almost implies that he thinks that we can go back, we can time travel back to a 2015 brunch and get back. We could just get back that old Republican Party again. We'd be fine, right? Just get back those Obama Republicans. They were much better to work with. We'd be so much better off with. We could just get the Republic. The fever will break, chat. The fever will break. That's what Obama said in like 20. That's what Obama said like 10 years ago. That's what Vaush is apparently still believes that prophecy.
So we do what we can with what we have.
I mean, there's going to be more than 2 presidential candidates.
Sorry, the final, viable presidential, yeah.
But I mean, let me just ask you this:
only 2 in all of America. Only 2 people.
Let me ask you this, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of quackers that think they're going to be president. Of course.
Let me just ask you another question here. You might understand. I mean, you definitely have a better understanding of civics, you know, stuff like that. So I just want to ask. So let's say all of America lost its mind, right? Everybody in America lost their mind, and we all just decided, like, we're all going to go vote for Jill Stein, and she wins in a landslide, right? At that point, yes or no, does Jill Stein become president?
You mean if she legitimately won the popular vote?
Yeah. If she won the Electoral College.
Electoral College, yeah.
I think so. I don't think she'd get very much done, but I think that the corporate superstructures that keep the lights on in this country.
I mean, look, if RFK can come along and pull it 25%, it's more possible than people think, right? RFK's got a huge amount of baggage in terms of, you know, his weird anti-vax shit and his anti-Semitic shit, right? That guy is polling at 25%. Now, those are not the voters that like any good third party candidate would go over. In fact, it'd be like the opposite, but it does show you that there is, like, it's a combination though, right? Because the people that seriously want RFK are like basically Trumpies, right? Because that's how he acts. That's you know, that's whose, you know, mold he's cut in, right? But then there are some people, part of that 25% has got to be Democrats that are like, oh shit, the next election's coming up. What do we got here? Ooh, Kennedy? That's a name I remember. Robert F. Kennedy. That's epic. Yeah, that sounds really familiar. I feel good about that. Yeah, somebody. It sounds like a Democrat, right? I don't know. There's probably people that are just voting for, or not voting for him, but like answering that they would vote for him out of his name recognition. There is a lot of hunger for another candidate. There has been since 2016. I think my parents are voting Biden, but I don't know for sure. Haven't asked.
I think they can operate mostly without the president. Like, even if the president just flat out doesn't play
my only
ball.
question is, like, how is it the case that only Democrats and Republicans are viable then if the voters could choose something else?
Because that's who people vote for. They're popular because they're popular. It's tautology.
So it's all, like, you admit it's just
good old tautology.
It's like an Ouroboros of shit forever eating. It's like a turd forever eating.
We're just so into
it's historical inertia. I mean, that's the case.
We're so into the, like, human, you know, centipede of discourse here. We're literally like describing everything as
with pretty much all political parties. I don't think there's
most of human history.
Yeah, they
as species
root themselves in like they have like specific like corporate relationships and like their name recognition's a big one. Like
well, maybe
like,
that's something we could try to change though.
Well, that
do a little differently. I don't know.
I agree with. I think that like this is one of the reasons why I'm a big fan of.
Here's the deal though. Guess who didn't have name recognition before he ran for president? Bernie Sanders, right? He's literally like okay, so let's be real. When he started his candidacy, even in his own mind, he was nothing more than a message candidate. He did not have a chance in hell. He was running just basically because Elizabeth Warren refused to run, right? He didn't want to run. He didn't want to be the candidate. He knows how old he is, right? And he knows that, being associated with socialism is, still carries some baggage. He was trying to get Elizabeth Warren to run. This was back before the, all the bullshit with Elizabeth Warren happened. But when she said, I'm not going to run because I want to be president in 2024. And I know that if I run against Hillary, my goose is cooked. Then Bernie is like, well, my goose is very old and I do not mind my goose being cooked. I will take that goose and I will put it in the oven and we will see how it cooks, right? Bernie was willing to this was a very different guy though. When you think about like the fact that he's not even willing to call for a ceasefire now, that's kind of, I don't know what happened with Bernie, right? He might have been, look, they're talking, everybody's talking about like John, oh my God, I missed the top of the, everybody's talking about Fetterman and the Fetterman clones, right? What about the Bernie clone that he's been replaced with? Nobody's talking about the Bernie clone. No, that's not Bernie. It's a clone. It looks like Bernie, but it's not Bernie.
Independents running Democrat in main elections, because I think that in that way you benefit from the soapbox, but at the same time you can be like, yeah, and if you want more like out there populist takes, take a look. I think you can legitimize it a lot that way. Like that's why Bernie ran as a Democrat.
Do I slap my hand like that?
Of course, if he ran as an independent back in 2016, he wouldn't have come even close, because he wouldn't have gone to the debates. He wouldn't have thrown Hillary Clinton to the left
it was clearly a deliberate choice. I mean, he's an independent and he caucuses with the Democrats.
I mean, that was the calculation. It wasn't a calculation to, but what I'm saying is that he did come out of nowhere, and just the fact that he was sounded real at the time, was enough to really, get him way closer than anybody expected to winning the primary.
It was clearly a deliberate choice.
Yeah, I think it's like being a leech to the power, really. I mean, that's what Lenin advocated.
Wait, what's going on with the comments?
For, like he distrusted the Labor Party, which I guess he should have, considering what it turned out to be. But like in the meantime, you can go to their meetings, show up at their debates, change people's minds, and that doesn't put you on top immediately, but it makes you a lot healthier than you used to be. It was only 20 years ago that the socialist movement in America was dead and silent. I mean, properly. Like, the closest thing we had to populist left-leaning activism back in the early 2000s was like the anti-Iraq war protests, and that wasn't leftist. That was just left of center, really. In terms of leftist engagement, it was dead quiet. And now, like, you go into any downtown city street and you are tripping over flyers and pamphlets from local like Antifa or socialist organizers. Like, it's crazy. And it's happened not just in your lifetime, but like in like modern teenagers' lifetimes. Like it's happening so quickly. I just think we've got some momentum going. We got to keep at it. And a lot of that is like extra electoral engagement, and a lot of that is
socialist movement is alive and well if you stay online, but if you go outside, it's just Tuesday.
It's also the fact that the squad in the Dems, by operating under their wing,
and look, let's be real. Vaush lives in a city that's maybe got a little bit more of a socialist movement than most places.
Shelter a little, they can get a lot of messaging out that wouldn't otherwise be heard by so many people. Like AOC and her little Insta stories, or Rashida Tlaib censoring probably will open her up in the long run to a lot more positive press than the negative press she's getting now, I think.
It's entirely possible. I mean, it raises your profile. I mean, for sure. I mean, having that action. I mean, AOC's profile has been nothing but raised by Republicans attacking her constantly, invoking her constantly.
Yeah.
It's a shame she hasn't done jack shit with that profile. Same, she hasn't spent that political capital in a meaningful way.
I mean, she's one of the most popular politicians in the country, and she has been popularizing left-leaning perspectives on basically every political issue she talks about.
But when the
yeah, electoralism. Well, yeah, I mean, like, look, electoralism, by itself is just you getting used to empower somebody that's never going to do what you want them to do, right? It's got to come with some outside pressure.
Chips are down, she gets told how to vote.
Yeah, she does get bullied. Yeah. We all saw that vote with the Iron Dome and Pelosi, which is at this point.
I mean, that was devastating. I mean, and that just goes to show you that this hope of getting
I think she's a great advocate, but I don't think she's really all that great of a...
Yeah, I mean, we don't. Unfortunately, we don't need great advocates. We need great actors. We need people in. I mean, we do need great advocates, but
we don't need them when they act. You don't need them in the halls of power. You know, it's if she wants to be a cheerleader, that's one thing. But
she's just one congresswoman midst about 400. I mean, you know,
but there have been times. I mean, you know, there was a time when the margin was razor thin, and their little enclave could have affected more change.
Well, I'm not a force voter. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. Which you were against, by the way. Yeah, the one
I was not
time
against the tactic. I was against the issue.
No. I'm talking about.
Look, I was against the top of the hour ad break before it came, and it took people out of the chat for 3 minutes. And if some of you just experienced that, know that you can not experience it next time with a Twitch Prime sub like Versatile Layer Books just used. Gets you out of that ad break and costs you nothing. Puts money in my pocket and puts us closer to that sub goal, which we're like I could almost rationalize some kind of a okay, between Twitch chat and YouTube members, and we're closer than it, you know. We're not entirely far from that, right? You can also put us closer to that goal by buying a sub for yourself. It's $5 on desktop, it's $6 on mobile, or you could possibly get lucky and be the recipient of somebody else's generosity, right? Which does happen, which can happen, but is more likely to happen if you're active in chat and people can actually see that you're missing that sub, that you're subject to that ad break, and they think, ooh, 3 minutes of ads. I wouldn't want to experience that myself. I wouldn't want to deal with that.
I was talking about Vaush.
I was clarifying where I stand on it.
Vaush was vociferously anti-force the vote, basically the squad doing what we were told they were going to do.
I think it's more anti-force the voters. You know, the Jimmy Dore crowd. People weaponize that issue pretty maliciously. The fact of the matter is, no matter how good a politician is or may seem, they will make mistakes. Bernie's made mistakes.
And I know everything about the muscles of the neck, whether it be the sternocleidomastoid.
It's not even calling for a ceasefire right now.
The levator scapula.
No. If we lowered our margins, if we narrowed them only to people with whom we will never take issue, we will never find.
Even FDR had the internment camps and shit. So.
Yeah, I tend to be pretty permissive of mistakes made by advocates and allies in positions of power because they're bound by so many invisible chains that we can't see as audience members. Like, who the knows what conversation Pelosi had with AOC. Obviously, I would like AOC to have puffed out her chest and gone no, Pelosi, and then slam the no vote down, which wouldn't have done anything because it was 5 million to 1 to yes in favor of the Iron Dome funding.
I don't know for an absolute fact, but I'm pretty sure I can give you a fairly succinct summation of what that conversation was.
Probably that we would malign you for being anti-Semitic.
Yeah, it was basically this. You're a bit of a rising star in the Democratic Party, and that star will fade if you don't vote with us. You think you're getting any kind of support? You think your profile is just because of your charisma? Your profile is at my behest. You will bow to my desires and my whims, and you'll vote how I tell you if you care about your career. And she does.
I don't think that was exactly what was said to her, but I'll admit that I or neither of us know.
Knows, so we can make sure.
I have no idea.
This is one of the big reasons why Bernie Sanders was so careful when he ran, both in 2016 and 2020. He knows the standards set for him are higher, so he has to be more careful. It's not fair that he has to be more careful, but he was smart and he navigated that environment pretty effectively, to the extent that while he was shit on by a lot of people unfairly, he's also generally accepted to be likable. Like, there was a lot of browbeating from the DNC and a lot of unfair play, but they never succeeded in making him a reviled figure.
What's
Not
going on
even
in
close.
Vaush's
He
chat?
did too
What did I
well. He's too
miss?
likable. He's too much of a crotchety grandpa. So he smartly
Crotch.
leveraged that image and was able to push his message to so many people. And now there are literally millions of
crotchety.
Americans who've been inspired to left-leaning politics based on like
Oh, shit.
their access, their
A chatter. Yeah. So like he's literally like brought that back into not just like acceptability, but like vogue on the online left. Like what a shitty thing to do, right? Of like, you know, like we want people to feel welcome and you know, but we're more concerned about people who like to use the R slur feeling welcome than we are for people who maybe grew up being called that. Like, right? It's like
exposure to what he said, you know. I just
literally
we have to be like the little fish that eat the plankton off the big fish, except in this example, one day we become the big fish and then we eat the other big fish.
Yeah,
if we spend enough time in the fish's belly, certainly we will grow to become the big fish, right? If we just stay in the digestive organs of the
I think that day's
bigger
coming under the
fish.
current auspices.
It's getting better.
Homo sapiens, no one has said that, dude. Literally not once.
I mean,
not even
as
been
we've
said.
pointed out several times, it's getting better and it's getting worse.
In terms,
You wish you could be trained by Irene to be strong. Look, I've actually looked into that, right? Into like teaching a little bit of kickboxing on stream. I think I'd need like a stand, like some kind of stand that I could actually go in my room. The only thing that I ever found was like on Wish, right? There's like a there's like a bag that's like $500. And that was like when I typed in kickboxing on or like boxing or whatever on Wish, that was the only thing that I found. But I could look around and see if there's something a little bit more attainable. Try to put that on the throne.
of populist left advocacy in mainstream media, it's getting massively better
Some of us will never be big fish. We just want to stop being eaten.
very
Yeah.
quickly.
And in terms of economics, it's getting massively worse
True,
very
but
quickly.
that's not a product
Just get a volunteer. Yeah, just draft one of my roommates to
of the Democrat shifting
hold
right
pads
and
down.
economics.
and see that you're giving them a huge
I do have pads.
pass for saying that.
No, it's not. I'm not
They
giving them a
provided
pass.
no meaningful pushback and oversaw the undoing.
Oh my god, chat. What if I trained people like online and I would grab the pads and I'd be like, all right, like, you know, until it say a combination and then put up the pads in that order so that you can practice that and you know that if your fist is like lined up with the pad that you're doing it right, and if you would have hit me, then you know that you're doing it very wrong and you feel bad. You feel legitimately bad for me, like, and
of some of the most important legislation.
I agree, but that's
I wonder if anybody trains like that.
not them shifting massively
Shadow boxing in front of a
right. That's a continuation of the party duopoly's bourgeois
Them deciding
in front of a screen.
Them deciding to allow conglomerates and robber barons to come back and like completely and utterly obliterating the legal protections that prevented that isn't a shift to the right in terms of
I thought
politics?
we were mostly talking Biden's administration, but even if we go back,
No, we're talking about the whole out.
What kind of pads do I have? I have boxing pads and then I have tie pads. Like the tie pads are like the boxing pads, but they go around your arm down here, and they're kind of square, and you can sort of use them to oh yeah, and then I have a kick shield too. Kick shields are great. When will NCC kickboxing come? Yeah, that would be nice. I don't know. I gotta find a way to make that work. I gotta find a way to make that work. Make it happen.
Put of your very, very well-known and very, very well-worn tactic of vote blue no matter who.
I don't know.
Lesser of two evils.
I don't know what these
Biden
things have to do with one another.
With Biden.
It's a fact
Because
of the
you
matter.
were just talking about how much better everything was, but a whole generation of people can't buy a house.
So again, this is spurious.
Free
This
job.
is spurious conflation. You would fail out of a college stats course. The economy is getting worse, not only between decisions made in Republican and Democrat administrations, but globally. As a matter of fact, America's weathering it better than most. Basically, every Western European country and most other countries that are even developed.
You know
enough
why,
to have,
right? You know why?
There are a lot. Okay, if you're about to boil down why the global economy is faltering to Democrat policy, You're not, right?
I'm going to boil it down to the absolute inability of Democrats and Republicans to steward the economy.
Yes, I agree. Because
2008 was allowed to happen because regulators were asleep at the wheel in both parties, and that's what caused the current global economic downturn that's never recovered from.
That's a huge part of it. Yes, absolutely.
No, that's the part of it.
Yes,
that's it.
Yeah, it's a huge part of it. And as you said, it was a product of a shared.
I forgot that they call the kick shield a tombstone in Krav.
Bourgeois tendency in both parties. Therefore, it's not really relevant to the conversation when talking about Democrats versus Republicans, or whether or not Democrats have shifted.
Well, it is relevant when the position is, shouldn't we expect more?
I advertise myself as a socialist lefty, willing to kick fight any right winger. Look, like I think I did challenge a right winger once. I did challenge a certain editor of Lauren Southern to a kickboxing bout, we sign off on and do all legal, like not, forcing anybody into a situation that they don't want to be in. But like there was a certain Lauren Southern editor back in the day that like talked a lot of shit about me. And no, I don't think it was even about me. I think it was something else. It was when she attacked Doe, right? She started being really like horrible to Doe. And I was just like, all right, bitch, you want to fight somebody? Let's make it legal. Let's make it legal, Samantha. But she never took me up on that. She also didn't take me up on my my counter offer, to her silence of maybe doing a fight with pies, right? Like a fight with the kind of those old school, old fashioned what do you call them? They're the pies that have the cream in them, and we could cream pie the. Anyway, chat, like she didn't want to do that either. So yeah, I guess she was all talk when it comes down to it. And she still is.
From our Democrats.
We should always expect more.
All bullies are cowards.
What I'm talking about
I don't know if you're expecting more, if you're going to give them your vote no matter what they do.
We're cycling. We've talked about this.
Yeah, it's going in circles.
I don't think that attitude
round and round we
accomplishes
go.
anything. I think there's a lot of evidence that my attitude does accomplish things. I think
your attitude is always, Vaush, an evidence-based attitude. Except the only thing is that we got the evidence that your attitude gets us nowhere. That's the evidence. That's the evidence that we can that is based. That's the evidence that we can base our practices on. Anyway, I like nice cream pie fight. Like that's right. Nobody gets hurt. Everybody just gets kind of messy. You get a little bit messy, but that's it.
That we've seen recently, especially, but broadly over the past few decades, a rise in the prominence of left-leaning voices, both in America broadly and in the Democrats specifically. And I think a lot of that is because of institutional savviness that some of those actors have engaged in specifically. I think that savviness.
I honestly feel like Vaush's rhetoric would go down better if he was riding a mechanical bull. Don't you think so, chat? Anybody else feel like that? Doesn't he need to have a cowboy hat? And he's like, riding that bull while he's like that. Wouldn't it go down better to hear him say this stuff, rather than riding the capital D in Democratic Party, right? Wouldn't it be better if he was just riding a mechanical bull with like LBJ's head on it? What the fuck is wrong with me? No.
Requires compromise and sacrifice.
No.
Because there's no way to be some kind of hard-lined, principled, like.
I got some stories about LBJ, chat. Like that's an interesting guy.
Super.
Way too interesting.
Zealous advocate while also being politically effective. You kind of need to draw lines somewhere, and as a consequence of that, sometimes they do stuff that disappoints us. I get disappointed too by Bernie, now with the ceasefire, by AOC, then with the Iron Dome stuff. But I'm still heartened.
Look, don't get me wrong. I'm not expecting perfect politicians here. They're politicians. Promises will be broken. Deals will be made behind closed doors.
No one can swear any politician.
I'm not advocating for some like perfect, ultimate, wonderful Democrat.
What TJ's saying is that we don't need another hero. Okay, we don't need to know the way home. All we want is back the young of Thunderdome, right? We just need the.
It's like, oh my God, they're glorious in every way and they shit gold, because that's never been a thing. That's never going to be a thing.
I don't think anybody's advocated for that.
Right.
Now I got the song in my head.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting the perfect Democrat to come along and just be.
We wonder if things are ever gonna change.
Like this wonderful, magically good candidate. And anyone who falls short of that, I'm not going to vote for. What I do expect is a little bit better than this. This isn't good enough.
Well,
the Democratic Party as it stands right now, not good enough. Needs to be better.
The Democratic Party
I don't think
or
that's a
Biden?
reasonable standard because it's been better in the past.
It's not good enough for you. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not good enough.
Biden is the Democratic Party. He's the head of the Democratic Party.
Well, sure, but there's hundreds of federal members of the Democratic Party with regards to just elected officials. There are different people, and the. I mean, I think there's value in distinction here. For example, we know that there are probably
wait, what
a
happened
lot
with
of left-leaning people in the Dems who keep kind of.
What happened with Keffels and Tankies? She couldn't finish. Oh, she had technical difficulties. Look, I swear to God, nobody's technical difficulties ever have anything to do with either of my VTubers. All right, both of my VTubers are exceptionally well behaved, especially Miss Umbrellas. Miss Umbrellas is just a little bit sassier than my IRL personality. Just a little bit sassier than that, like a little bit darker. Okay. But you charging Miss Umbrellas with all kinds of like mayhem, right? Like she's been charged with, right? You going in and disrupting Aristocracy's stream. I mean, I don't. These charges seem just completely out of the blue. I don't know why anybody would think that she was responsible for anybody's technical difficulties. She's just a VTuber. It's not like she can climb through the internet and like affect things on other people's, like that's wild. To even suggest that Blue Hair and Miss Umbrellas would conspire to cause trouble with Keffels' stream. That's an accusation that I will not stand by. Keffels had a tanky video on with a picture of Second Thought and Hassan.
Quiet because, like most politicians, they see an incentive in sort of holding the cards close
you can send links. The best way to send me links is on Discord.
to their chest.
They're playing the game.
Yeah, which is fine. The more
Or if you're in a pinch, maybe relay one to a mod.
popular left-leaning perspectives get, the more likely they are to get louder. It's just a matter of process. We don't disagree that the Biden's not enough. We don't disagree that
not good enough.
The Dems need to do
Good
better.
enough.
I just think that this strategy for
Good
making them better
enough.
and for
I need to
providing better
drink,
outcomes, in
chat.
addition to the existential threat the Republicans pose,
I need the water.
is different. Like, we differ on that, but I think it's a meaningful difference. And I feel like you've consistently tried to equate the Dems and the Republicans in a way that I find very irresponsible now. I think that the two parties are very similar in geopolitics and in their bourgeois tendencies. So economically, economically and foreign policy.
Tell me about these bourgeois tendencies, Vaush. Tell me all about them. Yeah, you're right. I should hydrate, Gabi. Here,
I still think there's a difference. I still think Biden's better. Practically ended the drone war, so that's cool at least. But again, genocide in Gaza.
Now he just sells those drones to other countries or lends them to other countries to do it. I don't know if he ended the drone war. I think he just abdicated responsibility by giving it to somebody else. Right?
Well, we sold weapons previously, but whatever the case is, like I agree certainly that there's a closer parallel there. When it comes to preserving the stability of democracy in this country, there's no comparison, and we need that democracy because, again, they will kill us if we lose. We won't get a chance.
Economics is social justice. People that are LGBTQ are vastly overrepresented in poverty statistics. The same is true for minorities, immigrants, and migrants. These are all the people that desperately need our help right now. And by allowing these feckless Democrats to sell our fucking what do you mean I keep not engaging? What do you want me to engage with?
You keep saying in response to me, I literally just said I don't think Democrats are enough, but now you're saying, well, Democrats aren't enough. I know that. I agree with you. I am proposing a strategy that I think not only works, but has worked, visibly worked in recent times with regards to making things better. I think there are meaningful differences we can push for. All I'm advocating for is the right way of doing this. And I also don't think the Republicans can win. Again, they will kill us. They will end democracy. We will not even get another chance. It is like proposing any solution to our problems
how likely
encourages
do you really
Republicans.
believe that is?
Well, no, I fully believe it. I think there's a real chance.
So you think Trump wins, it's done. Democracy's over. Full stop. There's no
camps. The camps fire up.
It's very possible that he doesn't fully succeed.
From where I'm sitting, when I'm looking at it, I mean, like, am I denying that Trump has those ambitions?
See,
obviously,
this is what I mean by the death of the revolutionary practicality.
I don't know. I feel like it's pretty unlikely.
Lenin knew to ally with liberals against the fascists in Tsarist Russia. Mao knew to ally with the government against the Japanese. We have to know which the greater evil is. You need to know both which the lesser and greater evil is. In your case specifically, yes, I don't think it's guaranteed. Like, it's not 100%, nothing is, but I think there's a very reason.
Like gut feeling or analytical feeling or whatever you want to call it. Trump wins. Chances that there's not enough chances that we're not getting a 2028 election if Trump wins. What's the Vaush forecast there?
Total random guess, but I'd say like maybe 30%.
30% chance there's no 2028 election.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a very unqualified guess, of course. That's the best I can do.
Sure. I asked for that. I'm not going to
it's a ballpark
fire on it. I understand. I asked for
obviously there's
ballpark
aspirational in the Republican Party to make that happen.
That's also a far cry from the constant fear mongering of like the camps will open on day one and democracy is over.
In fairness, 30% is a pretty scary number.
30% is a scary number, but you want to know what I think? You want to know what my prediction is? More of the fucking same.
Okay.
More of the
what? So again, this is
wealth from
this is what I mean. This is what I
class.
mean by reactionary politics through abstemiousness. You think you're being elevated, smart enough to see the bullshit, like a South Park character. You are failing to identify the broadside of a barn. Like, every successful socialist movement ever has been able to tell the difference, and everyone that ended up dead couldn't. The Stalinists in Germany back during the 1930s couldn't tell the difference between the Nazis and the Social Democrats, the social fascists. Which mass graves do you think they were buried in? We can't afford to make these mistakes. It's pivotal. The Republicans are screaming from the top of their lungs what they want to do. There is no equivocacy. They have been
we'd be talking about the German Revolution here,
calling for the removal of the FBI as an institution.
They have been since I was born. What's your point?
No, you are not paying attention if you think that. You're vaguely gesturing, you're waving, I vaguely remember them being that. No, you have no idea.
I don't vaguely remember.
No,
it.
Then you remember nothing.
Remember
then your mind on this subject is a void. This is incomparable. This is like you think the Patriot Act being passed compares in any way to the protracted multi-year-long campaign on every level of the GOP coordinated to delegitimize the election? They did an insurrectionary attack.
The creation of unitary executive theory and its application by both parties since George W. Bush is another thing. I mean, the fact that the president can declare war without congressional approval is a modern
construct. Just again for clarity's sake here, okay? Right now we have a democracy where you can vote and the person you vote for can win. The world that he wants to build is one in which every single member of government that is either elected or appointed fundamentally cannot accept a victory from a Democrat. They were pushing to rewrite state laws on election counting that would allow them to throw out opponents' votes. They don't even need to do that.
A question.
I understand gerrymandering.
You can't keep you're describing the difference between like stubbing your toe and getting bricked with a hammer as like, well, they both hit me. You have no idea what you're talking about. What you're engaging in right now is not enlightened leftist perspective. You're engaging in bottom of the barrel, South Park, Cartman-ass tier, zero IQ, centrist, moderate, hasn't learned a thing about politics in their entire life, bullshit equivocacy. How dare you? You claim to care about the legacy of your union parents. You would literally preside over a death camp and go, well, Biden probably would have done this too.
Does he think he's cooking? That's my chat. One in chat if you think he's cooking. If you think he thinks he's cooking, right? Two in chat if you like. Like he loves to talk about, like he loves to put you in the position of like death camps are going on and it's your fault because you were too far left. You pushed too far and it's all your fault. It's all your fault. And how are we gonna feel then? Huh? Your virtue signals cost us everything. Like he's done this to trans people. He does this to fucking he thinks this is his own. You're gonna change your tunes in the death camps. That's, what the fuck?
It's
Like,
disgusting.
what?
It's senseless. If you genuinely believe that there is a comparison to be made, I beg you to educate yourself because there is none. It is not comparable.
He's rhetorically
I
climaxing.
think that there's an obvious comparison to be made, and I've brought up the reasons why over and over tonight, and you seem to get more and more frustrated every time I do, but I don't hear an answer to it. You keep saying things are getting so much better. I'm saying while things got better on one hand, they got far worse on another. And you seem to want to divorce that again. You seem to want to divorce.
Oh my God, his chat thinks he's cooking. His chat is that what people are pointing out? His chat loves this, right?
That problem.
Cathartic.
When the truth, Vaush,
you don't need to divorce two things that were never married.
The truth is, I don't have a hazy memory when it comes to what it was like to live under George W. Bush or Barack Obama. I'm not 12, bro. All right, I was a tax-paying 9-to-5 worker during both of those presidencies.
Hype Beast chatters hyping the beast up. Yeah.
So let's be real about this shit.
You're literally doing the bit too right now. You're like, well, I wore my blue jeans to work.
What bit were you just doing, Vaush? I'll be really sad to have to dig your grave. Like, that's the bit that you were doing, right? He has learned nothing. This is the thing. Like, okay, so Chad, if you don't know what I'm referring to, this is the quote unquote Thought Slime meltdown stream. That's the name of it. I don't, right? But so what happened was Vaush had some kind of argument with Thought Slime on Twitter, and rather than continuing the argument, Mildred thought it better to just block Vaush. This sent Vaush into a rage. He goes and streams because he can't tweet at Thought Slime anymore. And what comes out is like essentially an attack on the LGBT community. I don't know what else to say. If you have a problem with me, if you have a problem with my takes, you are going to lose. And that loss will precipitate a genocide. And I will be very sad to have to, dig your grave. Like, that's literally what this guy said. That's literally, and like, look, his supporters would like to say, no comment, chick. Certainly, you know that was years and years ago. That was like 2 years ago. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Sure, right? He's very different now. Look at him. Yeah, he looks different. His beard is kempt. He's wearing. I don't know what to say about his outfit, but some would say that that's an upgrade from the wife beaters that he used to wear. I don't know. If you think it's good, right? He's got new glasses, right? Yeah, he looks different, but holy shit, like if he isn't the same fucking shitlord he was back then. He looks different because it's a filter. Well, yeah, he's got a better camera. Let me say that too. Better camera, maybe some color grading, maybe somebody threw a loot in there into his OBS for him that matches his camera or whatever. I don't know, like, right? I got the VDS. Does it sound like it?
You don't know shit, dude.
Maybe I'll remember how it went. Yeah, I know that triggers you
think
young
is
people.
wise cynicism. Like, you think you're like, what are you, Rick Sanchez? You just don't know shit. You do not know. This is why you keep running back to the same.
That's some low tier shit right there, my dude. Rick Sanchez, really? Really? Is this like?
Well, Biden's bad. I know. Great. Tune into my.
Did he say anything that you have to have a 200 IQ to understand what I'm saying? Is that that's what Rick Sanchezing is?
Streams. Find out more reasons he's bad. You think you're brave or evocative for pointing out that things have gotten bad. That
you need to write a book like
everyone knows this.
How Biden is the worst thing.
I just don't like how often Vaush invokes like my unaliving as a rhetorical tool. Like, right, you're not gonna think you're so smart when I'm burying you. It's like, okay, thanks, dude. That's like you really got me on your side now.
ever exist and why you should still vote for him. That would be
99% Hitler, buddy. Look,
yeah, I know.
It's fundamentally disqualifying in a conversation about politics for you to pretend that there's an equivocacy between previous and current Republican attitudes towards the dissolution of democracy. This is not this would be like you saying, well, they're both equally bad on climate change when one of them doesn't believe in it, except you did do this, of course. I'm making fun of you. One of them doesn't believe in it, and the other person is just not good enough on it. There's no point in making comparisons. You clearly have a very strong emotional attachment to being a disillusioned, doomer, like cynic, for whom nothing will ever be good enough. And that's fine, but don't pretend it's politics.
As I am, so you shall be, my friend.
I'll
be
whipping
here with
around to like
arms
fake
when you
calm
get,
after freaking out when I called you a
when
kid
you get,
isn't
when,
going to
hey,
make people forget about the earlier part.
I know that relegating lived experience to some
so
dude with no teeth
started.
sitting on his porch going, back in my day, the blacks weren't so uppity or whatever is the easy way to do this. And I also understand it's the easy way to do this to just go like, oh,
we're back to Paulsego cooking.
Oh, you're fucking retarded, bro. Like,
oh my God. Cooking with some bullshit.
I could do that too, Vaush. I could sit here and call you a yeah, you did. You said I was stupid and simplistic and
like, look, let's be real. Like, that's your crutch, Vaush, calling people the R-slur. You don't know if you said it or not because it's such a habit.
Didn't learn anything from my life. And, by the way, by my years,
civility politics,
my decades of political advocacy, I didn't learn anything. I got no idea how nothing works. You just think because you lived through a bunch of shit, you got a fuzzy memory about Obama.
Out of curiosity, do you genuinely think that being like, I don't know, what, 45, 40, whatever, means that you have like some hidden insight into politics that isn't possessed by people who are merely 30? Like, is that like the bar you fall into where you're legitimately doing the like, well, no matter how wrong I am, at least I have slightly worse knees? Like, what are you getting at?
I'm making the position that people, when you live through something, you might have something to speak to that a person that didn't live through something wouldn't. And I think you'd agree with me.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to point out, right? This is the clip coming up that you might have seen on Twitter, right? This is what went viral. This is what, out of this conversation, this is what people care about. You can see the chat's getting hyped too. The chat's really excited for Vaush. And they can taste the W, right? But I gotta say, this is like the least substantive part of the debate. Like, to some degree on both sides, but I can't really feel sad for Vaush, considering that he just literally brought up mass graves as a talking point. That's his right. So here we go.
On pretty much any other subject, except like if I was a Hiroshima survivor, you wouldn't be here going like, oh, you think you know more about getting a nuke dropped on you just because you had a nuke dropped on you? You know what I mean?
Do you think
you disagree?
having a nuke dropped on you gives you like a degree
I don't
in
think
physics?
you would disagree. I don't think you would disagree in that instance. But for some reason,
I would happily tell a Hiroshima survivor to their face that they were wrong.
Hold on, I understand that the fact that I've lived through your stated goals and your vaunted
his
bullshit
prescription, right, has been tried. That is, I believe, what Paulsego is saying. Not like, listen here, young man, listen here. Wait, what was that whole thing from the dubstep? You know, like I was listening to dubstep when you were in Pampers. Like, you know what I'm talking about? The sample. It's like anyway, I'll find it.
My whole life. You think vote blue no matter who is some kind of like edgelord bread tube thing that you came up with?
Just
I lived it. I was you 20 years ago. I canvassed for John Kerry. I canvassed for Al Gore. I was out there going like, look, dude, I know these guys suck, but we can't handle another George W. Bush presidency. You know what else isn't new? This argument that you're making that the world's about to end if Trump gets elected. Democracy has been over every election if we don't vote Democrat since God was a boy, bro. This is not a new edge that you're slinging.
You're arguing against the concept of math. You're basically saying, bro, you've been telling me to breathe air my entire life, and and it hasn't even fixed my debt. I'm still in debt. Like, what do you like? My student loans haven't gotten paid yet.
No. I'm not saying I'm still in debt. I'm saying I'm in worse debt than my parents were.
Yeah, then manage your finances better. Look, I don't know what to tell you, okay?
We've
gotten around to this.
Dick. Manage your that's why people
There
are
we go,
working
we got
3
him.
jobs, right? Manage your finances better. You posh, rich Beverly Hills lily white milk toast piece of shit. How do you even open your bourgeois mouth to talk to workers? How do you even bring yourself to do it?
Wait, let me hear where
better. Look, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Debt. I'm still in debt. Like, what do you like? My student loans haven't gotten paid yet.
No. I'm not saying I'm still in debt. I'm saying I'm in worse debt than my parents were. This argument that you're making that the world's about to end if Trump gets elected. Democracy has been over every election if we don't vote Democrat since God was a boy, bro. This is not a new. This is not a new edge that you're slinging. You're slinging old hash.
I don't
you're
like
slinging
you're
hash.
arguing against the concept of math. You're basically saying, bro, you've been telling me to breathe air my entire life, and you and it hasn't even fixed my debt. I'm still in debt. Like, what do you like?
Okay, so that's where the student debt thing. I thought he was saying he was still in debt, and I was like gonna call bullshit. I was like, look, if you haven't paid your debt back after making the kind of money that you made, you're the one who needs to get your financial priorities in order. But that's not what he's saying. He's saying like that it's like breathing air, complaining that voting for Democrats hasn't gotten a different result is like claiming that breathing air has not gotten your student loans forgiven. Wait, which is unrelated. That's so is voting for Democrats I don't know what argument he thinks he's making, but it sounds like he's saying that voting for Democrats is not even supposed to make things better. It's not the deal. It's not what we're going for. What we're going for is averting utter disaster, and we've been doing it for like since the 90s, since the 2000s, right? Just like that's always the choice is you've got a shit sandwich or the end of the world.
My student loans haven't gotten paid yet.
No. I'm not saying I'm still in debt. I'm saying I'm in worse debt than my parents were.
Yeah, then manage your finances better. Look, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, so that's where it comes from. That's where it comes from. And like, look, what the fuck was that? Like I'm saying, there's a bit of a prick. There's a bit of a protruding from his forehead, right? If you know what I'm saying. If you've ever if you're familiar with the cinematic masterpiece known as Fully Cully, right? You might know about the emergence, what is it called? Like adolescent, like forehead hardening or something like that, or like right when some sort of an object, some sort of an alien technological object starts to come through somebody's head. Except in Vaush's case, it's a giant prick that's coming through. And it's just like a really unlikable side of him is showing, right? Because he did, like to the fact that somebody's like, in debt, like, worse than their parents. Like his answers, manage your finances better, right? Like, did he think that was just going to be a shut down? Because he doesn't realize when you say shit like that to Paul's ego, you're saying it to a lot of people in their chat, people in my chat, and people in your chat, Vaush. They're not going to speak up and say, ouch, but that's how they feel when they hear you say that shit. That's when they start to notice the giant prick protruding from your forehead.
Okay,
we've
gotten around to this.
Dick. Manage your that's why people are working 3 jobs, right? Manage your finances better. You posh, rich Beverly Hills lily white milk toast piece of shit. How do you even open your bourgeois mouth to talk to workers? How do you even bring yourself to do it?
Well, considering the fact that basically all unions in America, except for the police unions, advocate voting for Biden over Trump, it's actually pretty easy for me to talk to workers. They agree with me.
Yeah, and the rank and file famously love their union leadership, right? That's not been a problem. That's not been a problem.
Me. I don't know.
He does talk like a manager.
I'm the one that's making equivocation.
Despite the fact that like they're right, he hasn't correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Vaush has like had a job like other than streaming. Am I wrong? I'm trying to imagine Vaush doing a job. Try to imagine what job, like, what, he got a sociology degree. Not the cool one where you learn about conflict theory, but the one that prepares you to be a cop if you want to do that, something like that, right? That kind of sociology degree. I can read your back scroll. I can see you saying I'm using a dial. Oh my god, am I missing stuff from chat?
You have a very strong emotional attachment to being like contrarian on this specific subject. It's not something of which I can cure you. I'm not a magician or a wizard. I don't know. Look, the best case scenario, the best outcome here possible is that this just ends up being another like tepid, meaningless whatever. You can continue complaining after Biden wins in 2024. I don't want to be proven right on this.
What a
okay?
total dick, dude.
In the
manage your finance. Yeah, why don't you go talk to the exploding homeless population here in California? Oh, dude,
march of history.
You realize you're basically Patrick Bateman when he bent over to talk to that homeless guy. You should get a job, Hal. What are you gonna pull the knife out and slit me in my dog's throat? You total corporate zombie.
Okay,
you should manage your finances better. Go and your rich ass self.
So as is being increasingly evidenced, I think you have a very strong emotional attachment to this particular subject.
Yes, look, I do, because I was raised in a labor leftist household where we didn't namby-pamby around and pussyfoot around in politics and make doomerist bullshit.
Didn't you just say your parents voted blue consistently?
They did, yeah.
Then there we go. That's your pussy politics. What do you want?
Yeah. My parents also hit the line.
Nice. Good.
Yeah, nice.
I don't understand. If you think that I'm offended by the concept of your parents being harder workers than you, I'm not. I think it's cool, you know? People used to work pretty hard for their livings. Nowadays, they still do, but in different ways.
My parents are harder workers than me now? What do you know about my work history, Vaush?
About as much as you've yelled at me during the course of this conversation.
Me and TJ's dad was a famous scammer, so we don't know shit about work. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, but I mean...
This is not a direction that he really wants to drive this conversation. I don't know if he realizes.
Yeah, you can talk to them about that, but if you're going to talk to me about my chops as a laborer, I've been employed since I was 16 years old.
You know which party tends to aggressively push for lower minimum working laws at a state level?
Oh my god. Oh my god, Vaush.
Which party? Go ahead and...
He's such a belittling worm. Look, he should do the worm. If he wants... Look, Vaush, if you want to have any chance of pulling out this debate, of pulling victory from the hands of the mouth of the jaws of defeat, right? You're going to need to do the worm. You're going to need to get on the floor, do the worm while your cleaning staff freshens up your area. That's what you're going to need to do.
Tell me.
It's the Republicans. They tend to be the ones to push for that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, thankfully we got the Democrats to push back. Oops. Child labor's back.
Wait, I don't know why you're saying oops. The child labor stuff is largely happening under Republicans. When Dems are in charge of their state houses, that doesn't tend to happen.
Just do the worm, Fivehead.
Like, wait. Yeah, there is a difference between the parties. I don't like you tend to assume there isn't.
I'm sorry, Shot. I'm so not Twitch. I call the forehead a Fivehead.
On a state level, never mind. Look, like it's like with I keep forgetting if it's Michigan or Wisconsin or Montana because my brain is small. But there was recently in the Midwest a state that just barely managed.
Nobody clipped that.
To eke out a Democrat majority, and as a consequence,
there's enough clips of me eating already.
They've done communism over there. Michigan, sorry.
Rehead.
Chat's saying it's Michigan, and then now also chat's saying it's Minnesota. It's Minnesota actually. They're doing like communism over there. They have like a 1-person lead in the state house, and they
Why is he morphing into Destiny? What do you see what I see? Vaush.
And they've been doing a bunch of insanely good shit.
This is the way he's saying this is like, and I know he ripped off his whole shtick from Destiny, but it's coming through even more than usual. It's coming through like a dick on his... Vaush, you've got a dick for on your head, okay? You've got a dick for on your head, yeah?
Like, I think that the difference between Democrats and Republicans tends to be more pronounced
from medical mechanica
on the local level, because on a local level, it's easier to win without being a big corporate stooge, whereas...
Yeah, you're right, BCatK. He kind of is the demon spawn of Destiny. And look, The apple doesn't fall far from the tree in this case.
You need to be one if you're going to win presidency. There's
6 months behind Destiny. That's a pretty good estimate.
there are too many connections to pull into there. So I think that on a local level, the difference is more pronounced because like there are local Republicans that are saying insane shit with basically no pushback, and local Democrats that are doing really cool stuff. So I don't know. You can see stuff like that, and I feel a lot of hope when I see it personally because a lot of those Democrats who are running in like Minnesota or whatever, those are like really left-leaning people.
Oh my God. He's Destiny's Child. So good. So good. He really is.
They're just running with the Dems because they have the name recognition, you know, but they are like pushing.
I know this is something that you don't know, you know, and I don't hold you to that. I've always advocated for people to vote down ticket and shit. Like I've always said, your local elections, great. Yeah. Go down and vote in your local elections, involve yourself civically to the, you know, I've never advocated against that.
I'm glad. Well, then we should have a Democratic president because Trump has openly threatened to attack Democrat state governments to prevent them from being able to get done what they need to get done, both with laws at a federal level that would restrict the ability.
He's still, you know what? Actually, Amy, B, the OG, you might be onto it right here. That's a real thing. Okay. And, yeah. So this is why I don't watch too much of any streamer. Because, yeah, if you hear me say glazing up a lot, it's because I've been watching Hassan. If you hear me say my dude, it maybe I've been watching Destiny, right? It does come out. It does come through. And you could see, like, Demon Mama, for instance, right? If you look at, at least earlier, you know, Demon Mama, it sounded a lot like Vaush. It sounded a lot like Destiny. You could see, yeah, she even, you know, there was even the joke about it. You know, like version 1, version 2, version 3, and the human centipede of discourse, how the Destiny's takes get shat out by him. Vaush eats them, digests them, shits out like worse takes, and then Demon Mama's converting it into some kind of a leaky bowel situation. I don't know, chat. We're getting gross here. We're getting really gross. All right.
For states to sort of engage in their own jurisdiction, or by outright, like for instance, Trump threatened to withhold COVID aid money.
I mean, this is the lore of this, you know, this community. This is what the debate community is all about.
To a blue state, I forget which one though, because their governor had been making like some Trump critical statements.
You're trying to eat. Edwin Rollins is trying to eat. I'm sorry.
So wouldn't it be a good idea then to have a president who's not actively antagonistic towards those down ticket results?
Yeah, and you can't even blame Demon Mama for it because it's the discourse that she's been fed, both in terms of, you know, her style and you know, in terms of her content and in terms of her take, right? You know, she's like a tree that's grown in a toxic sewage dump, right? And you can't expect that tree, you know, to be bearing good fruit.
Can I ask a question? I want to ask a question.
Hold on,
Yeah,
because he says I never engage.
Okay, go ahead.
Like you couldn't expect that tree to be like a tree in a trauma movie where people eat the fruit and then they turn into hideously deformed creatures of superhuman size and strength. And that's how you get the imps. That's how you get the imps.
That being a more localized election, I don't necessarily disagree with, you know, what you've said. They would be better off. My argumentation is not against voting in your local elections.
But like getting Biden
but I think that you're downplaying.
Why is he brushing his beard? Good question. The only streamer I've ever seen like actively brush his beard was a streamer named Heem or Dr. Heemed Out. I don't know if he's still around or what he calls himself these days, but the guy actually had a beard cam. There was 2 cameras and one of them was like right on the beard, and he was brush the beard during stream.
Or maybe just neglecting to mention the absolute magnification power that federal politics has over state.
True, which is why we should have better presidents, I imagine.
Absolutely. Well, we don't disagree on that. I don't think Biden's it.
Well, it's Biden.
I just want to ask, you know, we talk a lot.
Next, he'll be pulling food crumbs out of his stash while the other guy is talking.
In here about the preservation of democracy.
Right.
And I'm kind of curious why that's even being tossed out as a value.
Exactly.
When apparently there's only.
Why is that even being tossed out as a value when we're but 5 minutes away from the top of the hour ad break? That's my question, right? Don't we have more important priorities, like letting you know that you can avoid those 3 minutes being sucked away from your life? You can avoid having your eyeballs put before those 3 minutes of commercials with merely a Twitch Prime sub, which will get you out of the ad break and cost you nothing and costs Bezos more than nothing and pay me more than nothing, right? You can also get out of it through contributing to Bezos $5 for a sub, $6 on mobile, or if you're lucky enough, somebody might feel generous enough to contribute a sub to you. But that kind of stuff more likely to happen when you're active in chat.
One party that you can vote for, like functionally. I mean, according to you, Vaush,
yeah,
you can only functionally vote for Democrats or democracy is destroyed. So doesn't that mean democracy is kind of already destroyed because there's only one party you can vote for?
The Heme guy with Apollo. Wait, do they still run that podcast? I think the Heme guy like stopped doing content.
Ability could be. He didn't say.
I mean, like
at certain.
All right.
Oh, thank you, my dog Sargoth. Thank you for the super chat. $10 Canadian heart to you as well. Wait, let's see if it. I think it's gonna read yours out. It should read yours out. Let's see if you get a sassy British rendition of your super chat there. I'm like, wait, it's a little bit of a delay. That's okay. That's okay. This is anti-comedy chat. This is Tim and Eric, right? That's what I'm doing. I'm cutting edge shit right here. Cutting edge shit like Tim and Eric. Yes. I learned from the best, chat. I learned from the best on Adult Swim. Where is that freaking? It's gonna hit me the second that I like try to move on. That's when the there we go.
My dogs are super chatted $7.23. Irene Hart.
Wait, it doesn't read your full name? Does it not know how to say goth? Well, regardless, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. My dogs are goth. And sorry that the sassy voice apparently does not know how to pronounce goth. I don't know. That's weird.
We do have like very institutionally cemented parties.
Your dogs are super chatted.
But there is a very strong correlation for the most part between what people want and what actually happens in our government. Now, that's not a perfect relationship. Obviously, for one, like
I mean, I've read studies that say the opposite, that we're functionally an oligarchy and that it basically
I'm familiar with the study you're referring to.
You know, you've heard this study, I'm
sure. Yes, there are critiques.
There are problems with the methodology of that study.
Of its methodology, but
yes,
still, if you
I called it. I fucking called it. I know the study he's talking about too. Look, you don't need a study. You don't need a study to tell you that cash rules politics, right? That much is clear. That much is clear. Like there's a primary before the primary, and that's the primary of who gets their campaign funded and who doesn't get their campaign funded and who do you never hear about, right? You don't have to, you don't need a study to tell you that more power is being concentrated in fewer and fewer hands. You don't need a study to tell you that capitalism aggregates wealth. That's the function of it. That's what it does. That's what that machine does. Is it takes wealth from the earth through the hands of the laborers and it concentrates it in the hands of those who own the means of production. And year after year, that's like less and less people. That's that you don't need a study. You don't need a study for that. Anyway,
by comparison to how, say, like China's relative like aspect ratio functions on that,
sure,
it's not perfect, and a good example
better
of
than
it.
China, great, good for us.
Well, they're not a democracy, but
sure, yeah.
You only need to, yeah, exactly, Adam. You only need to know about Citizens United to understand that it is absolute baby level shit.
A good example of like a problem with this, of course,
neither are we really, but
is manufactured consent. where even if people want something, they can be told to want something by being lied to or being sort of selectively given information. And as a consequence of that, like, democracy there is sort of a sham. Now, the problem with that in America is that by all measures, we're actually like a pretty democratic country. We're not perfect. There are countries that do it better, like the Scandinavian.
Wait, it didn't read your super chat? No, it's set at like, I think it's set at like $5. Like, that's the limit. I should probably lower that though. I should probably make it so. I just want to make sure that nobody can come in here, no trolls can come in here and like get the super chat lady to say something racist or homophobic or transphobic.
Countries.
Yeah, is it 80% of the Dems want a ceasefire?
But by most standards,
it is a massive majority here. How much would you want to bet that the Amazing Atheist debates Keffels and makes her cry on air? Wait, so are you? Am I betting that like Keffels is going to come to Vaush's defense and say debate me, bro, and that that TJ's gonna take the bait and make Keffels wish that she had never offered the take the troll money. Take the troll money. I don't want to get the troll ban is the problem, right? If the troll says like, I don't know what on my stream, I might be held liable by one or more platforms, but we'll see. Like I do need to decrease. I think $5 is too much.
That look at this both in liberal and leftist sources, there is a pretty strong relationship between like voter will and what's going on, and that's not completely captured. And in this environment, we have rights. We have a right to a freedom of speech, more freedom of speech rights than almost any other country in the world, which we should absolutely not take for granted. We have political rights. I'm not saying it's a perfect or...
I mean, there's a whole lot of issues where it seems like
we're described as a flawed democracy. If you look at democracies, that's what we're called. We're called a flawed democracy.
And we are a flawed democracy. And if you compare that to like the total list of countries in the world, or like the total population of the world, like include India, China, Indonesia, like there's a lot to be thankful for here. Now, again, is it enough? No, we should fight for better. But what we are is a lot better than, again, like Turkmenistan or Sudan or Saudi.
As a democracy, okay, if you want to talk about standard of living or, something else, like, you could make the argument that, there are reasons that, living in the United States is easier than living in a lot of different places. But if you want to say that it's more democratic, that's just not true. There's a lot of nations with a lot less resources than the United States that run the democracy, and granted, right, democracy is an ideal that is inherently undefined, right? Like, what is a democracy? What does that really mean? Is a real democracy when we all get cybernetically linked up and some AI divines the aggregate will of the human species and makes decisions, like, right? Like, it's like, so, to say democracy as if it's like a something that exists in pure form is ridiculous, right? But, no, the interference of money in politics that the United States has is something that that does not happen in or is less pronounced in a lot of other nations. The United States cannot brag about the state of our democracy, right? Especially in the situation we're at now, where there's like real threats to even the modicum of democracy that we have in terms of choosing between a shit sandwich and a giant turd is taken away.
Oh yeah, Sudan's a horrible one.
Well, it's I personally would not want to live there. You can call that my white Western bourgeois preference, but it seems kind of dicey there.
Yeah, I don't think many people are gonna actually want to live in South Sudan.
And anybody who would get upset at you for that should go do it themselves.
Yeah, like go do it. Tell me how it works out for you.
Yeah, I again, like, it's very
all the people that are talking about how we should be telling Vaush how we should be more like Sudan. That's
preserving here. The difference here is very meaningful. Like, for instance, a good example of this would be that General Attorney Barr under Trump's administration, with the Black Lives Matter protests, was pushing around the idea of using the Insurrection Act to arrest people at protests that turned violent. Now, this would be probably one of the most authoritarian things to have ever happened in this country. Like, this would be up there with anything Nixon did, possibly quite a bit worse. It was like very, very bad.
I mean, Japanese internment camps bad?
Yeah, no, it'd be in that ballpark. Yeah, we're talking about the mass arrest of at the very least hundreds of thousands of people, overflowing detention centers, prison cells. Like it
we already have that.
Okay, and then very quickly a bunch more for political reasons, as opposed to like the right. Yeah, so that was something that the last Trump administration was very close to doing, like very, very considering. That's just one thing. From the destruction of the administrative state to Trump like openly threatening to sue journalists or like bring charges against them for reporting accurately on what his administration is doing.
I mean, that's the goal of the incarceration industrial complex, which Biden is super cozy with.
You really can't identify that Trump's administration is openly flaunting their willingness to do the worst version of broad trends that have been problems in this country. You seem to be under the impression that there is a comparison between outright fascism and the fascistic tendencies of a bourgeois state. There is a line there, and that line is a bullet.
Stop Cop City situation. You've got a city which the population of which is in so many different ways, told their leadership that they do not want this thing, and yet is being foisted upon them. The destruction of green spaces and the construction of a militarized police training compound that basically seems to be preparing to suppress the next protest, right? Preparing to suppress the next protest about police violence and brutality.
Train called the Trump administration. The thing that brings you from bad tendency in a democracy to a fascist government is, in this case, the fascist strongman. That's what we have to be careful about. Yes, we have problems with our prison system right now.
This is so funny, right? Because there's actually more parallels, I think, between Vaush's ascent to the leadership position he occupies in the online left and Trump's ascent, in terms of this like strongman strategy. You could say like, being a social media figure is less pernicious than being a strongman president, right? But I mean, and he leans into it too, right? If you have a problem with Vaush, if you disagree with him, it's not for anything that he did. You've got VDS. You've got Vaush derangement syndrome, because anybody who does not like Vaush, anybody who's got a problem with Vaush is obviously messed up. And just like the people that don't think that Trump is a good president, how could you possibly not think that Trump is a good president? You got TDS, you got Trump derangement syndrome, right? If you got VDS, what do you wake up and you say? You say Vaush bad. Just like if you don't like Donald Trump, you wake up and you say Trump. You say Orange Man bad, right? It's like the same shit. Like, and he leans into it. It's not even like, anything that I'm putting on him. It's stuff that he puts on himself, right? There's there's like a strange correlation in terms of the social media, the media phenomenon of Donald Trump and the social media phenomenon of Vaush Vidya.
Yes, Joe Biden authored the crime bill. He's hardly bloodless here. But what he did not advocate for was the mass political arrest on insurrection charges, no less. Not disorderly conduct, not rioting, not disruption of a public space. Insurrection. Hundreds of thousands of people, potentially millions, depending on, I mean, they could have gotten millions if they wanted.
Well, that's what Trump's trying to tell to his supporters now with his trial, is that it's a political prosecution.
Yeah, and as a product of that, the majority of Republican voters don't believe in democracy anymore. They believe that the deep state is always out to get Trump, and no matter what happens, he's always the one who would have legitimately won. And this is like an anti-democracy through line that has to be crushed. It has to be broken and snapped and ground into dust.
Well,
country can't survive this.
I think that in a lot of ways, and we can disagree on this, your kind of stated objectives here and your strategies going forward are what's responsible for us having so little choice when it comes to our two parties.
Yeah, so this is the way that I said earlier that Vaush, Vaush's takes on these issues are representative of the kind of consensus, the agreed upon consensus reality that way too many people buy into, and that keeps us in a situation where it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? That's what you're getting from Vaush, that you're in this situation, with two parties. One of them is hyper fascist, and so your only choice ever is to vote for the the lesser of the 99% Hitler over the 100% Hitler, or whatever, right? It's that that's like a mind trap, essentially. And look, this is not me poo-pooing on strategic voting, right? If it comes down to it, and there is no alternative, then yeah, you can vote to like reduce harm. I've never had an issue with that, but that doesn't mean that you have to glaze the incumbent Democratic presidential candidate up 24/7. I don't think it's good. I don't think it serves us. I don't think it works. I think, just like Paulsego has said, that is like what he's seen people do all his life. And we end up in worse and worse predicaments every time. Like, right, George W. Bush being reelected president in 2004 was disastrous, right? Like I don't know that John Kerry would have really extricated the United States from its ridiculous wars of aggression, but yeah, it probably would have been better, right? The Mitt Romney or even John McCain being elected president in the wake of the financial crisis would have been bad, right? And then yeah, 2016 Trump getting elected was horrible. 2020 Trump getting reelected would have been also horrible. 2024 Trump getting elected, horrible. But we're ending up, we're not getting, we're losing ground, right? Time and time again. So yeah, that's what that's what Paulsego is trying to get across. I haven't heard anything in here that seems to, from these people, that seems to be like an argument against any kind of strategic use of your vote to avoid the lesser of two evils. It's just some kind of an appeal to outside pressure, and to not contributing to the complacency that the Democratic Party has towards its voters.
Like, I cannot divorce because like I said before, a little angrier, your strategies are nothing new. This is not new or revolutionary thinking. You accused me of not being the revolutionary thinker, but I think that means you think that you are, and voting for Biden is your strategy.
I don't think,
and this is not new.
Off the cliff is a new strategy.
The lesser of two evils argument has been made over and over and over again.
I'm engaged. This is the radical politics of don't shoot yourself in the head to avoid another problem. I think that a Trump presidency is a bullet to the head. I think that threatening anything which increases the likelihood of that to solve any other issue is as sensible as threatening a bullet to the brain to solve any other issue.
There's a chain of events here that happened that led exactly to this. I went back and I rewatched our first conversation together. And one of the things that stuck out to me was I laid out for you in that first conversation. I said, here's what I'm concerned with, Vaush. We vote Biden. We basically get a holdover of Trump era policy. Maybe a little sprinkle of good here and there, but mostly just a pause on Trump era policy. And then we get Trump again. And you scoffed super hard at me for that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I said I
Trump
remember.
was done.
I did. I would never have said that Trump is just flat out done. I might have said that there's a high likelihood he wouldn't be as powerful the next time around. I still believe that. Also, 4 years of not shooting yourself in the head.
You still believe that?
That's great. I think you should.
What do you mean by powerful? Like, I don't think that Trump ever had, this advantageous of a position against his potential opponents. Right? Look, Trump is dangerous, even if he's down by like 4 or 5 points in the popular vote, right? The way that electoral politics works in the United States, as often as not, it seems that the election is thrown to the person who does not win the popular vote because of the technicalities of the Electoral College. Just so to be safe of a Trump presidency, you kind of have to be ahead of him by a considerable amount, right? Like, this is not, I don't know how you say he's weaker, right? I mean, I guess you could say he's got more like charges coming down the line. And, there are 6% of the electorate that said that they would vote for Trump, but weren't going to vote for him if he got convicted, right? I don't know how much you want to take that to the bank.
Continue to do that.
Not if you're a migrant.
You think migrants should shoot themselves in the head?
You support Paul's right to say "I told you so"?
What? No.
Why? No,
how I meant that.
It's
I
shooting.
just meant that the comparison doesn't hold water if you're a migrant. I don't think.
Sure, it does. Trump was as bad or worse than Biden on this. There you go. Simple.
Trump, they're actually fundamentally the same on this.
They're not. The end
Trump
to the policy to separate children from families.
Re-implemented. I can't remember the Remain in Mexico policy was re-implemented.
Yeah, family separation wasn't there. Minor difference, big improvement.
There are still hundreds and hundreds of families separated.
Right, but Biden created a task force to reunite them and has for the vast majority.
Rashida Tlaib tweeted she's not supporting Biden.
He's not magic. He can't snap.
He's not magic, but can he avoid building Trump's wall? Yo, he's like, what's your answer to that, Vaush, right? He's not even addressing Biden's real immigration policy, which has been just like what you'd expect from the Democrats, right? You're going to calculate to be a millimeter to the left of the Republicans, if that, right? There was no reason he needed to carry out the border wall bullshit, but he's giving that to Trump in order to, I guess he thinks, improve his election chances.
Snap his fingers and reunite. He's not choosing to not reunite the missing families. That's on Trump. Again, it's always oh, well, they're bad for this. They're bad for this. I know there are always things to improve, but I just you don't seem to comprehend. There's a very
things here.
You don't seem to understand.
A lot of
no. You're advocating for making them
downplayed.
worse. Is the thing. Right now, no matter how much you pretend otherwise,
I personally think they should get better. I'm in
no
favor
matter
of
how
better,
much you close your eyes and put your fingers in your ears and go nah. The fact of the matter is,
that's not where I put my fingers when I close my eyes. Oh my!
No one. There is not going to be some
hold on,
magical.
No. Is it better? Is it better yet?
It got better for a second.
Aren't you
the country
older
better
than
yet?
You wouldn't know it.
Legit, yeah. Jesus, God.
Jesus,
throwing your baby.
They're not taking you as seriously as you take yourself, Vaush. That's what's going on here.
Boys out of the pram to fix politics. Look, you don't seem to understand that the consequence of your policy of your idea here is just
I don't set policy.
There would
I'm
be
not a
fewer.
politician.
I know you don't commit to anything because that would require a spine. But
I'm pretty sure I have committed to several things.
If you don't, the only thing you've committed to is a lack of understanding of the differences between Republicans and Democrats. Your commitment here is to ignorance.
I feel like he committed to the ZZ Top look. That's pretty
specific
impressive.
scenario. Right now, things are more heated than they have been in the past, but the underlying tendency remains the same. You vote for the best possible candidate. If you want to change things, you have to change the systems. Changing systems is hard and takes time. The best way to do that is to leech existing power and institutions and soapboxes. We do that through the Dems. We see good outcomes. We have seen good outcomes. The math is on my side. The science on my side. History on my side. On your side, a childish indignation and unwillingness to participate.
Look, Vaush, the recent history is very much not on your side, right?
and a flagrant disregard for the threat fascists pose to this country.
I've
Very
not
leftist of you.
advocated non-participation. So.
Very leftist of you.
And neither one of us is advocating that. Here's that old crazy straw man again.
Yeah, you might want to wait till we're not on here.
We'll let
before
the
you straw man.
historians decide.
Yeah. This is definitely shit that I would reserve for the shit talk post show, where we're not here to like call you on it over and over.
Like that's not what we
and
said.
By the way, I would like to add to further the discussion. You're just a big old baby, Vaush, and I find it hard to explain to your monosyllabic child's mind.
You might want to try dangling some keys.
The very idea of resisting your oppressors when the world is burning. I find it impossible to elucidate to your tiny little toddler of a mind
we're coming so close to the Matt Christman take here.
The broad scope and the based revolutionary nature of my position, Vaush.
You appreciate how I didn't talk over you, so you could really focus on every syllable?
Feel, bitch? How do you like that? I'm not a child. There's no children present. Okay, thank goodness. There's no children present.
Why
here.
would you call me monosyllabic but then make fun of?
Yo, they did go there. They went there. They actually went there. Did you see that? There was an offhand remark about a horse earlier too, I think, but I mean this is hitting them where it hurts.
Me for using vocab words. Shouldn't you have said polysyllabic?
Monosyllabic is the word that I used, and it means that you only use one syllable because you dumb. That's what it means.
Is that what I'm known for? But then you said Amelia. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I'm
whatever
also not known for
bit you want to go for.
I'm also not known for being a uninformed child, despite what some of the people in your chat and community might parrot.
Well, you shirkins otherwise tonight. Look, I don't know. I just
Okay.
I don't want fascism to win. For this I am castigated. I am like Christ on the cross. They nail me to the cross because I believe that the fascists should not win the presidential election. In my corner, agreeing with me is everyone who does advocacy work for everything meaningful that gives us joy and light in our lives. And on your side, I guess there's, I don't know, habitual pot smokers. I feel like we've made the arguments. I feel like we've made our cases. We can leave it to time, history, and in my case, the unerring laws of mathematics to determine who is correct.
Got it.
Look, just because you got smoked doesn't mean that you can call your interlocutor a pot smoking hippie. All right.
All right. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Just because you don't want that smoke.
Well, you know what? One more thing before you leave, Vaush. One quick thing. It won't turn into a big thing. I just wanted to say
Is this
from
the
my
horse
heart.
thing? Yes, it's the horse.
Good day, sir.
Thanks for having me.
It's the horse.
I hope you
thing.
do well.
He loves that though.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it coming on.
Take care.
He loves it when he can turn his like fucked up history into like a meme.
Appreciate you having.
And we love it too, chat. That's why I have the files. That's why I have the Trapper Keeper full of files about everyone and anyone involved in online politics content. That's true. That's real.
Good day.
Well, that happened. Well, I tried. I feel like I could have been a little less mean at some points there, but also I really didn't want to. That's that wasn't planned to be a voting debate, was it? I kind of figured it would be. Yeah, I really do feel like it's emotional. I feel like there's like nothing I can say. There's like
Wait, I think I have the
feels
Trapper
like
Keeper.
I'm taking crazy pills sometimes because like it legitimately seems like. So first of all, like the first mistake they always have to make, and by they I mean like people who are like this, I guess, is they always have to downplay the threat Republicans face. This is like big, like weird South Park centrist energy to me, where it's like, well, both sides are bad. Like if you don't understand the difference, and he tried to equivocate, and by he I mean Paulsego, because Paulsego was the one I was arguing with like most of the time there. Paulsego tried to like equivocate the threats between Dems and Republicans so many times, and he was wrong on like everyone. The point where he paused, because the point where I said like it's usually Republicans who are lowering like minimum
We got
work
the
age
files.
laws, and he's like, and look how things have gone under Democrats. not realizing that it was a state thing, and that under Democrats that doesn't tend to have like that. Like, yes, you know, and then he got silent for a bit. I think that he just emotionally, like first principles or whatever, has to believe that both sides are fundamentally the same, because he grew up hearing that they were different, and he's sick of it because he keeps hearing over and over, hey, why is the world not getting better? Even though I keep hearing, you know,
look, if you're gonna, okay,
the
look,
one side's so much better than the others. Why hasn't politics ended?
if you're like saying that both sides are the same is reductive. Okay, I'll agree with that. If that's your argument, I'll agree with that. But I'll also say that even like a more nuanced perspective on both parties shows that at the very best, the Democratic Party represents liberalism, a conservative capitalist philosophy. Right? So in some very crucial ways, the parties are not so different. They're, you know, managing the domination of the workers by the capitalists with different philosophies, different managing philosophies. And one thing that they agree on is that you should never do anything that gives the workers more leverage overall in the system.
Why hasn't good prevailed? And it's just like, it's a child's understanding of politics, fundamentally. No one prevails in politics, not in the long run, certainly. You just fight and fight and fight. And if you fight good, things are a bit better, and sometimes a lot better if you're really lucky, you know? And if you lose, things can get a little worse, and sometimes a lot worse. And you keep doing that until you die. And that's life, and that's joyous. That's a joyous celebration, okay? That's a wonderful thing, all right? Life is lived for conflict, but not against your fellow man. Instead, against inequality and injustice. And that's
yeah, instead against things like toxic gossip trades, right? Injustice, like how they unfairly canceled my girl Colleen Ballinger. The toxic gossip train. Wait, what? Is this the one? Wait, no. It's definitely on this channel. No, don't do the. Oh gosh, she's. Okay, wait. This is the one.
Hello, everybody. Sorry I've been gone for so long. I've really missed this. I've missed talking.
We've missed you too, Colleen. That's like
talking to everyone every single day. Obviously, the last video that I posted on here, it's really embarrassing, to say the least. I was being accused of some pretty awful things, and I just was mad, and I should have handled that situation with maturity and empathy, but instead I just let my ego take.
Instead, I handled it with a ukulele. Instead, I brought out the ukulele.
Take over. And
you know what's weird though is, like, you know, how much easier is it for Vaush to deflect with memes, right, than it is for Colleen, because that's essentially what she was trying to do. She was trying to take the, you know, serious accusations and turn them into a joke. And that's fine for Vaush, but for some reason, not for Colleen Ballinger.
I'm really disappointed.
You notice a trend? You notice a, like, right now, obviously, you know, like, these are, yeah. I don't even think that at the time when Colleen Ballinger's ukulele video came out, we knew about the depths of some of the stuff that she did, you know, how some of her interactions with younger fans actually went off, right? And I'm not saying that that the clap back that she got, you know, the clap back that she got was very much merited. It's weird how certain people seem to get out of accountability, right? Thank you, Lexical, for the gifted membership to Indigenous Heretic. Indigenous Heretic, welcome to the Weasel Crew.
Myself. So here's what I want to say today. Over the last 15
chat is a discrimination machine.
years of my career, there have been
kind of like the toxic gossip train
moments where I was immature and inappropriate with some of my comedy. And there were times when I did not
chat if you think this is going to be a real apology that we get here.
Not put enough thought into some of my fan interactions. And because of that behavior,
but yes, thank you, lexical
behavior, people got hurt. And I am so sorry. I never wanted to hurt anybody, but it's clear that I did, and I feel so terrible about that. I also feel like there's probably people who are disappointed or feel abandoned by me because of my silence over the last few months. And I'm so sorry about that as well. I needed to take time to make sure I was listening and learning as much as possible. And I also needed to...
she would be better off saying nothing. She would have been better off saying nothing in the first place. That's the weird thing about, like, as much as there was, attention being paid to some of the weird sussy stuff with Miranda scenes from back in the day, right? It was limited, right? It was like there the only people that were interested in Colleen Ballinger were, maybe former fans of Miranda Sings, people that were aware of Colleen Ballinger through her mommy vlogs, and people who were either hurt by Colleen or who knew people who were hurt by Colleen. It was like a limited amount of attention that she was even getting. And like, oh my God, what is one way you can take a very niche interest, which was, what the Colleen Ballinger scandal was at the time, and turn it, give it mass appeal? I know, if you say my social media advisors, my lawyers told me not to talk about the accusations, but they didn't say not to sing about it. I mean, there you go. She just like absolutely exponentially increased the exposure of her dirty laundry and the length of time people were interested in that, right? Because some more disturbing stuff came out, later on into the scandal, and the spotlight was still on her due to the virality and the memeability of the toxic gossip train.
Get the help that I needed to be okay. I'm a mom first and foremost before anything else, and I needed to take care of my kids. So that's where I've been, and but I'm back and I'm here now, and I am not a perfect person, and there are plenty of things in my past that I wish I could go back and redo and fix and change. I don't have control over any of that, and I don't have control over the things people say about me. I only have control over my actions moving forward. And so I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that I create a positive, kind, inclusive, safe space online with my content. And if you want to be a part of my journey online, I would love to have you. And if not, I completely understand. I do not expect anyone to welcome me back with open arms. I don't expect to change anyone's mind with this video. I just wanted to come on here and say that I'm sorry. And
I feel like I can hear the talking points. I can hear the PR talking points through the video.
And I wanted to try to show people that it's possible for someone to grow and learn and be better after making mistakes many years ago. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to vlog again, and today I'm just going to film my day and share some simple happy moments and start the process of starting over. And I know it's going to be awkward and clunky at first as I try to get back into the swing of things, but I'm going to try. So that's what I'm going to do. And thank you for listening, and thank you to anyone who supported me in any capacity over the last 15 years. I've really appreciated it. But yeah, let's get started with the day and see what happens, I guess. I honestly do not know how to transition from this conversation into a vlog, but...
Why don't you try with a song?
Let's try. Where do I even begin? So much.
Okay, there's gonna be no song, so like she's doing everything she can. In fact, I think her next video is called something like boring video or something, like, right? She's doing everything she can to be boring now. She still does have a community, as you can see, and now I don't know, right? Because like this is pretty positive, and if you look over on Twitter, it's not positive at all. Haters are gonna hate. Haters gonna hate. That's right. They're gonna hate you for inappropriate weirdness with your underage fans. That is true. Haters are definitely gonna hate that. Everybody else hates it too, but yeah, haters as well. Anyway, that's what's going on with Colleen Ballinger. Not very interesting. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. Unlike okay, so I don't want to watch. Yo, look at how the media is covering this, though. Wait, that's 3 days ago. Okay, so we're not looking for 3 days ago. That's the DNC headquarters in Washington, California. Let's try adding California. I am trying. You know what? I might have to. I have to. Did I bookmark it? Nope. Oh yeah, there was also a hit piece on Greta Thunberg. Oh no, God, there's some cursed shit here. I'm like, that's a deep dive. 2016 California delegates walk off the floor of DNC in protest of Hillary Clinton. This is 2019. Oh my God, really? Do I need to put latest? Oh, I'm so scared. Wait, did this get like scrubbed or something? What? Wow. That's not good. Like, I don't suppose it would be trending. Okay, so here's them making the protest look really dangerous. Chat, I swear to God, like there's a clip that I saw. Is it this? Yeah, this is it. Okay. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! So this is a California Democratic Convention. So ceasefire now, blood on your hands. Ceasefire now! Huge sit-in here in the lobby. And there was also like a, so this is the event, right? This is the auditorium, and this was also occupied. And it looks like they've got they have the speakers up here? So this is how far it's gotten away from Joe Biden in his own party. Please be respectful to the candidates, right? So it looks like, is there somebody standing up there? Yeah, there were candidates that were scheduled to speak, and some of their constituents had some questions for them. 80% of their voters support. Okay, so somebody mentioned 80% in support of the ceasefire. That is the California Democratic voters, out of touch Democratic politicians. I'm assuming that's what 80, unless they mean 80% of. No, that's right. Oh my God, chat was right. Chat was right. I didn't believe that. Somebody said 80%. And I was like, yeah, maybe in California. No, that's 80% of Democrats in favor of a ceasefire. 56% of Republicans, 57% of independents. So, you know, even within the Republican Party, there's a majority. This is how bad this issue has gotten away. Like, do you really feel comfortable with this guy being your standard bearer, Vaush, against Trump? Right? If you want to help Joe Biden, wake him the fuck up, because the guy is sleeping on this. The guy is sleeping on this and so many other things. If he wants to be reelected, he needs to get on that shit now. He needs to think about, like, what can he do to light a fire behind the effort to cancel student debt? What can he do, you know, to come closer to some of the promises, the campaign promises that he just seems to have forgotten, right? If you want Biden to win, telling him that he's got your vote is like the worst thing you could do right now. And furthermore, it's anti-solidarity. Like, I think Paul's ego, was it Paul that said this or TJ that said that? Like, tell that to a Palestinian. Yeah, and Vaush's response is like, well, they're not voting in the election, so that's right. They're not voting in any election. Very, very funny joke, Vaush. So, yeah, there it is. Vaush has been roasted. Vaush has been not just roasted. I think he was smoked. I'm pretty sure that Paulsego rolled Vaush up and smoked him. Right. Look, I think I might even have I think I might even have footage from that. Let me see if I can find it. See if I can find the footage of Vaush getting smoked. Right, I think it looked something like this. Yeah. This was the actual footage of Paulsego smoking Vaush. Anyway. Wait, is that LeVar Burton? Chat, LeVar Burton? LeVar Burton? Is that who I think it is? Is that the guy? LeVar Burton. Okay. Before we get going, are there any moms for liberty in the house? No? Good. Then the hands will not need to be... Damn, LeVar Burton said hands will not need to be thrown tonight. So this is LeVar Burton, Star Trek alum. Also, you know, probably on here because he was on a show called Reading Rainbow, a child's show from the 80s. That probably continued into the 2000s. it did get shut down, right? And there's a lot of controversy around why it was shut down. It was a mixture of factors, right? But not one of those factors was the education policy of the Bush administration, the attack on public broadcasting under the Bush administration, and also the publishers charging more for him reading their books on TV. So it got that's the reason that Reading Rainbow no longer exists. LeVar Burton has always been based. Very based. But based on what? No. Okay, so let's take a look here. There's Aaron in the morning saying Moms for Liberty. In no way affiliated with Proud Boys, although we are making the okay sign here. That's not even the okay sign. What is that? That's like the devil horns. The Moms for Liberty are doing their Pepes wrong. Do you see that, Chad? It's supposed to be like this. She's going like this. I mean, like, actually the devil one is that, right? That's the metal one, right? That's what we're looking for. She's not quite doing that, but she's making shadow animals. Like, that's a very mom thing to do, but she does. Like, I always wondered this about these people. Did they realize that they are in the presence of violent thugs? Because they are right here with the black and yellow, the Fred Perry t-shirt wearing creeps. But yeah, look at those Moms for Liberty. Let's take a look at their. What is that? What is she doing? What? They're going like, okay, that one, I guess that's correct. But oh my God. Okay. I can't tell, Chad. It looks like she's going like this. She's doing one of these. What even is that? I don't know what this is, but a shadow animal. Anyway, they're there. They're doing the dog whistles, even if they don't know that they're dog whistles or they don't know what they mean. I'm going to guess, though, that some of them do. I'm going to guess that some of them do. I don't co-parent with the government. Good one. Gays against groomers. Wow. Okay, so they're having a little brunch. No, wait, what is this? Is a pizza party. You're bringing your kids around fucking brown shirts. Or black and yellow shirts, as it were. God damn. Okay, so here's Moms for Liberty. Moms for Liberty is in no ways affiliated with the Proud Boys, does not condone involvement with the organization. We repudiate hate and violence. You have been in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the Proud Boys, okay? And you're not going to extricate your jelly from their peanut butter, right? It's mixed together. You can pull the two slices of bread apart, but there's still going to be peanut butter in the jelly, and there's still going to be jelly in the peanut butter. We've been made aware that 2 chapter leaders have recently demonstrated a lack of judgment and misaligned with our core values. Due to this, those leaders have been removed. Oh my God, so they really are like backpedal away from the Proud Boys. We will not allow the actions of a few to define the rest of our 130,000 members who, as joyful warriors, capitalized joyful warriors. Is that some biblical shit? What is the joyful warrior? The warriors come out to play. They need to come out to play, all right? Stand for truth, build relationships, and empower others. Please, hate and violence is literally your entire shtick. And there it is right there. There it is right there. Hamilton County Moms. Oh, this is like, was this the branch that they were talking about? Hamilton County Moms for Liberty Chair Tanya Dodd, sitting next to Proud Boys, wearing his, yeah, that's true. That's what's going on. Look, all LeVar Burton has to say about this is, seriously. Like, Moms for Liberty shows up and they say, fucking pronouns! And then the Proud Boys, they're like, fucking pronouns! And then the Proud Boys are like,
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yeah, the Hitler people are reminding them of the Hitler quote that they put on their newsletter. Moms for Liberty's cut quite the history, don't they? That's not what Enrico Tario said about Moms for... Wait, what's this? Oh, that's a Vice article. Okay. Oh, okay, so this is a school district that was run by Republicans. They lost it in a sweep. And their final act is to pass a trans sports ban. Give their outgoing superintendent a $700K severance? Yo, LeVar Burton, here's Gwen Snyder saying, LeVar Burton was accused of threatening physical violence against Moms for Liberty. Oh my God, save us from the violent black man. Save us from the violent black reading rainbow man. You know, he's gonna throw hands. This is right. Right here is about deceiving people into believing the threat is real and comes from black. Yeah, exactly. This is God. They really are, you know, scratching for every bit of sympathy they can get here. There's more in terms. Okay, so here's the.
Before we get going, are there any Moms for Liberty in the house? Moms for Liberty? No? Good. Then hands will not need to be thrown.
Hands will not need to be thrown. How's that a threat? How's that violent? How is that anything? There's nothing there. Hands will not need to be thrown. I'm still looking for... Okay, so there's more like identification here. Tanya Dodd sitting next to, yeah, the... But there was something... Oh my God, I'm trying to find one more thread here. There they are doing their Pepe sign. More Pepe posting.
Implement these discriminatory policies in the right way. You are never going to find a right way to do the wrong thing. And Governor Youngkin's policies are wrong. One of the ways you could tell is because you have speakers from groups like Moms for Liberty here to support them. And I'll be real simple.
Yeah, so this is Virginia, Governor Glenn Youngkin that we're talking about.
In case you aren't paying attention. They're not the good guys. How can you tell? I can help. The good guys don't get declared extremist groups by human rights organizations. Never in history have the good guys been the ones trying to ban books. Never in history have the good guys been a...
Actually, though, I feel like I gotta put a caveat on what he just said, right? I am very sure that there's gonna be some, you know, pro-ceasefire groups that do get put on those kind of lists at this point.
Segregationist group pushing to legislate identity. Never in history have the good guys been closely connected with and supported by hate groups like the Proud Boys. And the good guys don't put Hitler quotes for inspiration on the front of their newsletters. Newsflash, they're the bad guys.
Yeah, he is trying. Look, it's not his fault. Like, it would have been true. It would have been true not so long ago, maybe.
They're the bad guys here supporting bad policy. And if you support the same bad policy, guess what? You're one of the bad guys too.
You're one of the baddies.
When you look around and see only the wrong people support what you're doing,
you're one of the baddies.
Doing the wrong thing.
Are we the baddies though, Billy? Is that really true? Yes, we are the baddies.
Now, you've heard some speakers come up here and say how they love these kids but won't accept them. I'm here telling you that if your love makes somebody not want to be alive, it's not love. That's not love. Some speakers are going to get up here and talk about parental rights. The only right a parent has is the right to responsibility. And if you need somebody else to tell you who your kid is, you're probably not that good a parent. And some are going to get up here and tell you how it's the law. Well, I'd remind you that slavery and segregation also used to be the law here in Virginia, and that there is no right way to do the wrong thing. So do the right thing. Reject these policies that harm and endanger our LGBTQ students. Be the good guys while you still can.
And remember, there are good guys even in bad places, right? Tennessee Holler is a great example of that. I don't know who runs this account, but they have been doing a lot of good, and I gotta give them a shout out. They seem to be a really good follow. They're very much on the anti-trans, anti-LGBT legislation beat, and covering that stuff. And to imagine somebody in a state like Tennessee, like that they're standing against like such a tidal wave of hate. So I am looking for, like, there was somebody screenshotted the thread, right? That the Moms for Liberty posted, like, that whole thing of like, we hereby denounce the Proud Boys, we disavow them, we don't want anything to do with them. And there they are after the Capitol, taking credit actually for the Capitol, the January 6th, right? And then in the comments below, yeah, here it is. All right, this was the thread that just like really did it for me. Moms for Liberty denounce their connection to the Proud Boys. Some of their members seem to disagree. Let's see what they have to say. I'm surprised by this post. Our chapter chairs in Florida are pretty open about their Proud Boy friends. We all participate in the same parades and hang out. Is Moms for Liberty leadership now telling chapter chairs that they have to choose who they are friends with? Yeah, we just want to be friends with violent street thugs, right? All right, what else? I don't know much about the Proud Boys, so I had to look them up and see what they were about. All I saw were a bunch of videos beating up Antifa and BLM rioters. Lamau. Proud Boys are not about hate or violence. Yeah, they're not about hate or violence, but I saw all these videos of them beating up protesters. That's not about hate and violence, though. That's only a few were caught publicly aligning with these groups. Wait, is it wrong? What is wrong with the Proud Boys? Nothing. M4L is Moms for Liberty is now just another conservative group bowing to the godless left. There we go. That's right. Infight more. Infight. I'm so here for it, right? Proud Boys stand back and stand by. Signed DT. I'm sure many more will be removed. There are many more affiliated with the Proud Boys and insurrections. Okay, so there are people, at least, this is a Facebook post here. There are some people that are like, yeah, get them out of here. There are some moms of for liberty that do not like the optics of being aligned with the Proud Boys openly like this. I hope they are standing by, because the Hamas wing, the Hamas wing of the Democratic Party, that's right, the college campuses and the TikTok, and we got the Hamas wing over there. Why is it making me think of hummus? Oh, because of Trump. Trump's the one that, like, he pronounces this word as hummus, like the food, and so yeah, this might need to be put down like the dogs they are. Oh my God, no violence here, nothing to see here, folks, nothing to see. It's gonna take more than removing 2 leaders to break free of ties with the Proud Boys. This is a failed conservative candidate. Moms for Liberty members actively campaigned for opposing with the Proud Boys. So there's more of that shit. He spoke at the candidate forum about unplugging voter machines. Unplug polling machines. Be prepared to lock and load. Isn't that like legally election interference? Kind of sounds like it. So there we are. They're trying to walk it back. American Moms Weep as a childhood favorite. Reading Rainbow calls for physical attacks against us because I
did everything right and they indicted me.
Because we are protecting the innocence of children. We're thankful for the folks that push back against Moms for Liberty. It's working. There's an NPR story. Wait, the waning influence of Moms for Liberty.
The right-wing group Moms for Liberty has been a force in clashes of what public schools can teach or not about sexuality and race, but its influence may be on the wane. Last week, the group lost closely watched school board races in Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Iowa. As Jim Zaroli reports, Moms for Liberty is facing growing resistance at the local level.
Karen Svoboda and her husband have a large blended family of 7 kids in New York's Dutchess County. They try to pay attention to what's happening in local schools. So when Moms for...
Why do I feel like it's going to be better if I read it? I just do. They try to pay attention to what's happening in local schools. When Moms for Liberty endorsed a slate of school board candidates last year, Svoboda did some research, Karen Svoboda says. And then I looked into the local Facebook page of Moms for Liberty and just browsed through some of the social media of some of the individuals. What I saw was very upsetting. Zaroli. The Southern Poverty Law Center has called Moms for Liberty a hate group. It supports efforts to oppose pandemic restrictions, suppress discussions of LGBTQ issues, and remove books from local schools across the country. Many of the comments Svoboda read attacked her local school's teachings on gender and racial equality issues. One post in particular bothered Svoboda, who has gay and non-binary kids in her family. It said that a gay students group at high school was indoctrinating students. As a mom of kids who are members of that community, it was very concerning to think that these people would be trying to get onto the school board. Yo, any school board district is lucky to have somebody that's this aware, that's this engaged, right? That goes and checks this out instead of just thinking, oh, well, they just don't want to get there's some bad books in the library and they want to help us get rid of them. Like, right. The teachers are like, right. There's so many people, they're not even on the right wing, but they're just kind of like, okay, well, if that's what's going on, I'm not going to stand up for, I'm not going to be accused of wanting, oh my God, are we at 6 hours? Ugh. I am supposed to try to not hit 6 hours, but I hit it anyway. Chat, consider yourself very lucky today. Like I'm very motivated to finish this stream anyway. So, what does that mean for my kids? Svoboda knew Moms for Liberty had supporters locally. Dutchess County is an hour and a half of progress. Is an hour and a half north of progressive New York City, but it's a swing district politically. Yeah, people don't realize like what kind of proximity, like really red, there's not like red states and blue states as much as they're like red counties and blue counties, right? An hour north of New York, you've got a very different political environment, it sounds like. It's a swing district politically, so it's purple, right? Political scientist Maurice Cunningham says the group appeals to people who feel disenfranchised from politics. Yep, this is diagonalism right here. And Maurice Cunningham. And that may be more potent in blue areas where the very conservative people may feel like they don't have a way to fight back. And Moms for Liberty gives them one, literally, in terms of like their association with the Proud Boys, right? Literally bringing in thugs. Svoboda started a group called Defense of Democracy to get the word out about some of the school board candidates. It's part of, because they are definitely getting their word out, right? So it's great that somebody's there to, get the counter word out. It's part of the nationwide grassroots counteroffensive against conservative efforts targeting schools. Katie Paris, who founded a network of liberal suburban women called Red Wine and Blue. Yo, look, we're glad, as cringe as it is, I'm glad to have her. Okay. Says the cultural warriors running for the school board in many places are out of step with most voters. They don't represent the majority, but they are very loud and their views are very extreme. And we have seen what can happen when just a few people start to sow chaos in any individual school district. Yeah, because people don't pay attention to their school district. People don't think about that as a political venue, but it absolutely is. And it's also the place where individual actors or small groups of people locally can have the biggest effect. So Voda's group has had its successes. It helped defeat an entire slate of Moms for Liberty school board candidates last year. That's awesome. She also began to hear from people all over the country worried about the group's influence in schools. And Defense of Democracy now has chapters across the country. So there's a group that's in opposition to Moms for Liberty. That's cool. They hold Zoom calls once a week, but it hasn't been easy. In 2002 was my first unaliving threat. Yes, I received a message on social media saying they wanted to put me into a wood chipper. This is what they said. This is what Tim Pool's chat was saying about Emma. When Emma Vigeland went to debate Tim Pool, and he literally calls her a groomer, right? The chat starts saying wood chipper, wood chipper, wood chipper. It's a meme, right? But it's a meme. It underlines the violence in the hearts of these bigots, right? She's lost some battles. Her group tried and failed to get Moms for Liberty barred from the local community day parade. The Dutchess County Moms for Liberty chapter didn't respond to interview requests, but former state assemblyman Kieran Lalore, a Republican, insists that many local parents share the group's views. You need a club for sexuality in your high school sponsored by the school? I don't know. That doesn't really reflect the values of this community, but it's there. Lalore says conservatives have had trouble winning school board races because of the opposition from progressive teachers union. Oh, they hate teachers unions. That's right. He says groups like Moms for Liberty can prevail. If they keep at it, and I hope they do, they will be successful and start to win back some of the school boards. But in last week's elections, candidates Moms for Liberty endorsed lost numerous high-profile races. The group points out that some 40% of its endorsed candidates did win, which it says is not bad considering that there were many running for the first time. It's already preparing for next year's election, but it will do so facing an energized and growing grassroots opposition. So now we see kind of what they're backing away from, why they're backing away from it. This makes a lot more sense. Yeah, they've got a real they've got literally a group that formed in opposition to them that's spreading the word, and stuff like pictures of these Moms for Liberty with Proud Boys is a great way to get people's attention as far as how radical and violent and and in some ways the Moms for Liberty moniker, because nobody wants to be against moms, right? That doesn't sound dangerous. Moms is just moms, right? Oh, moms, right? We all love moms. So right, but that's just the smiley mask over a very violent face of anti-trans and anti-LGBT hatred. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I finished a segment, chat. I'm supposed to do this. There we go. There we go. All right, thank you for being here on a Sunday to support me. I appreciate you all very much. Remember, Moms Against Drunk Driving or Matt? Well, yeah, I mean, like that's the same idea to put that sort of an ear on it. When they say moms, they mean white moms, and they want to promote a good, working, loving, harmless mom. Not to be confused with Moms for Drunk Driving. That is a radical group right there. White moms backed by the remaining Koch brother. That's right, the Koch brother that's still around. But yeah, thank you everybody for supporting me. I appreciate you a lot. I probably see you again on Wednesday. I'll try to get some content done for YouTube in the meantime. Until then, stay cool. Meow. Oh yeah, and we're not. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. I always forget when I rate out. You know, like the funny thing about this is that like rating out in Twitch kind of convinces you that you've ended a stream, and so you there's like a temptation for me to just be like, take off the headphones and shovel food into my mouth, but or do something embarrassing. I don't know what embarrassing thing I would do, but not gonna do it this time. Much love, chat. I will see you again. I think on Wednesday. I don't think we got anything to cut unless something comes up tomorrow. Then I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Meow. So sad to leave. I should have like an ending song. Not the toxic gossip train, but like something like, something better. Anyway, I will see you all later. Meow.